Proudly broadcasting from the Richard Philip Cavallaro Studio.
WRHU.
Hempstead.
You discovered.
A cornerstone of the Lawrence Herbert School of Communication.
WRHU.
The number one pick in the 2019 NBA draft goes to the New Orleans Pelicans.
After one of the more hyped draft lotteries in recent memory, it's finally time to get the 2019 NBA draft underway.
With the first pick in the 2017 NBA draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Markelle Fultz from the University of Washington. With the first pick in the 2018 NBA draft, the Phoenix Suns select DeAndre Ayton from Nassau, Bahamas, and the University of Arizona.
In what has shaped up to be yet another talented and exciting draft class, one man seems to tower above the rest.
Another steal. This one from Trey Jones. He'll love it. Zion finishes. Up and away. Oh, T.O., baby. Oh, they need a T.O.
It's right there with number 3. With the push, there it is.
Gets the takeaway.
Okay. Oh, are you serious? Slam jam, bam. Get him ready for the NBA dunking contest. Bring on Dominique Wilkins. Bring on all the great ones from years ago. Oh, they love it. Look at them jumping with joy. They got their treat for the night here.
Not to worry though, if you aren't the New Orleans Pelicans, there's still an abundance of potential franchise-altering talent.
Durant guarded by Trent Forrest, but it's a team effort for the Seminoles. All eyes on 12, step back, second three for John Morant. They've left him alone twice, and twice he's made a pay.
Watch out here. Barrett.
Oh! Little showtime right now.
And as proven time and time again, you don't need a top 10 pick to find an elite talent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
Thompson from deep. It's good. Klay Thompson from way downtown.
With the 35th pick in the 2012 NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Draymond Green from Michigan State University.
Draymond Green with the slam.
The 15th pick in the 2011 NBA draft, the Indiana Pacers select Kawhi Leonard from San Diego State University.
It's off to Leonard, defended by Simmons. Is this the dagger? Oh! Game! Series! Toronto has won!
For these athletes, a chance to live out the dream is right in front of them, as they look to only add to the pool of talented young players already energizing fans across the league.
Got it. There in the corner, Luka! Goes in! How did he do it? How did he do it? That is Luka magic!
Carter gets it in. Kevin looking, lob to the basket, poked away. Trey! It's locked in! And the Hawks win it! Trey Young and a deflected ball, picks it up, flips it in, and Atlanta's got the victory.
Mitchell posterizes the big, throwing it down on McGee.
For the next 4 hours, the WRHU sports team will keep you up to date on every pick, trade, and storyline in the 2019 NBA draft. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show because it starts right now.
What is going on, NBA fans, college basketball fans around the world, and welcome to WRHU Sports' 2019 NBA Draft Show here on WRHU Sports' Facebook page. You can also catch us on WRHU.org. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at WRHU Sports, at WRHU Radio. Also myself at Pat_Foster33, and my co-host, Justin Huntsman. I'll let him do his own introduction.
Yeah, you can follow me at Justin_Hunts, H-U-N-T-S, but there is so much to talk about. There's already craziness ensuing 2 hours prior to the draft. This is going to be a crazy night with player movement, pick movement. It's only starting the madness that will keep going on June 30th.
It's myself, Patrick Foster, alongside my co-host Justin Huntsman. Also, we have a player analyst that'll be joining us basically throughout the night after every pick. My man, my friend, a Toronto Raptors fan. We'll get to that, why he's so happy right now in just a few minutes. But Ryan, why don't you do a little introduction for the people?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm ready to dive right into it. NBA Draft 2019, we talked about this, guys, beforehand. This is, I think, the most highly anticipated draft that I recall in recent past. I'm really excited to break down the players that are going to be drafted and really just have a wonderful night and find out what's in store for us for the rest of the night.
All right, guys. Well, we have so much to get to draft related, but there's definitely some things we need to talk about before we get into tonight's special 2019 NBA draft. Let's start with what I know is going to make Ryan extremely happy, what I know he's been wanting to talk about forever, and that is this year's 2019 NBA champions, the Toronto Raptors. They dethrone the Golden State Warriors, the back-to-back defending NBA champs. Guys, I want to start with you, Justin, on this before we get to Ryan, who's going to fanboy out. I absolutely know it. But how do you think the Toronto Raptors dethroning the champion Golden State Warriors is going to reshape the landscape of next year's NBA?
The NBA is known for coveting assets, especially Danny Ainge and teams like the Boston Celtics, but now it's going to change the complexion of teams saying, let's cash in on this year. Let's see if we can get the championship. The Raptors showed that cashing in on Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Gasol, making several trades. It's going to change a lot of people's eyes of, oh, we have a chance at this championship. Let's cash in and let's get the fans into our team now.
And Ryan, how about yourself? Try to keep the happiness and excitement at bay, because I've heard way too much of it at this point. No, I'm just kidding. Go nuts, buddy.
No, well, just to add to Justin's point, I think just the cojones that Masai Ujiri has to go out there and just trade a player that has been the most beloved player since, you could argue, Vince Carter, even more than Vince Carter, just because of his loyalty to the Toronto fan base, to the city itself, and then for Masai Ujiri just to go out and say, hey, it's not enough. DeMar DeRozan, Kyle Lowry is not going to be enough to put us over that edge. We need a coveted superstar, and he went out and got, obviously, Kawhi Leonard, who got the job done. But just to your point, Justin, teams will now be looking to make that move. I think after seeing what Masai Ujiri did and the glory that it can bring to your team and your fan base, I think a lot more GMs will be looking to do just that.
And something we didn't even touch on there that is completely going to shape or reshape the look of this upcoming NBA season is Kevin Durant, arguably the best player in the league, is not going to be playing in the 2020-2021 season. That's just our 2019-2020, excuse me. That's just unbelievable. And then you have a guy like Klay Thompson, who's also a free agent this upcoming offseason, starting in July, who's also not looking like he's going to play at least the bulk of the season. I know there's a lot of talk he might come back sometime February, March time. It is only an ACL tear. Thank goodness that has become a more recoverable injury. But those two injuries are greatly going to reshape how the entire league looks next year and could possibly affect both players' options in free agency.
Yeah, it can make them stay loyal to the Golden State Warriors as a few people think. But going back to Kevin Durant, he had a playoff series where a lot of people were going to crown him the best player in the NBA. He goes down with the Achilles, and now it's Kawhi's league. That's how fast things change in today's NBA right now. Because we were ready to crown Kevin Durant the best player for the next 2-3 years. Everybody thought he was going to the New York Knicks, and the Knicks now might just lose out on everybody.
And just think about how highly anticipated this offseason was with how big the free agents entering this offseason break was going to be. But now how the injuries to, like you said, to Kevin Durant and to Klay Thompson, how that just reshapes what's going to happen in the next couple of months. You know, you heard all that talk about the Knicks going out there and signing Kevin Durant. Oh, it was a sure lock. They're going to get Kevin Durant. They're going to get Kyrie Irving. It's going to be great. Now they can't do that. I mean, they can, but they're going to have to obviously wait a year as he recovers. But it just has completely blown everything out of whack, and everything's off kilter now. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next couple of months as well.
Let's move on now to what's probably been the biggest piece of news over the last week in the NBA. Anthony Davis traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. We all knew it was coming for such a long time, but when you look at this trade, a lot of people are trying to take sides right now. Oh, the Lakers won. They got Anthony Davis. He's a top 5 talent in the league right now. Oh, the Pelicans won. Look at everything they got. 3 draft picks, the 4th overall pick this year, 2 future first rounders. Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, Lonzo Ball, and it's now even turning into even more for the New Orleans Pelicans. If you ask me, I think it's now, because of everything that's taken place today, which we're going to get to, I think it's starting to lean in favor of New Orleans, that trade. But originally, that trade was, in my eyes, pretty even considering what both teams needed this upcoming season.
It's a fair trade. The Lakers want to maximize the last few years of LeBron's career and what he has on the contract with the Lakers. You're bringing in a guy like Anthony Davis who wants to be in Los Angeles. Looks like he'll stay in Los Angeles after. So even when you lose LeBron, you have a guy that's going to be only 29, entering his prime in Anthony Davis. He can recruit guys to L.A. It's a win for them. And then David Griffin taking the job with New Orleans. Okay, well, what are you going to do when you get the number 1 overall pick, Zion Williamson? Well, now you're surrounding him with a bunch of young guys. Lonzo Ball, who works well with him. Brandon Ingram, who might be there or might get drafted or traded tonight. We don't really know. Josh Hart. And then you have future picks now that have some different considerations on them. I actually think the Lakers win this trade just because when you get the best player and you get Anthony Davis, what happens here is when everybody starts talking about the pick swaps and things like that, you have to account for it. Most of those are going to be mid to late first rounders, especially for New Orleans. Can you find an Anthony Davis level player there? Probably not. And that's going to be the big thing. But it works for both sides, and now they can both really get forward with their future.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to add to that point, usually in the past, when it comes to the NBA, whatever team acquires the biggest superstar, that tends to be the team who is going to win that trade ultimately. But in my opinion, just like you said, both teams have won this. They both have in their specific states that they're in the league right now. They both have gotten the needs that they needed to acquire. You look at the Lakers, like you mentioned, they got their superstar to complement LeBron James and to go push for that Lakers championship. And then you look at what the New Orleans Pelicans were able to do and get those picks, get those young players, and then for GM David Griffin to go out there and then turn that pick, one of the picks, into even more picks is absolutely incredible. And it's a great positioning job by him to position his franchise going forward.
Well, let's take a deeper look now at the Los Angeles Lakers. They make the move for an all-star, superstar player in Anthony Davis, but they had to lose a lot in order to get him, right? And one of them was their, ideal future point guard in Lonzo Ball, someone who, he struggled with injuries early on, and he has shown flashes of, really elite, not only offensively, but defensively. He has really proven himself to be an elite defender in this league. But now Rajon Rondo, not a guarantee to come back. They have enough room for another max slot. They could decide to offer it to a couple more more rotation players, spread out that money a little bit. That has definitely been thrown out there. But that point guard spot is still unsure for the Lakers. And what do you think they might do this upcoming free agency in July that might change that? Do you think they're going to go try to sign a guy like Kemba Walker, who has shown that he really would prefer to stay with Charlotte as of up to this point? Or do you think they're going to try to spread it out a couple amongst rotation players?
My opinion on what the Lakers should do is the only max free agent guy you should be going after is a Kawhi Leonard. He fits what you're trying to do, and he would give you flexibility of he's only 28 years old with Anthony Davis 26 years old. So that would be your two guys you're building post LeBron. Otherwise, they're most likely, to me, probably going to bring back Rondo or someone like that caliber. We talked earlier, maybe Darren Collison teaming up with his former coach, Frank Vogel. I don't think they go out and make the splash at the point guard position just because when it comes playoff time, when it comes late clock situations, LeBron wants the ball in his hands. So I'm not going to say LeBron runs the Lakers right now, but in his mind, he's going to make the decision as, I trust myself, I can handle the ball in late situations, so that's really all that matters.
Justin, just to hear a lineup of LeBron James, Anthony Davis,
and
Kawhi Leonard, that just absolutely sickens me. That lineup,
as a Celtics fan, that sickens me as well.
That lineup would just be absolutely ridiculous.
Because the thinking behind it then is if you get those three players, well, people are just going to come or ring chasing after that. You're going to have a bunch of guys sign the minimum and things like that. Then the Lakers are set up for not just the next 2 years, but the next 5 to 6, 7 years.
It's the Golden State Warriors all over again.
Yeah,
So now
it would be very scary.
Yeah,
because sorry, I cut you off. But Kawhi Leonard now is crowned the best player in basketball. Mm-hmm. You're now crowning him with someone who had a 10 to 12 year stretch of the best player in basketball. And then Anthony Davis, who is 26, and when he came in the NBA, a lot of people thought he could become the best player in basketball. That is a very scary big three to form in LA.
No kidding. You could argue that that's even probably better than the Golden State Warriors big three and the caliber there. But I agree with you. The Lakers should only go out if there's one person or one player that they need to go out and sign to a max contract. It is Kawhi Leonard. Now, I don't think Kawhi is looking at the Lakers in that way. I don't think there's that mutual interest there. But I think that they need to put their money that they have. They created some space for themselves. Go out there, get those rotational players. We've seen what the Raptors were able to do and able to surround their superstars with role players.
Extremely talented role players.
Exactly. And to build that depth, because we saw it when the Golden State Warriors were able to or face those injuries that they faced late in the playoffs. The lack of depth, I should say, really showed. And that's where the Raptors took advantage of them. They were able to rotate those players in. So if I had to say, the Lakers need to go out there and sign those rotational players, unless Kawhi Leonard is willing to come to LA, and not as a Clipper, but as a Los Angeles Laker.
Only a few more minutes left in this segment, guys, so I want to touch on a couple other teams. Right now, let's go across the coast. Let's talk about the Los Angeles Lakers Eastern Conference rival, the Boston Celtics. There's a lot going on with that organization right now after having what was a very underwhelming season in my eyes. I mean, it could be a little biased because I am a fan, admittedly. But for everyone was expecting this star-studded lineup: Kyrie Irving, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Gordon Hayward, Al Horford, and a bench of Terry Rozier, Marcus Smart, Marcus Morris Sr., who worked himself into the starting lineup. We were expecting number 1 seed heading into the playoffs, definitely an Eastern Conference Finals appearance, and likely an NBA Finals appearance. Rather, we see a gentleman's sweep in the second round to the Milwaukee Bucks, who absolutely demolished them in games 2, 3, 4, and 5. Absolutely demolished them. Kyrie is off the ship at this point. In my eyes, Kyrie's gone. Kyrie is looking at other suitors, which is fine. He has to move on. It didn't work this year, but the problem the Celtics are facing now, Al Horford, a guy they were greatly relying on to be able to re-sign at the end of this year or opt into his third-year option, or this year's option, a $31 million option. He decides, no, I'm not good here. I'm going to look elsewhere for a 4-year contract.
I'm going to start with the team that was last year, and then I'll get into the free agents. The Celtics looked great on paper, but sometimes when it looks great on paper, you forget the personalities and the feelings that are involved. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Terry Rozier made to the Eastern Conference Finals without Kyrie or Gordon Hayward. So they're thinking in their minds, we don't really need you. And then the two of them come back in, and the reports have come out that Brad Stevens played a little favoritism towards Gordon Hayward, which struck a chord in some of the young players in the Celtics locker room. They just never really meshed. I think it was young versus old. They never really got along. And then you get to the point of Kyrie's ghosting the team now. He doesn't want to stay, which we said is fine. The NBA is all about player movement. It looks like he's set on Brooklyn. But then Al Horford. A lot of people thought he was going to be restructuring his deal. They might set him long term. But the Celtics might be making the right move here because it looks like Al Horford wants 4 years, $100 million. He would be 37, making $25 million. It looks like the Mavs and Clippers are two teams very interested in him. The Celtics still have a lot of flexibility. It could be the right move. It's just so much has changed in a year because a lot of people thought they had a 10-year dynasty on their hands with all the players they had, and now it's kind of back to a rebuild with the young guys.
Well, I think it also just magnifies how important this draft is for them. By losing a player like Al Horford, and you also have 3 picks in the first round, those picks are going to matter. And whether or not you take 3 players to add to that depth and maybe hit gold and be able to find a player that will be able to step into that Al Horford type role, that would be great. But they also have the ammunition to go out there and maybe pick up a player that can turn into an Al Horford for them, who's maybe not as old and is demanding as much money.
And the Celtics were in the hunt for Anthony Davis before he was traded to the Lakers, and word was that they just refused to put Jason Tatum in that offer. Now, I did see other offers that included Tatum, Marcus Smart, a couple first-rounders, and a couple future second-rounders as well. What do you guys think? My personal opinion is I think they made the right move, staying not on Jason Tatum, but the whole packages that they would have had to give up. Look, a lot of players that you would have liked to include in a deal like that, a Terry Rozier, Marcus Morris Sr., they're free agents. So you don't have that kind of option. But you have now New Orleans asking for a guy like Marcus Smart, arguably their most consistent and best player from last year on both sides of the ball. And you're asking for a guy who brought Boston to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals just 2 years ago and almost beat LeBron James in his first season in the NBA. 1 year that is what I would say was a sophomore slump doesn't necessarily mean that he and a guy like Marcus Smart, a first-rounder this year, and then 2 future first-rounders, is nearly worth a guy like Anthony Davis, in my opinion, despite how proven Anthony Davis is.
I just think Danny Ainge held on to the assets too long. That was the biggest issue, because now Kyrie's out the door, and there's no really convincing him to come back, because the only reason you're trading for Anthony Davis is because Kyrie Irving's re-signing. You're not going to trade all your young pieces, Kyrie Irving's leaving, and bring Anthony Davis in. You're just the Pelicans of the East now. That's not really a smart move. So I agree with Ainge not trading for Anthony Davis in the situation, but I think it's an indictment on him for holding on to the assets too long, and time ran out on him.
And I mean, hindsight's 20/20, right? I mean, at the time, if you look back into the season, people were saying, "Oh, it's Boston's year to compete against the Golden State Warriors." So it's hard to look and say, "Hey, this is the team we have. We should be moving on from that." So it's a little bit tough to look at that, I guess, here now. But I mean, in my opinion, Jason Tatum is more fitting for the league the way it's changing today than Anthony Davis. I mean, it's becoming more of a versatile league, being able to guard all 5 spots, and I think Jason Tatum is able to do that better than Anthony Davis. I'm not saying he's a better player than him, but Jason Tatum is a more versatile player than Anthony Davis.
We still have so much to get to tonight. The NBA draft hasn't even begun, and we're already getting into some great conversation here. Pat Foster alongside Justin Huntsman and Ryan Ian, along with an entire staff of WRHU Sports Department members who you will meet as tonight goes along. We have a ton coming up here on the WRHU 2019 NBA draft. Draft Show. So thank you for either watching on WRHU's Facebook page, WRHU.org, or if you're listening locally, 88.7 FM. We thank you, and we encourage you to keep tuning in because we have some great stuff coming up. But when we come back, we're going to talk Knicks, Nets, and we've got our beat reporter, Andrew Bacigalupo, to join us in that conversation. But first, we have a recap of this NBA season done by none other than our own Lou Akumanu and Jesse Lindell.
The NBA 2018-2019 season has come to a close, and the 2019-2020 season starts here at the NBA Draft. Let's take a look on what this season shaped out to be.
Greed.
The team that has won 3 of the last 4 titles and already has 2 MVPs, plus 2 other All-Stars, is adding yet another All-Star starter. Even other NBA players couldn't handle it.
Ambition.
Got it. Here in the corner, Luka! Goes in! How did he do it? How did he do it? That is Luka magic!
Herter gets it in. Kevin looking, lob to the basket, poked away. Trey! It's locked in! And the Hawks win it! Trey Young and a deflected ball, picks it up, flips it in, and Atlanta's got the victory.
Betrayed.
Toronto traded their best, most popular player. That's what they thought of his contract. This is easily the most popular player. Vertical player, gets you buckets, scores, fun to watch. All-star in the East. And the fans aren't happy, and they got rid of him. For a player, they're praying wants to stay there.
Legacy.
We've got breaking news. LeBron is a Laker.
LeBron James is a Los Angeles Laker for what ought to occupy the final act of his NBA story.
4-year, $154 million, a max deal. That's what he can sign in LA. Likely an opt-out after 3 years that could put him back in free agency or negotiate a new deal.
Broken. And James holding his left leg. And obviously his groin area as well. He's shaken up on that play.
LeBron's not a guy that is accustomed to losing and not making the playoffs. Obviously, man, those 18 games that he was out hurt with them, it's kind of a wash. You can't even really talk about him not making the playoffs because of that. They were the 4th seed when he went out. It's unfortunate.
Valuable.
High pick and roll. Giannis on the loose. Oh, he didn't.
Oh, my gosh.
Hard. Oh, he stared at Wesley Johnson, and then he hit the 3. Wow. He put him on the deck, and then he hesitated. Stared at him for a few seconds. My goodness.
Arrogance.
The Philadelphia 76ers made a huge splash last weekend by acquiring star swingman Jimmy Butler. The trade ends Butler's tumultuous 17-month tenure with the Minnesota Timberwolves.
What matters going forward for Butler is that he is aware he has to make the situation in Philadelphia work.
Clutch.
Lillard, a chance to send the Thunder home. Lillard, long-range 3. It's good! At the buzzer!
It's off to Leonard, defended by Simmons. Is this the dagger? Oh! Game! Series! Toronto has won!
Champions.
6 of 7 from the foul line. 2-possession game. 114-110. Curry lets it fly. Canada, the NBA title is yours. The Toronto Raptors are the 2019 NBA champions. It happened. It's real. The Raptors win their first NBA championship.
For WRHU Sports, I'm Lou Acumano.
Back here on the 2019 NBA Draft Show, streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. We're on Twitter. You can follow us at WRHU Sports. You can follow me on Twitter at Justin_Hunts. You can follow my co-host, Pat Foster, at
Pat_Foster33.
And the intro was brought to us by Johnny Rupp, Andrew Murdolo, and Lou Acumano. And that package was brought to us by Jesse Lindell and Lou Acumano. But now it's time to talk a little free agency. Knicks, Nets, talking about what they possibly could do tonight and starting on June 30th. We're going to bring on our beat reporter, Andrew Bacigalupo. So, Bach, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. I'm very excited. It's draft night. Brooklyn,
they're looking to do some big things. The Knicks are looking to do some big things. The city of New York is going to be buzzing by the end of tonight after all the moves that these two teams make.
Now, Botch, let me just ask you this. There's been so much buzz around the New York Knicks and who they're going to wind up taking at that 3rd overall pick. It's looking like it's locked in at R.J. Barrett, but a lot of talk about Darius Garland, a lot of talk recently about Kobe White, the point guard out of UNC. Who do you think really fits at least the path New York's trying to take towards rebuilding? Who do you think fits best in that organization? R.J. Barrett, Darius Garland, or even Kobe White?
Well, the Knicks did do 2 last-minute workouts with Darius Garland and Kobe White, and in the past, when the Knicks have done that with last-minute workouts, Frank Ntilikina was drafted, and so was Kristaps Porzingis. So you could see a trend. I think it's almost a lock that it's R.J. Barrett. I think he fits the system perfectly for the Knicks. But with the New York Knicks, you're so far away from actually achieving something right now. You're at the bottom of the barrel. You just need to get players who can really go out there and make a name for themselves. R.J. Barrett arguably could be the best player in this draft. You need to just get the best available player that there is right now, and that's R.J. Barrett. That's going to be sitting there at 3.
And Justin, you and I were talking earlier today about this, actually. R.J. Barrett, he's a ton of potential. This guy is a number 1 pick just going in the wrong draft, right? This guy could be going number 1 in basically any other draft looking back the past 3 or 4 years, correct? I think we can all agree there. He's not necessarily a guy that's going to go out there and be the facilitator that New York needs. And right now, they don't have that facilitator. Dennis Smith Jr., a fine point guard who's still got a lot of upside, and he's still young, could still definitely develop. But his game hasn't really shown flashes of turning into that type of facilitator that R.J. Barrett, I think, would need in order to succeed in a city like New York.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue going on right now with the Knicks. I get it. R.J. Barrett wants to go there. It makes perfect sense. They need to get someone that bleeds New York, quote unquote, loves the city, wants to play for them, but at the same time, he's a nosedive scorer. He's going with a guy like Dennis Smith Jr. that can't shoot the ball all that well. Spacing is going to be an issue. Get the best player, and I think that's R.J. Barrett, but it's not a clean fit, and that might be, let's move Dennis Smith Jr. in this offseason, but the Knicks are in a very hard situation right now because a lot of people thought they were going to be getting Kyrie and KD, and the past week or so, it doesn't look like that's going to be panning out for them.
And I also want to ask you about the Nets right now. We're looking at this team. What an unbelievable season they had from a team that just was absolutely destroyed by one of the worst trades in NBA history in only a few years' time, making it back into the playoffs. And it wasn't the type of performance they would have liked to see in the first round against Philadelphia, but nonetheless, still a great regular season. D'Angelo Russell breaks out. He's now a free agent. And Kyrie Irving is heavily considering, or as we've been told, joining the Brooklyn Nets. And there's been some talk that if that happens, D'Angelo Russell is gone. He's not going to play with Kyrie Irving. I just want your thoughts right now. What do you think about the possibility of Kyrie Irving joining this team and D'Angelo Russell leaving after such a breakout season?
Well, my beloved Nets, I've been following this story for weeks, and it's been driving me absolutely insane. I do not like the idea of Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn.
Why?
I think because if you put Kyrie Irving on this Nets team, what improves on this team? We're basically the Celtics of last season. Kyrie Irving has no locker room leadership, and he's gonna be, if he goes to Brooklyn, he's in a locker room filled with young talent. You know, you have Karis LeVert, Jared Allen, even Spencer Dinwiddie. He's still 25. Even if you bring back D'Angelo Russell, he's 23. It's a young locker room that has built chemistry throughout this season. The Nets were not expected to be good at all last season, and they come out, put up a 42-40 record, and make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. Why would you want to just tear apart what you're doing just to have a star in Brooklyn? And it would be big. Having Kyrie Irving say, hey, I don't want to play for the Knicks. I'd rather play crosstown in Brooklyn. That's big for a franchise who's been considered the little man in New York, or who hasn't been considered the favorite franchise in New York. But I just think you can't break up what the Nets have done. Like, D'Angelo Russell was an all-star. He still can make an impact on this team, and he's younger. I'd rather him than Kyrie Irving.
Now, Andrew, real quick before we let you go, we got some more to get to. Brooklyn's picking at 27 right now. What do you think they do with that pick before we even get close to there?
I think Brooklyn will pick at 27. Sean Marks, I mean, he's been trading picks away and gaining picks constantly throughout this offseason so far. But I think they're going to stay with 27. And if Kevin Porter Jr. is available for them at 27, I think they make that pick, and he will just be a sleeper to fall to the Nets at 27.
Andrew, thank you so much for coming on and joining us for the program this early on. We'll talk to you throughout the night of the show. So make sure to tune in for Bacigalupo as he comes back later in tonight's show. We've got a lot to get to, including an interview with NBA draft guru Rashad Phillips when we come back. But first, we have a free agency impact package by Kyle Byrne.
The NBA free agency can change the course of a whole season and can even bring a championship to a team with just one free agent signing. The reason why the NBA free agency is big these days is because of this decision on a summer day in 2010.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
This not only changed the landscape of the NBA for the next few years, it also changed free agency altogether, as we've seen more and more quote-unquote super teams come together, with the most recent one being in Golden State when Kevin Durant decided to do this in 2016.
The KD sweepstakes has come to an end. Kevin Durant is headed to Oakland. In an announcement made on the Players Tribune Monday, the 7-time All-Star said he'll be joining the Golden State Warriors.
Since then, the last couple of off seasons have been everything but quiet, with LeBron James leaving Cleveland yet again, but this time for Hollywood.
After a frenzied weekend of fans scrutinizing his every move, King James finally made his decision.
LeBron is a Laker.
To spend the next 4 years playing for one of the most storied franchises in NBA history, the Los Angeles Lakers.
Now this offseason is like any other, with players such as KD, Kemba Walker, Kawhi Leonard, Kyrie Irving, Jimmy Butler, and Klay Thompson all set to hit the open market. And those are just the big ones. There are many more on this list, and that doesn't even include the trade possibilities that could happen, as we just saw a monumental trade go down the other day.
Breaking news is Anthony Davis headed to the Lakers. The Pelicans have traded AD for Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, and 3 first-round picks, including the 4th overall pick in Thursday's draft, as first reported by ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski.
Now with AD on the Lakers with LeBron, will this make it a hotspot for free agents, or is Hollywood not what players are looking for? Also, a big factor in this NBA free agency will be injuries, as Kevin Durant just tore his Achilles in the NBA Finals.
Ibaka trying to stay with Durant, knocks it away, and Durant slipping. Durant goes down, holding his leg. Ibaka goes up, and a style down the other end. And Durant grabbing that right leg. It's the right calf that put him out. His teammates going over to check him.
You could feel it was almost like it was a mini funeral back there, and he limped out midway through the third quarter. You don't leave a game of this magnitude. This is a guy who's been cheering his team along the whole time. The entire NBA just changed tonight.
Along with Klay Thompson going down the next game with an ACL tear.
Lowry gets past, falls down, lost the ball. Thompson running the floor, and a foul. And Thompson grabs his left knee, now writhing in pain. Steph Curry slamming the ball on the court, so upset.
Interior cruciate ligament, that's a rehab that's going to carry Klay Thompson well into next season, perhaps February or March, before he might be able to return to an NBA court. Just devastating for Klay Thompson and for the Warriors.
Now this affects how teams look at them on the open market, and will also affect how much money they will get and for how long. And as for Kawhi Leonard, he just brought the Raptors their first NBA championship and earned Finals MVP along the way. Yet he still remains unsigned and has shown no intention on re-signing. Now Toronto wasn't his first, or his second, or even his third choice when he was traded last summer from San Antonio. But here lies the 2-time NBA champion waiting to become a free agent this summer. This offseason will be not anything like we've seen before, as we'll have tons of trades and tons of moves, as this will change the NBA for seasons to come. For WRHU, I'm Kyle Byrne.
Thank you so much to WRHU Sports' own Kyle Byrne for bringing us that package. Patrick Foster alongside my co-host Justin Huntsman and our player analyst Ryan Yee on the end. You can't see him right now. Sorry, Ryan. But he is here as well. There he is. There's his beautiful face. Want to thank everyone for tuning in, whether it's on WRHU Sports' Facebook page, WRHU.org, or if you're a local, 88.7 FM. We want to thank everyone for tuning in. We've gotten to so much already. We've talked a little bit about the offseason, which hasn't even really begun yet. The AD trade to LA, Boston, what's going on there. We talked a little bit about the Knicks, a little bit about the Nets. Both teams we'll get to throughout the show. But we've got a huge interview that we're going to bring to you right now with an NBA draft guru, Rashad Phillips. I'm Patrick Foster now. This is Justin Huntsman. We're going to sit down with Rashad Phillips, none other than the voice of Sports Talk 2319, the voice of the unhurt athlete, also University of Detroit Mercy's all-time leading scorer with 2,319 points, hence the 2319 in the name of the show. I always thought that was pretty clever. He's also one of my favorite follows on Twitter. I know he's Justin's as well, also one of Justin's top followers, which is pretty cool. That is pretty cool if I do say so myself. But enough's been said. Rashad, how are you doing tonight? Thank you so much for joining us.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me on your show. I really appreciate it. It means a lot.
No problem, Rashad, and thanks for joining us. We're just about to start the draft right now, and a lot of people so far, specifically this year, have said it's a top-heavy draft. I don't agree with it. What is your take on this year's draft?
Yeah, I tend to disagree as well. I just think that I think every year we say the same thing about the draft. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say this draft is just loaded with tons of talent from top to bottom. I think every year the draft gets the same narrative. Oh, there's only a few players in this draft, and then 3-4 years pass, and then the guy that was drafted 45th becomes an all-star or something like that. You know, so I do think there's a lot of kids in this draft. There's a heavy talent pool. You just have to do your homework and find the right players and put them with the right team. So I really like this draft from top to bottom, and I think that some of these kids are going to be some surprising players going forward.
I completely agree with you, Rashad, but let's start getting to some of the individual prospects themselves. Where else do you start with Zion Williamson, the projected #1 pick in tonight's draft, a guy that's been polarizing to everyone in the college basketball world and the basketball world in general? His videos really began blowing up back at Spartanburg Day School. He began to even blow up even more this year in his first season at Duke. That's where everyone really came to the consensus that he is the #1 overall pick in this draft. This is a guy, though, who has sparked a little bit of controversy because he's drawn comparisons to LeBron James, Charles Barkley, but a lot of other people think he could even just be one of the biggest busts of all time. Now, Rashad, I just want to present you with two statements. Justin and I will. I'm going to present you with the first one, and I just want your reaction. Zion Williamson will transcend basketball.
No.
How about Zion Williamson will be a bust?
No.
Okay, so Rashad, what do you believe is a realistic expectation for a guy like Zion Williamson in today's NBA?
I think he's going to be just a good player. I think a lot of times, I think and I say that in general, I think sometimes we put too much on kids and not allow them to grow and nurture into themselves. And I think Zion is going to be a terrific basketball player going forward. There's obviously there's some weaknesses that he has, but every kid has weaknesses. But doesn't shoot the ball well. The decision making is not quite there. But I think now with Lonzo Ball and Drew Holiday having those mature guards around him, I think they will elevate his game, and he's going to play really well. So I don't think he's going to be transcending the game or anything like that. I just don't see that type of basketball player. But I just do see a kid that's going to be really good for a lot of years in the NBA.
Now, when we talk NBA draft prospects, we always are talking about what their ceiling is. What do you think Zion Williamson's ceiling could be?
I think he'll be a 20-10 guy. I think he's a double-double guy. I think he's a highlight reel. I think he's going to be extremely marketable, and I think he's going to sell tickets. So, I mean, that right there is just, the makings of maybe a superstar in the NBA. But as far as, changing the game and having that type of LeBron James effect or Michael Jordan effect, I don't see that. I just see a kid that's going to make some All-Star games, maybe win Rookie of the Year, and do really well in the marketing department.
Now, Rashad, let's move on to a guy in Ja Morant, the point guard out of Murray State. A guy that scouts and NBA GMs have been high on and continue to get higher on as these, pre-draft workout, have progressed. Some say he might even be worth taking #1 overall over Zion, and the Pelicans are on the clock right now. What do you think about that? Is Ja Morant, worth taking #1 over Zion?
Yeah, I think it comes down to preference at the end of the day, and positional preference. When you look at the point guard position, it's like being a quarterback, and Ja Morant is the superstar quarterback in this draft. I've said it. I've been saying it for a while. He's the Patrick Mahomes of this year's draft. Last year Trae Young was the Patrick Mahomes of the draft. So you got a superstar quarterback, and in the NBA, you got to have a point guard that can direct traffic. The usage rate is high. A guy that can make decisions. Be acrobatic, lead guys, and Ja Morant, he epitomizes that.
Now let's talk about the 3rd overall pick. It belongs to the New York Knicks. They've been heavily favored to take R.J. Barrett with that 3rd overall pick, but yesterday snuck in workouts with Darius Garland and Kobe White, both private workouts. Now, Darius Garland's kind of a guy that puzzles me a little bit. We don't have much film on him. He only played about 6 games at Vanderbilt. Does that confuse you as well, how his stock is rising right now?
No, it's not only you. I think a lot of us are on the same boat there. And I think honestly behind it all, I think it's because when players have different representation, so you have to follow. I always say follow the representation first. So if you look at Darius Garland's representation, who is it? It's Clutch Sports, LeBron James. So they're probably the most powerful agency in the NBA. So when you have that machine behind you, pushing you, that kind of push your name to the front of the line. So that's, I think, what we're seeing. But in regards to Darius as a basketball player, I think he's really good. He gave us a small sample size. So I don't know if he's top 5 worthy, but there's going to be somebody who's going to take a risk on him, and I think over time they'll see how that plays out.
Once again, Patrick Foster and Justin Huntsman for WRHU Sports, speaking with none other than the host of Sports Talk 2319, the voice of the unheard athlete, Mr. Rashad Phillips himself, also self-proclaimed NBA draft guru. Now, Rashad, you've been very prolific with the football comparisons. You compared John Morant to Patrick Mahomes, and we're seeing Cam Reddish comparisons to even Randy Moss. Do you want to explain that a little bit for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a huge football fan, so that's why I like to tie it in. But when you look at Cam Reddish, I remember Randy Moss coming out in the draft, and he had all these red flags. Oh, he's not this, he's not that, and this. But when you turn on the tape, it was like, wow, like, what are you guys talking about? Like, are you watching this guy? So to me, Cam Reddish kind of reminds me of, he has that same narrative of media-created red flags. But when I turn on the tape and watch Cam Reddish, I just see something totally different than the red flag. So that's why he reminds me of Randy Moss. I think he's dynamic. He's the prototypical wing player. And if he gets with the right team, I think he'll be able to maximize his potential. He reminds me a lot of Tracy McGrady. He has a lot of that type of skill set, a facilitator at 6'8", 6'9", and I just think if he gets with the right team, I think you'll see why the comparisons could probably hold true.
And Rashad, now we've talked about a couple top prospects, but here at Hofstra we have our very own prospect, Justin Wright Foreman. I know you've written about Justin yourself. What do you think of Justin as a player, and where do you think he'll go tonight in the draft?
Yes, I know all about Justin Wright Foreman. It's funny because he texted me this morning. He's terrific. He's been on my show. I've watched him for the last 2 years. He was top 5 in the country in scoring 2 years in a row. He scored over 2,000 points at Hofstra. Left-handed, can score in space. He's very athletic. He can knock down shots. And I told people before, he reminds me a lot of Nick Van Exel. His ability to make tough shots. He has great footwork, and he's a better on-ball defender than what people give him. So he definitely is an NBA player in my eyes. And if any NBA team gives him an opportunity and a chance, they'll see how dynamic Justin Wright Foreman really is.
Once again, he is Rashad Phillips, the host of Sports Talk 2319, the voice of the unheard athlete. You can follow him on Twitter at RP3Natural. He is, as he proclaims to be, the NBA draft guru. The first pick was in. It was Zion Williamson. We got to let you go, Rashad. So thank you so much for joining us. We know you're extremely busy. It really means a lot that you take the time to speak with us today.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
Will do. That was Rashad Phillips, the voice of Sports Talk 2319, the voice of the unhurt athlete, NBA draft guru. Give him a follow on Twitter at RP3Natural. And that's it, guys. Just like that, while we were on the phone with Rashad, the first pick of the NBA draft is Zion Williamson is headed to the New Orleans Pelicans.
It's no shock here. I mean, everybody thought he was going to be the number 1 overall
I tried to build it up, okay?
It was locked
I really
in.
did.
It was locked in 2 hours ago, but I mean, the Pelicans, it's the new reform of the lottery now. The Pelicans luck out. They get the first overall pick, and what could be a generational player is Zion Williamson going to New Orleans.
Yeah, and Ryan, I know anyone who's watching this right now probably doesn't need what you're about to bring them, but why don't you bring us a little bit of analysis for the number 1 overall pick, Zion Williamson?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, what can I say about this guy? This guy is just an absolute athletic specimen. We haven't seen someone coming out into the NBA draft as athletic as Zion, since you could argue since LeBron James. This guy is absolutely dominant on the court. His size, he's coming in weighing at 285 pounds, 6'7", huge. But not only is he athletic, an extreme elite athletic ability, but he's also very, very versatile. The guy can play very good defense, and he's very, very strong on the court. Now, the one thing that I will knock against him, his shot does look a little bit clunky. It's something that he can improve on, especially on the free throw line as well, only shooting 64% during his time at Duke. So it's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts, especially because the game is sort of moving away from his playing style. So it's going to be interesting to see how he kind of adapts to the new NBA and fits in with the New Orleans Pelicans.
And something I want to say about Zion, he's getting a lot of pressure. Like, this is a kid, like, I don't know if we've seen one kid, like, just get this much hype around him since LeBron James. Like, you can go back to Ben Simmons, but I still don't even think it's even close. Like, this Zion Williamson is the most hyped athlete I can remember, at least in high school. Like, I don't remember, like, I was 4 when LeBron James was drafted. You know, I don't remember that nearly as clearly as I remember Zion, and this has just captivated the sports world overall, just him and as an athlete. But I want to talk about him at Duke, right? You talked about his shooting ability. You talked about, you know, his ability on the free throw line, and that is absolutely something that's going to need to improve. Around 65% from the free throw line, just never going to get it done. But we knew he wasn't going to be a shooter or an outside perimeter shot creator, right? We knew that wasn't his game, but he was forced to kind of do that throughout the year when guys like Trey Jones, you know, weren't really able to step up. Cam Reddish, in my opinion, just didn't have the season I was expecting. He had to take a third seat to 2 guys in Zion and RJ. So that's tough. Like, I'm not blaming Cam Reddish, but when you're not getting the production out of a guy like Cam Reddish that you're expecting to, guys like RJ Barrett and Zion Williamson are going to try to extend their games into parts that they're not so strong in order to kind of pick up that slack. And I don't really mean to harp on Cam Reddish, but he just didn't provide what everyone, I think, was expecting him to throughout the entire season. So you look at Zion, 33, close to 34% three-point shooting over the season, but he took 71 threes. I don't think anyone would have expected Zion to attempt over 30 threes at Duke that season. He took over 70 shots from beyond the arc. So I think that's a number, his percentage, that's going to improve. And once you get behind NBA coaching, the shot form will improve, and the overall confidence from beyond the arc will improve as well.
Yeah, the natural comp for for Zion Williamson is Blake Griffin.
There it is.
There you go, Blake Griffin, and a little mix of Charles Barkley. I think it's tough on someone that every time that we have a generational athlete, he's always, is he the next LeBron? I don't think that's fair. His game's not very similar to LeBron. It's not as smooth on the offensive end of getting shots up, but he's going to have a great career. Blake Griffin's an All-NBA player, and I think that's what we can expect as Zion Williamson progresses in his NBA career.
When we move down to the second overall pick, the commissioner, Adam Silver, is headed to the podium to announce the Memphis Grizzlies selection. At number 2, it is expected to be Ja Morant, the point guard out of Murray State. We're still expecting what it's going to be. The commissioner still has yet to make the announcement, but Ja Morant, a guy who's really got a lot of people excited, and there it is, Ja Morant selected number 2 overall. He will head to Memphis, a team that just traded away their longtime starting point guard, Mike Conley, and we all knew that this was coming when they made that trade.
Yeah, I think it makes a ton of sense. You trade your point guard to hand the keys to someone new now. You have a young player in Jaren Jackson Jr. You're pairing him with Ja Morant. It makes sense. Memphis, they were stuck in the middle for a while. It's time to reboot it, go for a rebuild, and start anew.
I want to bring in our Memphis beat reporter, Eliza Kravitz. Now, Eliza, what do you think about this pick the Grizzlies just made at number 2?
Well, I think it was a great pick for them. They needed a point guard, and they got that point guard. As you can see, they have new management this year, and they're looking to rebuild. So they get this young, new point guard in, and they'll rebuild.
Now, I want to ask you this, Eliza. This is more philosophy in football. I was talking to Jared Greenberg the other day, who we're going to have an interview with today as well. We're talking about how, you know, in the NFL, you have maybe a young quarterback that would benefit from a few years behind a more experienced quarterback, even if you think that young quarterback has a lot of talent, a lot of potential. But in the NBA, it's not so much the same, right? You have a guy like Ja Morant coming in. Some people might say, oh, why would you trade away Mike Conley? He would have been such a good mentor to Ja. But with Mike Conley gone, that's not really a possibility anymore. How do you think Ja Morant's going to initially fit in the NBA without a mentor like Mike Conley?
I think even though he doesn't have experience, so to say, in the NBA, he has experience playing college ball. And in the sense, it's sort of the same thing, playing at such a big team, televised games. I think without having a mentor, you can learn from your own mistakes and learn from players around you. You don't have to have a player in that role that is necessarily your mentee, but I think you can learn and grow with the people around you and other veterans on the team.
Thanks, Eliza, for coming on, talking a little Memphis Grizzlies. They'll be back in action, drafting, I believe, in the second round. I don't think they have another first-round pick, but
we'll see for the Phoenix pick as well,
yes.
Correct? Or what is now
Minnesota will be up 6. Phoenix is at 11. It's okay. They move back a little bit, so it gives you a little break now.
Thanks so much for coming on, Eliza. Really appreciate it. So let's dive in a little bit more into John Morant with Ryan Yee.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is, I mean, like you guys said, we expected this pick. As soon as Mike Conley was traded, it was John Morant all the way. I mean, there was some speculation that maybe Memphis was looking to move that pick, and maybe with the Pelicans trying to move up to maybe acquire RJ Barrett and pair him with Zion Williamson, but that's not the case. John Morant is going to be their guy. And I just want to add to your point, Pat, about trading away Mike Conley and having that mentor. I don't think the NBA is necessarily like that.
I agree.
Exactly. I think that for a player that is growing, especially a talent like John Morant, he needs those minutes. He needs to experience what it's like to be on an NBA court, and that's exactly what he'll do. But to dive into what John Morant is like, coming from Murray State, the guy is an athlete. The guy can do everything. He's an athletic wonder. He goes in, he can make those plays. He averaged 24.5 points this season, along with 10 assists, so he can also move that ball. So if there's a player that you want to start with this Memphis team, John Morant is one of those perfect guys to start rebuilding.
I think it makes a lot of sense now. Like you said, I agree with you in the NBA. It's different as in the NFL. I think you need those minutes, you need that time. I would like to have seen Mike Conley play half a season with him and just kind of lead him in, giving the lumps of the NBA. What's it like on an everyday basis of how to train your body, how to get ready, how to take training camp, little things like that. But obviously you can get over that. But the Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr. is really what Memphis wanted to pair them with now. You have a solid base now. They have some money in the cap. They'll probably look to take on other deals. They're going to be a tanking team for probably the next 2 to 3 seasons. So you give Morant those minutes, he's going to learn, and hopefully you can acquire more draft picks in the following drafts in the next few years.
But one thing we haven't addressed, guys, about John Morant, this is a mid-major point guard. This is a guy who's coming out of the Ohio Valley Conference, something that a lot of fans, a lot of GMs kind of take into account when analyzing a player of his talent level, right? The numbers he puts up are absolutely ridiculous. You look back, almost 25 points per game, close to 6 rebounds, and led the NCAA in assists with 10 per game. This is a guy who definitely stuffed the stat sheet on a nightly basis, but do you think that him coming from the Ohio Valley Conference, a mid-major conference, kind of affects what you might see out of him early on in his career?
The only thing that I worry about with John Morant moving towards the NBA is about 180 pounds soaking wet. So that always worries me is when a guy gets in the league, they're very skinny. It takes about 2-3 years. These guys are so young now. That's what people don't realize. You're drafting a 19, 20-year-old kid and handing them the keys. Your body's not fully developed. Your brain's not fully developed. So you have to give them some time. But Morant, skill-wise, no. If you have skills, it's just like with Justin Wright-Foreman. If you can play, it doesn't matter what level competition, as long as you're excelling and showing those skills off, I trust that he can be a good player.
Now with the 3rd overall pick, the New York Knicks, the pick is in. We've brought in our New York Knicks beat reporter for the night, Andrew Bacigalupo. Andrew, where do you think the Knicks are going with this pick? It's coming in short.
Well, we spoke about it before the draft started. I think it will be RJ Barrett. I think the Knicks, they have so many needs. Get the best available player. Try and build something around him. They have so much work to do. RJ Barrett has to be the pick here, as it looks like Adam Silver is heading his way to the stage. We'll see what the pick is. But for the New York Knicks, a little disappointing season. Last in the NBA record-wise. They wanted to get that first pick for Zion Williamson. They wanted to tank. Unfortunately, they don't get that. But here with the 3rd pick, as Adam Silver's announcing it now, if it is RJ Barrett, I do believe that it is the best available player in this draft, and it is. RJ Barrett confirmed. He will be a New York Knick. Barrett only worked out for the Knicks. He wanted to be a Knick. He has told everybody repeatedly that he wanted to be a New York Knick, and now, as you see Spike Lee clapping his hands, he looks a little excited. RJ Barrett will now be on the New York Knicks.
I mean, look at the raw excitement on TV. Rowan Barrett, and his father, and RJ just jumping for joy there as the Knicks. I mean, if you're the New York franchise, you have to be excited someone is begging to play for you. It's not every day.
True.
It's not every
so true.
It's not every day that someone wants, as much as everybody's like, "Oh, I want to go to New York in the allure of the mecca of basketball." It's great, no, but when someone is begging you to play for them, that means they're going to give you a little extra. At the end of the day, when they're gassed out, there's a little extra in the tank. You're playing for the New York Knicks. You have the blue and orange on. You have Spike Lee at your games. There's a little extra pressure, but if one player in this draft can handle that pressure, it's a guy like RJ Barrett. His godfather, Steve Nash. His dad was a pro player. He was built for basketball. He was built for this moment, and it's a perfect pick for the Knicks.
And let me just ask you guys, when do you remember the Knicks making the obvious pick? Right? Let's look back at past Knick drafts. This is the first time I can remember, in God knows how long, that the Knicks go, here's a guy that's obviously good enough to be taken here. He wants to play for us. Our fans are into him. They would very much support him here in New York. Let's take him. Instead of going, oh, here's a guy that we really likes us. Our fans like, let's get some random European that's going to bust, like, at the 3rd overall pick. Like, thank God the Knicks are finally showing some sense taking an obvious pick at 3. gosh, I'm just happy when basketball in New York is better. Well, it just makes the NBA better.
That's what's funny, because I think that's where all the worry from Knicks fans came from when they started working out Garland and started working out White. They're like, oh my God, like, are we gonna?
Is management overthinking?
Exactly.
This right
So
that's what I think the Knicks constantly do, though. They keep overthinking. Like
Right.
Frank Ntilikina, defensive wizard. He just has to build an offensive game.
Right.
No. Now you're looking to trade him for a second-round pick. Just make the right pick and
But I mean,
take the obvious player.
credit where credit is due. Phil Jackson, with the absolute snipe years ago, getting Kristaps Porzingis, who's not even on the roster anymore, so it doesn't even matter. But it's like that's the one isolated incident, and it seemed like them and a few other teams as well, like the Suns and a few other teams that are just not coming to mind right now, try to follow in those footsteps. And I think very quickly people realize, not a good way to go.
New York finally made the right move. That's all I can say here.
Thank gosh.
Is like RJ
geez.
Barrett wants to play for you, draft him. It's as simple as that. Like, he was a good player, Duke. As much as people want to knock at his game, I think his vision isn't great. But a freshman that averages 22 points, 8 rebounds, and I think 4 assists, it's not every day you get a player like that. We, with social media now, scrutinize every single move a player makes. Sometimes you have to look at him. He's going to turn 19 very soon. I think he just turned 19. You take the gamble on him.
And you mentioned Kristaps Porzingis, Pat. I think maybe they learned from their lesson. You know, Kristaps Porzingis didn't want to be a Knick, and as soon as they heard that RJ Barrett was so down to come to New York and play at MSG, and
So
do all
down.
that, yeah, you can't pass up on that. So
Right.
it's going to be great to see RJ Barrett in that Knicks uniform, I think.
Can you just tell us a little bit about how you think he's going to fit in with the Knicks? Like, how do you, Ryan, think a player like RJ Barrett fits into this Knicks organization?
Well, I think we mentioned it before, where RJ Barrett, when you're buying into him, he is a pure scorer. He's going to get you those buckets. But the problem is with the Knicks, they don't necessarily have that playmaker that can necessarily get him the ball, that can work off him and give RJ Barrett that space to go out and score in basket. But what I should say is that, and you guys mentioned this earlier, if there's one guy that could be a first overall pick in any other year, it could be RJ Barrett. This guy is young, and he isn't a year in advance. He's a year early. So if he was to come in this next lottery or draft class in the following year, he could easily be a first pick. So he could be a steal for the Knicks at the 3rd pick.
Yeah, and a really emotional moment right now. RJ standing with his father at the podium, breaking down in tears, man. Him and Zion both got very emotional after their picks. I can't imagine the gravity of this moment, but congratulations to him, man, and everyone going in tonight. It's such an incredible accomplishment. But now we move on in this draft to what is becoming rough waters. We really don't know what's to come at these next, 56 picks? We really don't know what's about to happen, but the Lakers, they're on the clock there. It's reported that a pick is in. We have our beat reporter in with us right now, Johnny Rupp. Johnny, where do you think the Lakers are going with this pick?
Well, as you guys know, this pick was sent to the
right,
Pelicans. It's now sent to the Atlanta Hawks.
Mhm.
Everyone seems to think it's going to be DeAndre Hunter, forward from Virginia. Just going to review some of his accolades. He's first team All-ACC in 2019, the 2019 ACC Defensive Player of the Year. He was an AP third team All-American. I think he fits perfectly in the 3 next to John Collins, who's there at the 4. And with Hawks, still having another pick at number 10, I could see them maybe going Cam Reddish to stick at the 2. But yeah, I think Hunter's a good fit next to John Collins down there as a forward position.
Yeah, see, I was going to say, I don't think Hunter is a perfect fit in Atlanta. I
completely agree.
If they take Reddish at 10, yes, then this is a heist of getting both of them at 4 and 10. But I don't think Reddish will last till 10, and I think Reddish was the perfect guy to pair him with Trae Young, with John Collins, with that young core. DeAndre Hunter is going to stick in the NBA, don't get me wrong. But taking him with the number 4 overall pick is just something doesn't make sense to me, because he is close to Trevor Ariza to me. He's going to defend and he's going to shoot the ball well. But the rest of his game is very unfinished. It's very rough. It's unpolished, and that's just not what you want in the Hawks right now. You want Cam Reddish, a spot-up shooter that's going to fit with Trae Young. So it is what it is. I mean, hopefully, I hope DeAndre Hunter has a great career. I would have liked him to go to the Pelicans with that young core more.
I completely agree with him there. One, you need a scoring wing on Atlanta right now, and I think Cam Reddish is that guy, right? And he's the obvious choice in the draft right now. And you go with a guy like DeAndre Hunter, you're bringing in a guy who, in my opinion, doesn't really fit your timeline, which is funny because you're working with a second-year point guard, but he's so ahead of his years as Trae Young. Yeah. And so I'd like to pair him with a guy like you said, a guy who's a little bit more polished, and that is Cam Reddish. And he's a shooter. He's a pure shooter. He can extend the floor. He can really space the floor for guys like John Collins as well. I think a guy like Kevin Huerter would be really nice coming off the bench to complement Cam Reddish. So I think that's the obvious pick for Atlanta, but I think we'll see. DeAndre Hunter would be a very interesting pick for the Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pick's already in. I mean, Woj and Shams have already been tweeting and leaking it. The ESPN is in commercial right now. So we'll just act as if they drafted DeAndre Hunter. Let's just talk about number 10 right now because they were linked of talking a wing and then possibly a big. Jackson Hayes has been heavily linked with the Hawks. Where do you think they could possibly go with the number 10 overall?
I think if he's still on the board, it's going to be Cam Reddish. The Hawks have been one of the most heavily linked teams to him. So they have a lot of interest. Could fit there as wing player with Trae Young. I think it's going to be Cam Reddish if he's there. If not, I think you mentioned Jackson Hayes. I think he'd probably he would be the pick if it's not Reddish.
Got you. Now, what about Jarrett Culver? How do you think Jarrett Culver might fit into this system in Atlanta?
I think Culver would actually, if I was the Hawks picking at 4, Culver would have been my guy. Okay. I think he was the perfect defense first backcourt option to go with Trae Young. Then obviously it doesn't look like they're going Culver. It's going to look like it's going to be DeAndre Hunter. So, but yeah, nonetheless, I think Culver would have been a good fit there with Trae Young backfield.
Got you, Johnny. Thanks so much for coming on and updating us on the Atlanta Hawks and where they'll be going. We kind of know where they're going to be going with DeAndre Hunter at this point, but it's not official yet, at least via ESPN. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our update man very shortly. He's going to bring us around the wild world of sports. But before we get there, guys, just quick thoughts. What do you think, despite what we know is already leaked, what do you think would have been the smartest move at number 4 for the Atlanta Hawks? Both Justin and Ryan.
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm going to stick with Cam Reddish. I thought it would have been a slam dunk to get Cam Reddish and maybe Nas Little at 10. I thought that would have been the perfect draft for the Hawks. Nonetheless, I think DeAndre Hunter does fit. It's just his ceiling is not as high as Cam Reddish, and he's not as polished on the offensive end with Trae Young. But again, you're still getting a good player that's going to be productive for you.
Yeah, just quickly here, Cam Reddish, like you said, more polished. You'll be able to fit in that system, and you mentioned it, Pat. Trae Young's a little bit more developed, and I think Cam Reddish would have been able to pair with Young a little bit better. But they are getting a good defender in Hunter, and we saw how good or how important defenders are when it comes late in playoff time. If they can develop him into an elite defender, he can become huge. We saw it with Kawhi. Kawhi was huge on defense, and it ultimately bought the Raptors a championship. DeAndre Hunter may have the opportunity to do the same thing.
And there it is, DeAndre Hunter, the forward out of Virginia, is going to the Atlanta Hawks via the pick from the Los Angeles Lakers. We're going to dive into that a little bit more when we come back, along with the picks coming up. But first, we have a sports update from our own update man, Max Sacco.
Thanks, guys. There's action all across the MLB today and across the pond in France for the Women's World Cup. Down in Tampa Bay, there was breaking news that the Tampa Rays has been approved by the MLB to start looking at splitting home games between Tampa Bay and Montreal. The MLB has not released details yet on the team name, colors of the uniform, or who would host the playoffs in that situation. As for the local teams, the Mets travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. The Metropolitans look to get back in the win column after a 7-2 loss in Atlanta the night before. Mets manager Mickey Callaway says the team needs to get their pitching in line if they want to start to win again.
We haven't had anybody other than really Lugo.
Also coming out of Queens today, the Mets have fired their pitching coaches Dave Island and Chuck Hernandez. They have promoted Phil Reagan as their new pitching coach for the rest of the season. Up in the Bronx, the Yankees and Astros face off tonight. The Yankees were swept the first time the teams faced each other down in Houston. The Yankees will start Chad Green and the Astros will start Framber Valdez. Right now the score is 0-0 in the bottom of the third. The Yankees also announced today that former All-Star right fielder Aaron Judge will return to the lineup, and he will come off the injured list starting tomorrow. Finally, in France, the United States women's national team beat the Swedish women's team 2-0 to finish on top of their group. The team also broke the record for most goals during the group stage when Tobin Heath scored the 18th goal for the Americans, breaking the previous record of 17 held by the Norwegians back in 1995.
Dino gets it back, sending it in. Wanted Lloyd, finds Heath instead. Tobin Heath looking. Lloyd trying to get free shot, and a goal for Heath! Spectacular! U.S. leads 2-0.
Sound courtesy of Fox Sports. The U.S. will face Spain in the round of 16 on June 24th. For your NBA Draft Show Sports Update, I'm Max Sacco. Now let's go back to our wonderful hosts, Pat Foster and Justin Huntsman.
You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU FM and streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. Now we rejoin Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, and Pat Foster.
Thank you so much for that throw from our own Pete Silverman. That was great. And our own Max Sacco joining us to bring us those updates, calling us wonderful. Wow, how sweet of him. That was so nice of him. And bringing music to my ears as a Yankee fan. Aaron Judge coming back to the lineup tomorrow. So thank goodness. I know our sports department director, Lion Suze, is very excited about that as well as she raises her hands to the sky and to rejoice. But the Cavaliers are on the clock right now. It's not obviously their pick. It's going to, it's ESPN is this is what we're going to get into right now before we bring on our own Andrew Medola. Why are they doing this? I'm looking at the TV to find who's picking, and they're putting up Cavaliers when it's not the Cavaliers, but they're putting up Lakers when it's Atlanta's pick, when the trade has already gone through. And as you alluded to, the picks are wearing the hats of the team who traded the pick. It doesn't make any sense.
So one, it is the Cavs pick at number 5, so that ESPN got that right.
Okay.
But I do think, here's one thing I think, is when I'm looking up and I see DeAndre Hunter wear the Lakers hat, they're supposed to be their special moment. It's supposed to be a special night. He's never going to put on a Lakers jersey. It's just, I just feel like you know that trade happened. It's happened already. He's going to be an Atlanta Hawk. Give him the Hawks hat. It's his special night. He's going to have that picture forever wearing the wrong hat. Like, I can't imagine feeling that as a player. I just feel like, come on, like, be better.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I could go on for that for hours and hours and hours. But anyway, we have our social media guru here to join us right now, Andrew Medola. Andrew, what do you got? What's buzzing on social media right now?
Well, guys, we got a lot of interesting things buzzing on social media, but let me hit you with this. So every year we're always impressed by the talent that comes through the draft, but what always catches some people's eye is the style that also comes through the draft. So let's take a look at some of the suits we've been seeing from some of these players so far. We'll start off with R.J. Barrett. R.J. Barrett going with the pink blazer, black shirt, black tie combo. And by the way, pink blazer stitched inside is the Canadian flag going inside for the lining. And he says afterwards he is going to never wear that suit again. He's going to hang it up and frame it, unbelievably, on his wall in his house. So there we go, R.J. Barrett with an interesting look there. Then we go with Zion Williamson, the cream blazer with the white blouse with the button undone on the top. Very, very casual from Zion there compared to his fellow draftees. Then you see Bol has the Venom spiderweb suit with nice spiderweb next to his left lapel. So interesting little design there. And then Tyler Hero, purple and blue flowers all over his suit. So we got a couple different interesting patterns. So when you're looking at these, what strikes you the most? What do you think maybe should have been left behind in the closet for today? And what do you think so far is something you might wear yourself if you ever got the chance to?
Tyler Hero's suit is mine. I'm going to hit him up right after this and try to get that suit. But no, my thing that shocked me was that Zion wore the all-white, because it immediately drew comparisons to LeBron James' 2003 draft get-up as the pick is in for the Cleveland Cavaliers. But yeah, I don't know why Zion wore that suit. There's already so much pressure on him right now. I think he kind of added pressure because immediately we saw those side-by-sides of LeBron in 03 and Zion tonight. I don't know why he would have done that. It was a fly suit, but it just, I thought, brought a little bit more pressure.
Maybe he's making a statement.
My bad.
Yeah. My Bol text me. We can figure out fashion later, because him looking like Venom is just awful. I don't know what that look is. RJ is professional, somewhat, with a little custom inside, so that's okay. Zion, I agree, kind of drawing pressure with the LeBron, and then Hero. White boy coming through with a little drip with the little chain and everything. He's coming through with trying to be a fashion king. That's big on a lot of accounts now, like Slam and things like that. But we'll see what you got later now, because the pick's about to be in. Darius Garland was just drafted 5th overall by the Cleveland Cavaliers. So thanks for coming on, Medola.
Yeah, no problem. See you guys a little bit later.
We'll check you out later. And as Justin just mentioned, Darius Garland, the point guard out of Vanderbilt, who saw less time on a college basketball court than I did this year, is going 5th overall in the NBA draft. Now, all jokes aside, he is a very talented point guard who's definitely improved his body since the start of the season. I remember watching him at a lot of college camps last year, or high school, all-star games and things of that nature. He was a very small guy, and he's clearly taking the time off the court to put the weight on necessary. And if you're Cleveland right now, I don't really get the pick. You've got Colin Sexton. You have a young point guard who you said you were really high on last year, and even despite his struggles, you were really ready to get him involved and get him to be a really starting caliber point guard in the NBA. And I just don't understand the Garland pick, as talented as I think both players are.
Well, let's bring on Cavs beat reporter Melissa Wamp and get her thoughts, because we talked about this earlier, that if they draft Darius Garland, it doesn't make much sense. But Melissa, what do you think about this?
I'm a little confused on this one. I do see that he has 47.8 from the percentage from the three-point line, but I'm just confused. You have Sexton. You could have pulled in Jarrett Culver. Those could have been two players that would have worked great together. But he's similar to Damian Lillard from the Trailblazers. Sorry about that. Off the dribble type of shooter. I guess they're looking for shooters, interacting more on the scoreboard, but I'm a little confused on this one.
Right. To me, it almost seems if I'm Colin Sexton, I'm thinking, what did I do? Like, what?
Or are they
what
pushing
went
him to
wrong?
the shooting guard?
Right,
That could be another
or
thought.
that could be another thought too. But for a guy that doesn't shoot the ball,
It's a
all
small
that well,
It's a small backcourt.
right?
too.
It's a small backcourt. It would be solid defensively. I think Colin Sexton's an intense defender. He gives a lot of effort on the defensive end. He's not the best, not the worst. I just think it's an interesting pairing. I completely agree with you, Melissa. I don't necessarily understand this, despite the talent level of both players.
Yeah, I want to know who Rich Paul's paying to get Damian Lillard comparisons with Darius Garland. I think he's a fine point guard, but giving him the Damian Lillard comp is a little heavy. He's been a well-known guard for a while. He was always on Team USA, coming up through the ranks. If anything, a lot of people kind of compare him more to Kyrie Irving, a guy that's shifty with his handles, getting inside. But this draft pick, like you said, I thought you hit the nail on the head with Jarrett Culver. I thought that would have made the most sense here, pairing him with Colin Sexton. A good defender, wing, can create his own shot, has nice footwork. Darius Garland, unless they're moving Sexton right now with Kevin Love tonight or something like that, we don't know what else is going on. I don't really get this draft pick because unless Rich Paul and the Cavs have some agreement that LeBron left and he's going to bring them another client, I don't really understand this.
I just don't understand, especially for the Cavaliers, to be picking a guy who barely played any college basketball, very little. It was such a small sample size,
like 6 games
for Darius
and
Garland.
Coming off of an injury, that's something that you can't guarantee that he's going to come off hot off of this. He might come off a little rocky. You don't know how he's going to react to it. It's a questionable pick.
Totally. Completely agree, Melissa. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to talk to you later in the show, but thank you for everything. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Darius Garland going to Cleveland right now. I don't really understand the pick. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying there's no talent level there. There's definitely potential. There's definitely upside there. But for the team and for their roster, I don't necessarily understand the pick. And considering how little he played in college, I don't understand Darius Garland going this high to begin with. But Ryan, what do you think? Let's bring you in on this. What's your say on Darius Garland headed to the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just as confused as you guys are. It's weird to have Colin Sexton as their point guard and then now going out and getting Darius Garland to just add to that confusion. Maybe they're hedging their bets. They're not really in any position right now to go and get and make a playoff push. So maybe they're just kind of working out the kinks and saying maybe they see something in Darius Garland that they didn't see in Sexton. But just to go on, you guys mentioned it. He's a perimeter scoring guard. He has handles. He can go in there and really get those buckets. He can make those threes. So he's one of those players that really fits in with today's NBA. But he does have some struggles a little bit on the defensive end. He's undersized. He still needs to grow a little bit. He is very young, so it'll be interesting to see how he develops. But yeah, his strengths are perimeter scoring. He'll need to size up and work on his defense.
And with that, the Phoenix Suns pick, now the Minnesota Timberwolves pick. The Timberwolves are on the clock. They're about a minute 30 in. The pick is not in yet. We bring in our beat reporter, Dylan McCaffrey. Dylan, where do you think Minnesota's going to go with this number 6 pick?
Well, there are a couple directions they can go with this. We still have Kobe White on the board. We still have Jarrett Culver on the board. One of my sleeper picks, which I think would be a really nice fit for the Timberwolves, would be Brandon Clark out of Gonzaga. I think he's a really good defensive big that you can put with Karl Anthony Towns. Towns has showed that he might not have huge upside on the defensive end, so you put him with Brandon Clark. I think that could really turn out well. But I would expect the Timberwolves to... The reason they traded up was to get Jarrett Culver. I would be surprised if he slid this far.
Right.
So we'll see. But I think Jarrett Culver would be the right pick here.
Yeah, I think Jarrett Culver's the pick there, and I think primarily it's because Andrew Wiggins never really turned into the scorer that everyone thought he might. Is it a matter of care? I guess that's up for you to decide.
Well, he's
a lot of people think he's also on the block right now.
Effort level, yeah. I mean, we know he's moving, so I think Jarrett Culver. I agree with you, Dylan. I think Jarrett Culver's the right pick, but Clark wouldn't be a bad option. I like what you said there about him adding just another defensive element to that front court with Karl Anthony Towns. I think that would be a very interesting pick. The pick is in. Cameras are focused on Kobe White, the point guard out of UNC, but
Dylan was right. Woj and them have already tipped the pick. It is Jarrett Culver being taken at number 6, so he was right with that. Shams and Woj kind of not caring what ESPN does with their cameras. They are tipping picks 30 seconds, 5 minutes, 2 hours before. They don't really care. So Jarrett Culver is going to fit in. Questions now, is Wiggins on the block? Are they going to trade for someone? Is there going to be a 3-way trade that brings them Chris Paul or something like that? There's a lot of talks of monster contracts going back and forth. Do you think there's any way Wiggins possibly gets moved tonight or this free agency period?
Well, I would say that the Timberwolves are pretty locked in with the core they have now. I mean, Wiggins' contract is pretty tough to move. It's a little easier to move than the Chris Paul contract, but it's still not very easy to get off that contract. They're on the books for, I think, till 2022, Wiggins, and Karl Anthony Towns till 2023. So right now it's all about just putting players around those two building a young core that you can hopefully take into the playoffs in a couple years.
Yeah. Now, how do you like overall the decision to trade Dario Saric and along with the number 11 pick for the 6th pick? Do you think they made the right move there?
I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
I do, because if you like Culver as much as I do, I love Culver. I think he'll be a great glue guy. His floor is really high, but I think that he can get to a ceiling that not a lot of people expect in this draft. I think they like Culver a lot, obviously, trading Dario Saric for him. And, I don't think Dario Saric was a part of their long-term future there. So I think it was the right move for them.
For people who don't know or might be confused, the Phoenix Suns are probably the most dysfunctional organization in the NBA right now in terms of just what they've been able to accomplish in such a long amount of time, which is literally nothing. They have literally not been able to not hire a good coach, not hire a good president of basketball operations, not hire a good GM. They haven't been able to do anything, but I think they just made the right move there with the 6th overall pick. Moving down 11, they're going to be drafting at 11. But the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think I agree with you. They made the right pick there. They moved up to number 6, and they just took Jarrett Culver officially. So Jarrett Culver will be headed to the Timberwolves.
So one last question, Dylan. Now you still have Jeff Teague. I believe he's still under contract. He's not a free agent. They do lose Taj Gibson this summer. He's a free agent. Obviously someone they could bring back. Do you expect Culver to play at the 2 and Wiggins at the 3, or do you expect one of them to move to the small ball 4 for the Minnesota Timberwolves?
I would expect them to play. You can't play Wiggins at 4. You can't play Culver at 4.
Yeah.
I think it would be Culver 2, Wiggins 3, and then you find somebody for power forward. You can bring back Taj,
on a cheap deal. He's an older guy.
Yeah, he's older.
Great veteran too. Great guy to have in the locker room.
Exactly.
Everyone loves him, especially Thibodeau. So that definitely wouldn't be a bad option there. Dylan, thanks so much for coming on. We'll talk to you later in the show.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate it. So Jarrett Culver will be headed to Minnesota as Minnesota traded the 11th overall pick along with Dario Saric to Phoenix before the draft even began for that 6th overall pick. So Jarrett Culver headed to Minnesota. Ryan, why don't you break down Jarrett Culver's game for us? What is he going to be bringing to the Timberwolves roster?
He brings versatility to the Timberwolves roster. He's a versatile wing who can fill a bunch of roles. He has a lane to become a primary shot creator, and he can continue to improve. So it's going to be great. He's a very intelligent player who moves the ball well. There is no glaring weaknesses in his game. If there's one thing you need to improve on from his standpoint, he is kind of a stiffer ball handler. He needs to be able to be more fluid with that, but the guy can score. The guy can move the ball. A great pick for the Minnesota Timberwolves, especially having a guy that can pop in that lineup in multiple different roles and especially guard all his positions. So it's very interesting to see Jarrett Culver wear that Timberwolves uniform.
Thanks. I agree, Jared. I like Culver. I think he's not going to be a star in today's NBA, but he's a good role player. I think he can fill a role. He can be the 3rd best guy on a championship team. He's a little robotic and mechanical with his movements. I would agree with you there, but so is Kawhi Leonard. So are a few guys like that. I'm not comparing him to Kawhi Leonard, of course, but some guys that are robotic, mechanical, you can still figure ways around it. You can still get your moves off if you work on your footwork. Culver has probably one of the best footworks in this draft. But now let's move forward to the Bulls' 7th overall pick. Beat reporter Andrew Baccialupo coming in. Where do you think the Bulls are going with this 7th overall pick?
Well, just looking through Twitter right now and just reading all the reports, Adrian Wojnarowski just came out and said that it would be a perfect fit for Kobe White to be on the Chicago Bulls, and I cannot agree more. The Chicago Bulls, a point guard spot that has had its problems here and there. Chris Dunn, their current point guard, was a highly touted prospect in his draft. He was also a number 7 overall pick, but he hasn't panned out too well. There's been multiple reports of Chris Dunn possibly being moved this offseason, or maybe even Zach LaVine, but Kobe White to come in as a point guard on this young team with Otto Porter and Lauri Markkanen and Wendell Carter Jr., he's a very good passer, and he can work very well in the pick-and-roll game, and I think he can work well in the pick-and-fade, actually, with Lauri Markkanen, kind of stretching out the floor. It's a very young group of guys, and I liked adding Kobe White into this and adding another weapon to this offense that could be very deadly in a couple of years if you let these guys develop well.
And I just want to add something. You talk about Kobe White. If you haven't heard a lot about Kobe White, that's okay, because a lot of people hadn't heard about Kobe White until really these last 24 hours. I know of him, of course. We know of him, point guard at UNC this year. But let's just talk about the fact that one workout propelled him from, he'd been moving up before this whole pre-draft process even began. Kobe White was a guy that was looking late 1st round, possibly moving into the 2nd round, and now all of a sudden, with the top 3 picks being, Zion, Ja, and R.J. Barrett, you look at Jay Billis' top 10 up there on ESPN. Kobe White moved all the way up to number 1 of all the players remaining on the board. Kobe White was the best player on Jay Billis' top 10, or just Jay Billis' list of remaining players. Kobe White ranked number 1, and I really think the Bulls, as much as I keep thinking that the Bulls have gotten time after time just kind of I want to use appropriate word for it, just kind of not done justice because of, they've struggled a lot and they've picked 7 back-to-back years now. I think Kobe White would actually be a nice pick at that 7th overall, and I think they might have not have gotten as injustice. I don't know a better word than screwed over. They kind of got screwed over with that 7th overall pick. But I think if you take Kobe White, you can kind of counteract that a little bit.
Yeah, I think Kobe White fits the Bulls. They needed a point guard. Chris Dunn so far hasn't really lived up to the bill for them. So you're trotting out a very young lineup, most likely, of Kobe White, Zach LaVine, Otto Porter, Wendell Carter, Lauri Markkanen. Obviously, that's not making the playoffs next year. That's
right.
It's a rebuilding squad, but that's a nice, solid young core you can start building around. The only thing that worries me is who's your main facilitator. Kobe White can get buckets. He's a great shooter, but Zach LaVine and him both are bucket getters. You're not really getting
as is Lauri Markkanen.
Correct. You're not getting a true point guard here. It's going to be very interesting as you see his progression throughout the NBA of how much can he really open up his game to opening other guys' games up, like Wendell Carter, like Lauri Markkanen. Because in that starting 5 right now, Wendell Carter is probably your best passer.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pick is in. Adam Silver walking on the stage. It will be Kobe White for the Chicago Bulls. Honestly, perfect fit for them. Even though the Bulls, as you guys mentioned, did get a little screwed over, falling down to the 7th overall spot when they had very good odds at the number 1 pick. I think they still get a solid player for them, and it fits the system really well with this young core.
Yeah, I kind of go back to what Justin says. I disagree with you there, Vach, that it is the perfect fit. It's not the perfect fit, but I think getting that 7th overall pick in terms of players you could have gotten, because a lot of this draft is very unknown, especially outside of those top 3 picks that have already happened by now. No one really knew where teams were going to go, especially teams like the Bulls. I think he is a little too ball dominant. I think he likes to, at least where he is now in his game, he's a little too ball dominant, a little too score first mentality. But I think that can change, and I think in an NBA environment, if he's around the right group of guys that are trying to teach him, mentor him, and all get better together, because it's like you said, this is a very young squad. Yeah. There's still a ton of potential here. Zach LaVine set back by that ACL tear. I still consider him a second-year player in my eye. Like, he missed a real chunk of time, and he's been great in what we've been able to see when he's been healthy. He's really proven to be a top-tier scorer and player in the Eastern Conference, just on a not great team. They're all very young. They all have a ton of potential. I think if this is going to work, I think Kobe White's going to need to become more of a facilitator, more of a playmaker, but I still think a very talented player and a nice prospect for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, I think the Bulls, Jim Boylan, I'm a little shocked because Kobe White's not the best defender. Also, I wanted to talk about this. He has the T-Rex arms. He has a negative wingspan, especially a guy in the NBA now. A bunch of guys look hand size, wingspan, things like that. So you want to pay attention to that, especially on the defensive end, how long his arms can span out with his hands defensively. It's an interesting pick. We'll see. I think the Bulls are very young right now, so they're going to be a team that you're going to see glimpses in maybe a January, February game of, wow, this is what they could be in 3 to 4 years, but there's going to be a lot of games where they lose by 15, 20, and it's going to be rough. But, Ryan, give us a little breakdown of what Kobe White will be bringing to the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, the freshman out of North Carolina is all about speed. It's all about speed. He's great in the open floor. Obviously, you guys mentioned it a bunch of times. He is a scorer. He's very good at the 3, and you know that the NBA does have that longer range 3, and he has adjusted quite well to that. He has a quick release, but the thing is that he doesn't necessarily move the ball that well, and at that point guard position, especially being on a team with players that the Chicago Bulls have, those pick and pop type shooters, those guys that are really good on the perimeter like Lauri Markkanen and players like that, he's going to have to learn how to get the ball out to them, and right now that's not his strength. So it's good to see that he has all that scoring ability down. He's fast with the ball. He's able to move in open space, but he's just got to get better playmaking ability shapen up.
Yeah, so Kobe White, point guard out of UNC, headed to Chi-Town, Chirac, to play with a very young and talented core, a lot of potential, a lot of upside. As Justin mentioned earlier, they're not going to be in the playoffs next year, but they could be come 2022, 2023. I think Kobe White coming there also means they're ready to move on from Chris Dunn. I also think Chris Dunn was kind of ready to move on as well. So I think it was a solid pick for Chicago, and I'm excited to see where that team is headed in this next coming year.
So let's move forward to the number 8 pick. It's right now saying on the screen it's going to Atlanta Hawks. ESPN has not switched it yet to the New Orleans Pelicans. I personally think Zion Williamson might get a little say in this. He might bring Duke teammate Cam Reddish with that number 8 overall pick, but I just want to leave that up to you guys. Where do you think the Pelicans go with the number 8 overall pick?
For me, like with the point that the New Orleans Pelicans are at in the state of their franchise, they're a very young team, and I think at this point they just have to go out and get the most talented players at that pick right now. And I think right now it is Cam Reddish that is the most talented available for them. And I think right now they just got to keep acquiring talent. Don't worry about creating that fit, having those guys mesh. You just acquired a bunch of players for AD. You have a bunch of draft picks, so there's a lot of room for growth. Just go out there, get the talent, and then see where you can work from there, whether that's moving some players, whether that's incorporating new ones. You can make those decisions later, but I think Cam Reddish is the pick for the New Orleans Pelicans.
And as you say that, I looked down at my phone and it says Woj just tweets that the New Orleans Pelicans are still discussing trades at number 8. They have 2 minutes left on the clock as I'm looking up to the TV with ESPN displaying a minute 55 left on the clock. New Orleans might be looking to trade this. It looks like David Griffin is acting like this is 2K and my GM. He's just, let's keep trading. How many assets can I keep collecting? It's almost like he wants the spreadsheet at the end of the day. It's like, Anthony Davis, for how many assets can I keep accumulating? And just add it up and just be like, yep, this is what I did.
I mean, he's making a case for exec of the year already. So, like, he's really done a great job reshaping that organization. I think Cam Reddish has got to go. I think because we heard a lot of rumors too that they were trying to make moves to pair up RJ and Zion. And as much as I do think RJ is a better player than Cam, and will be more of an immediate impact, especially for the New York Knicks. I think what New Orleans was trying to do was just bring any sort of chemistry to their franchise, and I think they'll be able to do that in Cam Reddish. So I think Cam Reddish is about to go to New Orleans with this Atlanta pick, via the pick they acquired earlier. So the Pelicans are still on the clock, under a minute to go. We have our own social media guru back in studio with us, Andrew Murdolo. Andrew, what's been the buzz on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram?
Well, I think our resident Canadian Ryan Yee is going to enjoy this next little update we got right here.
Let's hear it.
So here we go. So RJ Barrett now, as we know, selected 3rd overall by the New York Knicks tonight. He continues what I call an invasion from the North. Yes, the North has dropped many singers and actors to us over the years. However, since 2011, they have now produced, after Barrett's selection tonight, 8 NBA lottery picks in the NBA draft. And we've seen players like Wiggins, we've seen Jamal Murray, now RJ Barrett. Do we continue to see this type of trend moving forward?
I mean, as a Canadian, I'm hopeful that Canada has more of an impact on the NBA. I mean, you mentioned a bunch of players there, but there are players that are also having busts that have been the lottery picks as well from Canada. You look at Anthony Bennett; he is nowhere to be found now in the NBA. So
what a rough
it's very interesting.
Entry.
Yeah,
it's a 1st overall picks for Canada.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at this year. I think this year is a perfect reflection on how basketball is developing in Canada. There's a lot of Canadians that are involved. Obviously, RJ Barrett. You look at Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's also from Canada, and the list goes on and on. So every year, it seems like more Canadian players are getting involved. So it's great to see.
Yeah. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on. I hate to kick you this early, but we got some breaking news right now. We were way off.
Well, Woj is tipping picks, and I am floored by this pick by the Pelicans. It hasn't been revealed on ESPN yet, but I guess ESPN employees, this always baffles me on how, what's the point of the draft if all these reporters are just tell you who's getting drafted 5 minutes beforehand? But it looks like New Orleans is going to be going with Jackson Hayes, the center out of Texas, freshman, very raw. He didn't start a high school game until his senior year.
Yeah.
So that kind of points to most guys that are getting drafted top 10 are 4-year players in high school and usually make the varsity team at 8th grade. Jackson Hayes is a very raw basketball player. 6'11", quick, athletic, has big hands. He's goes floor to floor. He's going to get a lot of comps probably to Jared Allen and players like that.
Yeah.
He's a Clint Capella type as I'm looking over to Ryan's screen. That's perfectly what he is. He's a rim runner, not a ton of basketball skills.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not what New Orleans is looking for here.
Yeah, and it's official. Jackson Hayes was just taken by the New Orleans Pelicans, the center out of the University of Texas. It wasn't a great season for him overall. Really didn't see a ton of playing time. Like, he played and he appeared in games, but a guy didn't really see a ton of the floor in those games. Only 10 points per game. A big who only averaged 5 rebounds per game. That's just, it's raw. It's exactly like you said. It's raw. It's a project. It's something New Orleans is really, I think, maybe they're collecting this as an asset to trade in the future. It's a kind of a confusing pick if you ask me.
It's interesting because New Orleans just picked up Jahlil Okafor's player option today. You signed...
That's very true as well.
You now draft Jackson Hayes. You have a lot of young bigs. I'm interested to see. They do have money in free agency. Maybe they go after a big that's going to teach these guys. I'm not expecting Jackson Hayes to start early on. Maybe they go with Jahlil Okafor, and you're trying out a lot of dookies in that starting 5, which would be interesting. I don't know if Jahlil Okafor is really a starter in today's NBA. People could debate that, but the Jackson Hayes pick, that's That's interesting. I would have looked for a team like Atlanta, a team with a proven point guard that was going to be able to feed him, to take him, and maybe just a younger team. I know the Pelicans are young with Zion and players like that, but this pick's flooring me a little bit. Jackson Hayes going to New Orleans is just not what I was expecting tonight.
Well, I think what the Pelicans are doing right now is just trying to build athleticism in that front court. I think by having Zion and Jackson Hayes up front, yes, Jackson Hayes is very raw. He has a lot of room for improvement in his game, but to have just elite athletic talent, that's not something you can train. You know what I mean? That's something that you're born with. Zion Williamson is an absolute freak. And when it comes to his size and his ability, his athletic ability, and then you pair that with Jackson Hayes, who may not be up to that same point, but is still an absolute athlete, I think that's what exactly the Pelicans are doing. And regardless of talent, at least they'll have athletes up front in the front court.
Right, and you look at Jackson Hayes, like you said, a rim runner. This guy is an elite shot blocker. And you just saw his player comp, Tyson Chandler. You know, it's a little early to be making a comparison like to a Team USA center, but
Tyson Chandler was elite.
Tyson Chandler in his heyday was absolutely unstoppable. Like, that guy was an elite rim protector. But Jackson Hayes has shown us flashes of some crazy ability, crazy leaping ability, and just rim protecting ability. And look, if you're going for a straight rim protector, if you're New Orleans, fine, you made the right pick, but other than that, like, we can't really put together an answer as to why they just made that pick. Talented shot blocker, talented defender, but in terms of overall basketball ability, very raw prospect.
It feels like there were better options on the board instead of Jackson Hayes here.
It's now, I read a report before we went on about medical flags going for Cam Reddish. It's starting to appear that way. You would have thought he would have been taken by the first 8 picks. If he slides, I know the 9th overall pick already. It's been tipped. Roy Hachimura is going to 9 for the Wizards, which, again, a little bit of a head-scratcher. The Wizards always seem to take the same position type of guys. Troy Brown was taken last year. You didn't develop him. What's going to be different with Roy Hachimura? I get it. Troy Brown's a 3 and Hachimura's a 4, but Hachimura, raw. He's very raw, and what we know about the Wizards is they do not have a great developmental staff. It's not the best pick by me. I'm surprised they didn't go with Nas Little here at 9, but they went with it. The Wizards also do not have a GM right now, so I can't say this organization is being run all that well, but they went with Roy Hachimura, and hopefully he's the first Japanese player to ever be drafted, so congrats to him for that.
Well, that's going to be just fantastic in its own right. One, just for the expansion of the NBA, but also for the nation of Japan. But that's very cool that he'll be going there. We'll catch up on him in just a little bit when the pick gets a little bit more official. But let's just talk about the Wizards for a second. This is a team that has a lot of room to make some big decisions this offseason. Bradley Beal, a guy who's under a pretty hefty contract. They're trying to move him. There's been a lot of talk about New Orleans making a move for Bradley Beal. With Rui Hachimura headed there, do you foresee any movement of Bradley Beal in this offseason for the Washington Wizards? I don't.
I personally don't. I think they've told him that they aren't trading him. Weirder things happen. It never matters if a team actually tells you that they're not trading you. They still can trade you. But to me, Bradley Beal's 25. He's a 7-year NBA vet. He's very young. He had the most, I think, possessions last year as an NBA player. Look, I think he's a stud. He can put up 25 points. He can put up 7 assists. He showed that when John Wall went out. You still have Wall out this entire year because he ruptured his Achilles falling downstairs, which is interesting to say the least. But the Wizards are just a team that, man, they have so much money tied up to all these people. It wouldn't shock me if they tried to move Beal just so. They haven't been making they didn't make the playoffs this past year, and they're paying like a team that's going to be a top 3 team and contending for a title. I mean, at some point, your owner's got to be like, I don't want to pay this luxury bill if we're not going anywhere.
Right, and I just want to say something. We talked about all the suits before, Zion's suit, Tyler Harris' suit. This man right here has my most compelling suit. That is a very, very, really nice blazer, nice blue undershirt, and the bow tie.
Did he know the Wizards were drafting him? Look how that matches.
He must have known. He looks great. I'm jealous. I want that suit in my closet.
Next time Andrew Noel comes on for social media, we have to talk about how there had been some pre-planning here. Roy Hachimura must have known he was going to the Washington Wizards. He looks like he has the best fit of the night now with the hat on. He's looking fresh. It's great.
Yeah, and we have a lot coming up. Roy Hachimura just went to the Washington Wizards. A lot going on right now. We got a very fun interview coming your way right about now. Jared Greenberg, Hofstra alum, WRHU sports alum. I don't know where NBA TV host, NBA Sirius XM radio host. He joins us now. Jared Greenberg, Mr. Greenberg. Jared, how you doing tonight?
What's going on, Patrick?
Not much. I'm doing great, Jared. Now, you just finished covering the NBA Finals, headlined by Kawhi Leonard, helping the Toronto Raptors bring Canada their first championship and the first franchise championship for the Toronto Raptors. Just tell us the energy involved. We talked a lot about Oracle Arena being one of the best places you've ever covered. What was this NBA Finals like for you?
It was awesome. Two of the best fan bases in the NBA, and glad that people got to, on the world stage, got to see how energetic and how passionate not just Toronto fans are, but all of Canada. It was really cool, and I think that we got to see incredible players, obviously some unfortunate incidences with injuries. It was really cool just to be there and see what the Raptors were able to put together and knock off one of the great super teams the NBA's ever had.
Jared, we spoke about Oracle a few times ago, about how loud that crowd is. Did Scotiabank match that energy?
Oh, it exceeded it. It without a doubt, and a bit surprising too, because Oracle in its final few games, you thought it would be a much higher energy level, but unfortunately, sometimes fan bases get a bit numb to winning, and also, let's be fair, I think the ticket prices when you have such a great team skyrocket, and the type of fan becomes a bit more corporate, a bit more buttoned up than the passionate fan who has been going for decades and rooting on a team like the Warriors. Used to be pretty bad, and they would still sell out the building and get rowdy fans. But without question, now listen, Game 6 was pretty cool at Oracle and ultimately really loud, but over the first 5 games of this series, Scotiabank Arena was one of the loudest venues I'd ever been at.
Okay, Jared, let's shift focus now here tonight. I could talk about the finals all day with you, but let's talk about tonight. Zion Williamson just went first overall. I know your job as an NBA analyst, you're really covering NBA and don't have a ton of time to focus on the college prospects, but since you are on that NBA side of things, what's been the vibe between NBA GMs, coaches, scouts? What's the vibe you've been getting from them about Zion Williamson? Do they think he's also that next type of LeBron? Do they think there's a bust, or is there some type of skepticism around his talent level? What do you think, Jared?
I think the biggest thing this year was we were looking for another reason to either solidify the dynasty or to kind of cut it down. It's an unfortunate part of the way we cover sports these days, and we live in a knee-jerk reaction society. We always want to crown things the greatest or the worst. We're always looking for labels and titles, and it will always stick out to me being in the arena when Kevin Durant when he returned, and how miraculous that was for Game 5, and then how just 12 minutes in to his return went down with that devastating Achilles injury. And then in Game 6, how Klay Thompson is rolling, and he's got 30 points and looks like he's putting together yet another magical Game 6 performance as he has done so many times before in his career. He goes down with a devastating injury and had almost a Willis Reed type of moment where he went down and was supposed to go to the free throw line and went to the locker room and then realized that he wouldn't be able to come back into the game if he comes shoot the free throws. And he comes back onto the court and hits 2 free throws and tries to run back on defense, and the crowd's going crazy. And then they had to take him out because they suspected that something more serious was wrong. And boy, good thing they got him out because he's got a torn ACL, which will now keep him out most of, if not all, of next season. But with all of that, I don't think it lessens what the Raptors were able to accomplish, and just to be there to see a fan base and to see an organization experience after the first time after being there so many times with the Warriors winning championships over the last 5 years. I thought it was just really a special moment.
So fireworks have already started before the draft. The Memphis Grizzlies moved Mike Conley to the Utah Jazz yesterday for Jay Crowder, Grayson Allen, Kyle Korver, and some picks. But Memphis is drafted John Morant tonight, and we talked about it earlier that we thought he could have maybe had a little help learning the ropes from Mike Conley. What is your thoughts on moves, and how do you think John Morant fits with the Grizzlies?
I don't think there's anybody that's skeptical of him. I do think that, again, going back to what I said before, we're always looking for titles and labels to crown people or moments. I think that even the most optimistic people recognize that Zion Williamson is not a finished product, which in itself is a scary proposition because of what an incredible product, if you will, he already is. And the fact that he is so talented, that he is a man among boys the way he plays, is impressive to think that he could get better. And I just had an opportunity to sit down with him a couple of hours ago, and such a humble and such a nice and such a thoughtful young man. I think that most people, and myself included, are just excited to have such a great quality character come into the, or I should say man of character, come into the NBA.
I completely agree with you there, Jared. But moving now to the Knicks, They held the number 3 pick. They went with R.J. Barrett despite some Darius Garland rumblings earlier this week. I just want your opinion. Who do you think they should have gone with, R.J. Barrett or Darius Garland?
I'm always of the belief that if your organization has made a decision about being passionate about one particular player, regardless of what position that player plays, if you feel like he's the best player, because, quite frankly, let's face facts, if you're picking in the top 5 or 6 or even probably top 10 in the NBA draft, it more times than not is because your team needs a lot of help. And you don't have to worry, or you should not worry about position battles. So if for whatever reason the Knicks feel like Garland is the best player that's going to be available at the 3rd pick, then you've got to go with him. But I think it's a matter of the Knicks doing their due diligence right now. I think it's the Knicks trying to measure all the hype that's coming out about Garland. I mean, let's face it, he's a guy who played 5 games in college basketball last year. There's nobody on the face of the planet that's seen enough of him at a high level to truly have a great feel for who he's going to be. And I think it's just the Knicks doing their homework, doing their job, which is a good thing. If you're a Knicks fan right now, a lot of their issue over the last several years is they haven't done enough of their homework. They haven't done enough of vetting out exactly the right course of action to align with the direction their organization is going in. I think ultimately the next choice is going to be R.J. Barrett, but I also think, too, we're going to hear over the next 24 hours about a lot more trade rumors, about a lot more offers, because I think there's going to be teams who are going to want to get into that top 3 of the draft and are willing to pay a hefty price for it, and it's just a matter of whether the Knicks have a price they can be bought at, or whether they think Darius or R.J. Barrett is the answer for who their organization needs to take that next step.
Here on the 2019 NBA Draft Show, Justin Huntsman alongside me is Pat Foster. We're joined by NBA TV host and former Hofstra alumni Jared Greenberg. Jared, let's talk about the Boston Celtics. A lot has changed in the past week to 2 weeks here, with a lot of people thinking them being a dynasty, and then changing the trajectory of Kyrie now, quote-unquote, ghosting the Celtics, and then Al Horford opting out of his deal and possibly going to another team. What do you think's going to happen with the Celtics right now? Do you think Danny Ainge can rebound, or do you think they're going to struggle next year?
Danny Ainge has been known as a deal maker, particularly on draft night. He's made quite a few of them over his career as the president of the Boston Celtics. I think that it is as big of a shock that the direction has changed as much as it has. Quite frankly, I think it's a good decision that they're moving on from Kyrie Irving. I think it's a bad decision that they're unable to come to terms with Al Horford. But I would be stunned if in the next 24 hours to a week, I'll give it that time range, Danny Ainge doesn't come up with something. Is it something as drastic as finding a way to get a guy like a Kemba Walker? I mean, they have to make some significant moves to do that. Or whether they get back in the trade market and we hear them getting in the mix for somebody. Listen, 40%, a little bit more than 40% of the league's players have the ability to be a free agent, and that starts in less than 2 weeks on July 1st. So the entire landscape of the NBA is going to shift significantly in that time frame, and I would be stunned if the Boston Celtics don't get into that mix, because they didn't get to this point just to get to this point and go to back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals and say, all right, we'll take a step back. And I think that they like this young core that they have. Like, let's face it, even if the Celtics come back with just what they have, and assuming they bring Terry Rozier back, well, they got Rozier and Brown and Tatum and Marcus Smart and some really good players, along with a really stable organization up top with Danny Ainge and Brad Stevens steering the ship. So I would say they're not going to bottom out and be really bad. It's just a matter of whether Danny Ainge has got another trick up his sleeve to make up for the fact that they've lost so much talent over the last few years, and that they didn't go out on a limb and risk all of these assets they collected over the years and go out and make a trade for a Kawhi Leonard or a Paul George or someone else.
Again, the Celtics have the 14th, 20th, and 22nd picks in this NBA draft first round, so we'll see what they do there. Unfortunately, we're short on time, so Jared, we're going to have to let you go. Again, he is Jared Greenberg, Hofstra alum, WRHU sports alum, NBA TV host, and host on NBA Sirius XM Radio. Jared, we know you're extremely busy, especially around this time of year, so thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate you continuing to support Radio Hofstra University and WRHU Sports.
Yeah, it's exciting to be on with you guys. I love coming back and chatting with you, and then love to hear how great the station continues to be and how much better it continues to get.
Awesome. He is Jared Greenberg, once again, of NBA TV and NBA Sirius XM Radio. Great stuff, Jared. Thanks again for coming on. So, number 10th overall pick, Cam Reddish, headed to the Atlanta Hawks. I think it's a great pick for Atlanta. It's exactly what they need, and I think the fact that they could wait until 10 to do that, look, They took DeAndre Hunter. It was kind of a head scratcher to all of us, but they wound up getting the guy we thought they should have taken to begin with. So, I mean, I guess all worked out for the Atlanta Hawks in these top 10 picks.
Right now, I mean, we still have a ton of the draft left, but I can already deem the Hawks as winners, getting Cam Reddish to slide at 10 and getting DeAndre Hunter, a guy that can play great defense alongside guys like Kevin Huerter and Trae Young. Cam Reddish fits perfectly, a great spot-up shooter. Rashad Phillips, we had him on earlier, kind of talks about him as Randy Moss to Tom Brady, so I think Cam Reddish is a real player. I think he showed that in high school. I think at Duke, he struggled a little bit with his role because he wasn't on ball as much as he expected. He's a guy that's an in-rhythm player, and he didn't really get ever in a rhythm with R.J. Barrett and Zion Williamson. It's tough. He did have some moments, especially the Florida State game when Zion Williamson got hurt. I think we saw flashes there.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to see a ton of more flashes with the Atlanta Hawks.
Absolutely. And it's like we said before, he spreads the floor so well with that team, and he's the piece they need. They need a shooting forward, so we'll see what happens as the season moves on there. But the pick is in. The Phoenix Suns selecting the 11th overall pick. Word is that it's going to be Cam Johnson out of UNC, but it's going to be made official right now. And there it is. Adam Silver announces Cam Johnson, the small forward out of North Carolina, is headed to the Phoenix Suns. And we have Eliza Kravitz, our beat reporter on the Phoenix Suns, joining us once again. Eliza, this is a Phoenix Suns team that has a lot to work on, but how do you think this will impact their improvement or maybe just how things change next season?
Yeah, the Phoenix Suns are going to want to see a lot of improvement. They went 19-63 the past season. That is not what you want to see. You want to see winning games. So hopefully this pick, Cameron Johnson, can do that for them. They're going to need to get those defensive players to make them more well-rounded as a team, but I think this pick will ultimately do the job for them.
Got you. And I just want to ask you there as well. We're looking at Phoenix, a team that hasn't even hired a new coach yet, a team that there's a lot of decisions to be made. How do you think a guy like Cam Johnson will fit in with this group of guys?
It'll be interesting to see, but I think he will be able to put his skills in a team and make them more well-rounded and versatile, and that's what they need. They need to not be so reliant on those key players and have such a more well-rounded team.
Got you, Eliza. Thank you so much for coming on. We can't wait to see you later in the show.
Thank you.
See you, Eliza. Well, that's it. The Cam Johnson is headed to Phoenix. Ryan, why don't you tell us? We haven't heard from you in forever.
Yeah.
Hey, just so you all remember,
guys have been
Ryan
talking too much.
Is here. Ryan, why don't you break down Cam Johnson's game for us? What's he going to be bringing to the Phoenix Suns this upcoming year?
Well, you guys nailed it right on the head. This guy is a shooter. He spaces the floor, and I think ultimately this guy is going to end up as being a really solid role player for the Suns. He's a good spot-up shooter, but he does struggle to create stuff off of the dribble. He's not really able to create that space for himself. He's more of a guy that needs others to create that space for him and then get those open looks. So he'll definitely be interesting to see him in a Suns uniform because they don't necessarily have that. They do have a lot of shooters. They don't necessarily have many playmakers. They have Devin Booker there. They have, I guess, now Cameron Johnson. So who's going to be feeding them the ball to score the bucket? I guess we'll find out.
All right, now on the clock, it is the Charlotte Hornets. About 3 minutes to go. But Justin, what else did you have to say there about Cam Johnson headed to Phoenix?
This has to signal D'Angelo Russell signed with the Phoenix Suns.
I was just about to say the same thing.
To neglect the point guard position at this spot, honestly, when you see, I just hope people know this. Cam Johnson's older than Devin Booker, DeAndre.
Yeah.
All of their young guys right now.
Like,
Bridges, anybody on the Suns roster. Cam Johnson is most likely older than any of these young guys.
Especially because TJ Warren's not there anymore.
Like, don't get me wrong. They needed shooting, and Cam Johnson fills that. A little head scratch that you took Mikal Bridges last year, and now you're taking another wing. But regardless, I don't think the Suns are well run. So
another wing who I think is going to have to make his mark defensively. Because offensively, I just don't think
he's a spot-up shooter.
Right. His game isn't. It's not it's kind of what Bridges was for the Phoenix Suns last year. He was a 3-and-D player. That's what he really became for them. And I think they just took a player that's going to do the exact same thing. So my statement still stands until Cam Johnson proves me otherwise. Phoenix is the most dysfunctional organization in basketball right now. They don't really know what they're doing. I think the people in Phoenix, a video came out a while ago of a town hall meeting in Phoenix.
Robert Sarver getting roasted.
Robert Sarver got absolutely roasted. There was an elderly woman talking about how the tax money was going to paying this man's salary, but it hasn't done anything to help them win a championship. And I think that woman, if I were to ask her the same question today, would give me the same response, if not even more heated.
She has some war fire in her, so she's feeling it right now. I mean, look, this has to signal D'Angelo Russell to the Suns, but my also thought process is, I feel like you could have gone after Nasir Little here at number 11. You could have played him at your small ball 4 next to DeAndre 8, and then you have Mikal Bridges at the 3, Devin Booker at the 4. And let's say we're just going to assume, because I think D'Angelo Russell Devin Booker, best friends. Kind of makes sense with all the where there's smoke, there's fire. Kyrie Irving going to the Brooklyn Nets. That would have been a nice little young court. Wouldn't have been very successful next year.
I don't mean to cut you off here real quick, but does that mean you think that Kyrie Irving's a lock in Brooklyn? Kind of that trickle-down effect. Cam Johnson goes, you think D'Angelo Russell's a guarantee to Phoenix?
85-15. 85%, I think he's a lock with Brooklyn. Because I think the report that came yesterday that was like, if he doesn't bring Kevin Durant with him, we don't want him, which is... Why would you not want a top 20 player regardless? That stance doesn't really make sense to me, but regardless, I do think Kyrie Irving, where there's smoke, there's fire. I do think he joins the Brooklyn Nets.
Ron, what about you? How do you think this is all going to play out for Brooklyn and Kyrie Irving's future?
Yeah, I mean, I think what makes it interesting is that, yes, I do believe that Kyrie Irving is a better player than D'Angelo Russell, but I don't think that we've seen the full potential of Russell yet, and I think that's where it makes it difficult because you're allowing a player to walk, and then basically replacing, and beat reporter Andrew Balchagula mentioned this, you're basically replacing him with a player that's not that significantly better than him. Yes, Kyrie Irving has a name and he has that winning pedigree, but it's interesting to see them move on from D'Angelo Russell and get Kyrie Irving. So it'll be interesting to see when that actual signing happens for sure.
And right now the Charlotte Hornets with the 12th overall pick, it is in. We'll get to our beat reporter Melissa Wamp in just a second, but I just want to ask Justin real quick, if D'Angelo Russell now doesn't sign with Phoenix.
Oh, it's D'Anthony Melton. What? D'Anthony Melton at point guard, or are we going?
Bring back the Sonics. We get him out of Phoenix.
Are we going back to Devin Booker, like the small stints at point guard we saw it last year? Like, I feel bad for Devin Booker. I know he signed that big deal, but man, he's a talented player, and he's just stuck there right now. He's just stuck in the desert, and he's just. I don't know what else to say. I feel bad for Devin Booker.
I feel bad for everyone on that team.
And there it is. PJ Washington will be heading to Charlotte, the power forward out of Kentucky. Melissa, I'm sorry we didn't get to bring you on before the pick was made, but where do you think PJ Washington fits as opposed to all the other picks left on the board? Do you think he was the right fit for Charlotte here at 12?
Oh, certainly. I think right now Charlotte, what they're lacking is like depth of a power forward. PJ Washington is not afraid to take the lane, get contact, body up on defense. He has a good shot from the three. Yes, he's coming off of the hand injury. Hey, that could improve. Once you get drafted, you start working with the team. You improve on that, your shooting becomes better, he becomes a strong overall player. Yes, like I said, he's not afraid to get contact. He's not afraid to play defense. He's an overall player that they need.
And I got to ask you this, Melissa, with all the drama right now kind of surrounding where Kemba Walker is going to wind up in the free agency, right? Star point guard, everyone thought he might go to New York or Brooklyn or one of these bigger markets, but he seems pretty set on staying in Charlotte. Do you think maybe, and this is a total maybe that I'm kind of throwing out to everyone here, do you think maybe that Charlotte just said to him, look, you can kind of decide who we take at 12 if you want to stay with us and just pick the player that you think would fit best in our system, or not necessarily have the last say, but definitely have a say.
He definitely has, from his past experience, the power to change the culture. And if he has a little say of what pick he wants to pick, that's the ball's in his court. He could change the team. Like here on out, this pick could be a pick. Like I said, PJ Washington is not afraid to take contact. He could be a power forward that they need. And then put those two together, the floor is open. They're going to start making plays. They're going to start working together. And, hey, you could start seeing wins coming out of this team.
Right. I completely agree with you, Melissa. Thanks so much for joining us. We can't wait to catch up with you later.
All right. See you guys.
Appreciate it, Melissa. So, yeah, PJ Washington, the power forward out of Kentucky, is headed to Charlotte. I think it's a safe move. I wouldn't say it's anything. It's nothing crazy. It's what they definitely needed a power forward. I think Nicholas Batum, and he had played a little too many minutes at power forward last year, and I think they saw that. And I also think I kind of want to go back to my point, which was that I think this was part of the proposal that they might have given Kemba a little bit more control over the team overall, because let's not forget, Kemba has been in the league now for quite some time. It's going on a decade in the league, and he has seen very little success, and I'm sure for him that was getting extremely frustrating. And then you're Charlotte, and you don't want to lose a player like that because you're now have to completely rebuild, and it probably starts with Frank Kaminsky, which is just not where you want to start as a franchise. You just don't. That doesn't. You can't have that be your center. So obviously they were trying to do anything they could to bring Kemba back. And I don't know. Maybe Kemba saw something in PJ that, or just bringing in a skilled power forward, because that's the thing. PJ Washington showed us a lot at Kentucky. He showed us a lot of improvement as well as the season went on. So I think it's a really safe pick for Charlotte, and I think that is a nice pick for Kemba Walker specifically.
I'll give my quick take on it before we bring in our social media man Andrew Merdola. My thing is, it could be possible they pitched to Kemba Walker. I also think it goes to the MO of Michael Jordan usually liking to draft guys that had college success, usually come from bigger programs. That's usually his MO. So PJ Washington from a big university like Kentucky second year and his sophomore year showed a ton of progression in his game, so it doesn't shock me that they go with him there. Does it take minutes away from Miles Bridges? Possibly. So, again, it's another team drafting a player in a similar role, but, I mean, Charlotte needs to figure out something to get them out of that purgatory in the East, and they need to start giving Kemba some success, or otherwise, why would he not sign somewhere else?
Great. I completely agree with you there, Justin. That's definitely true. Michael Jordan has definitely kind of fit or tried to fit that mold in a lot of players that he's been drafting over the past almost decade now. So I completely agree with you there. But now let's take a break from the draft, or at least the live draft, and let's talk to our social media specialist, not guru this time. You're a specialist this time. I don't know what the difference is, but let's bring on our own social media specialist guru, whatever you want to call him, Andrew Murdolo.
Specialist guru, Pat, doesn't really matter to me. All I know is that you give me a little bit of credit, which is all good. That's all I need. I'm not up here like you guys.
Don't
but,
get used to it.
I'm here. All right. Well. All right. Anyway, so here we are. Okay, so here we go. Part 2 of the Canadian social media update that I wanted to finish earlier before the breaking news came through and I was booted out of here. So here we go. So we talked about R.J. Barrett being part of the Canadian invasion when it comes to lottery picks in the NBA, but now it's time to talk about some other things going on in Canada right now. So Kawhi Leonard doesn't seem to be sweating any of the moves various teams are making around the association tonight in the draft, and his decision on where he might play next year still continues to loom. But right now, he is catching a Toronto Blue Jays game at Rogers Center. And the thing that really strikes me the most is I saw this one Twitter post, and I couldn't believe it. It speaks to great volumes. He walked down to his seat at home plate, and as he walked down each row, that row of people began to stand up and start saluting him, start clapping, standing ovation as he walks down. He's got people.
Let's go.
He's got people in suits in front and behind him trying to follow him, so no one jumps out and does something wild. But what kind of volumes does that speak to you guys about a guy like Kawhi Leonard and about how that nation really rallied around him?
Ryan, you can go first.
You're the expert here, Ryan.
This is gonna sound like an overstatement, but the guy is literally a Canadian hero. Like
that is not an overstatement. We all know that.
The guy is gonna go down in not just Canadian basketball history, but in Canadian history in general. Bringing the first championship to the only team that's outside of the U.S. is just absolutely incredible, and you can just see from how it's affected so many people. I was talking to Justin before this. At the parade, there's about like 5 million people that live in Toronto. 2.5 million people showed up to the parade. Like that's how much of an impact Kawhi Leonard is making on the city of Toronto. So it does not surprise me at all to see people giving him a standing ovation. I'll tell you this right now. We are doing our best to make this man stay in Toronto. Is it going to work? I don't know.
Food, free like clothes.
Wine and dine, baby.
By the way, just so we know, the only thing I didn't see was the players come out of the dugout and start clapping, by the way. I didn't see that happen. You never know what's going on.
It happened. It just wasn't on
film.
film.
So Vladdy Jr. come out, start giving standing off.
Tips his cap to him. But real question for you, Ryan, excuse me. Should Trudeau be worried for his job as Prime Minister?
Yeah. Kawhi's
gunning for Prime Minister, baby.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, he'd probably win the vote. The guy has done so much for Canada.
Really. Do you really think he might? He would get a percentage.
Well, I mean, you see what's happening.
If Harambe got votes in the United States last election, I'm sure Kawhi Leonard would get
at least a couple, right? We'll see. But I mean, that's not going to happen.
To be honest, I don't know how the Canadian electoral process works, so I would.
Hey, if that's what he needs
to
say in a Toronto Raptors uniform, get him in office. Let's go.
Are there write-ins?
Can you
have a write-in for Prime Minister?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there you go. Write him in, or just have him. Just have him run.
I'll do that. I'll do that next time in Canada when there's an election. I'll be sure to put in a Kawhi vote on behalf of all of WRHU.
And if not him, then the coactus that was gifted to him.
Yeah, when I saw that video of the coactus guy finally giving the plant to Kawhi,
it was a different plant. Did anyone else notice? How funny would it have been if he actually lifted that whole tree?
It would have been funny.
Kawhi.
I feel like Kawhi wasn't feeling it though.
No, he definitely looked
at
it.
Smaller plant.
I think I want to dampen the mood right now.
Why?
I don't think Kawhi's staying in Toronto. I think all the things that people are saying, like the free penthouse, the free food. Like, if you know who Kawhi Leonard is as a person, none of those things appeal to him.
Right.
He was literally known for, in his 8th year in the league, driving a 90 Chevy truck. This guy doesn't...
He's signed with New Balance.
He doesn't
come on.
Just a fun guy. Like, he doesn't care about the finer things. He cares about playing basketball. So his decision will come down to who gives me the best decision to win a basketball game. And the Raptors could still be in that equation. I still think they are. I still think the Clippers are out ahead, which most people are reporting. But look, I think it's great that Toronto, this is what superstars deserve. This is how you could try to keep guys.
For sure.
You do everything in your power, and you treat them like a god, and you hope
Yeah, no, I mean, Canada has, I shouldn't say Canada, the Toronto Raptors have done everything they need to do to convince this guy to stay. If he leaves, so be it. I don't think Raptors fans will be angry because the guy did what no one has been able to do for the Toronto Raptors and bring home a championship. So Kawhi's done his job so far.
Well, we just went way too in depth on the Toronto Raptors and Kawhi Leonard, but that was a lot of fun. I want to thank Andrew Berdola, our social media guru, once again for coming on and bringing us that fun little bit. Thanks,
no problem,
Andrew.
guys. I might be on a little bit later as well.
You might be. We'll see if you are. I didn't like it that much. I'm just kidding. Get out of here. We have more to get to. We got more to get to.
Now let's bring in Miami Heat beat reporter Max Sacco as the pick goes final. They're going to be taking shooting guard Tyler Herro, the sharpshooter out of Kentucky.
Tyler Herro. I mean, here's the thing. The Celtics were looking at Tyler Herro. I know he's really high on him. He's another one of those T-Rex guys you talk about.
Yeah.
Very nice size, but negative wingspan. Look, he had a really nice season at Kentucky. I think he's done a really nice job. I think this is a right spot for him to go. I also think Miami's a nice fitting for him because this is a team that's not looking for someone that's going to break ground or anything. But look, we've got more to get to. Our Miami Heat beat reporter Melissa Wamp will be joining us in just a few minutes. But first, we have a sports update with our update man, Max Sacco.
Thanks, guys. There was action all across the MLB today and across the pond for the Women's World Cup. Down in Tampa Bay, breaking news has come out of the race camp today that the MLB has approved the race to begin trying to find a way to split their home games between Montreal and Tampa Bay. Both the Tampa Bay race and the MLB have not decided on the team name, colors, or who would host the playoffs if the deal went through. As for the New York teams, the Mets travel to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. The Metropolitans look to get back in the win column after a 7-2 loss in Atlanta the night before. Mets manager Mickey Callaway says that the team needs to get their pitching in line again if they want a chance to come back this season.
We haven't had anybody other than really Lugo.
It's on courtesy of SNY. Also coming out of Queens today, the Mets have fired their pitching coaches Dave Island and Chuck Hernandez. They have promoted Phil Reagan as their current new pitching coach for the rest of the season. Up in the Bronx, the Yankees and Astros are currently playing. Right now, the score is 6-0 Yankees, and they're in a rain delay. And finally, in France, the United States women's national team beat the Swedish women's national team 2-0 in the final group of their group stage match. The team breaks the record for most goals in a group stage with 18 goals when Tobin Heath scored the record-breaking goal.
Dino gets it back, sending it in. Wanted Lloyd, finds Heath instead. Tobin Heath looking. Lloyd trying to get free shot, and a goal for Heath! Spectacular! U.S. leads 2-0.
It's on courtesy of Fox Sports. The USA will face Spain in the next round. And that's going to do it for my update. Let's send it back to our NBA draft experts and our stupendous hosts, Pat Foster and Justin Huntsman.
Proudly broadcasting from the Richard Philip Cavallaro Studio.
WRHU.
Hempstead.
You discovered.
A cornerstone of the Lawrence Herbert School of Communication.
WRHU.
You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU FM and streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. Now we rejoin Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, and Pat Foster.
I always feel the need to kind of reset, let everyone know who we are, but then I hear Pete Silverman's luscious voice in my ear, and I'm like, I don't have to do it. He did it for me.
Better than we do.
Pat Foster, Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, all the way on the end there. Now we're joined by our Miami Heat beat reporter, Johnny Rupp. Johnny, Tyler Herro out of Kentucky, headed to the Miami Heat. I think it's a safe pick for them. I think it's a team that's, they're still trying to improve and everything, but it was a safe pick at 13. What do you think?
I thought there was some talk you could maybe go to Sierra Little there, fill out some need on the wing. But Tyler Herro is a good pick. I know there's talk of the Boston Celtics drafting him being interested, but Miami goes and selects him off the board. Boston cannot take him.
And, I feel bad because that pick is already gone. We're 2 minutes into the Celtics pick. We kind of know who's going. It's broken. Romeo Langford will be headed to Boston at that 14th overall pick. I love it. We'll get into it in a minute. But where do you think Tyler Herro fits into this Miami Heat core?
I think he's a good spot-up shooter, go right next to Goran Dragic in the backcourt. I think as you know, the Heat, they're in a bit of a transition phase. They have a lot of bad contracts they need to find a way to move out of. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a long teardown process. I think Hero's a player in the meantime and come in there and make a difference immediately.
Tyler Hero, guy between 6'5", 6'6", but he's got a negative wingspan. Justin, that's something you've been harping on about players for as long as I've known you. It's not a positive thing. What do you think about that, Johnny? Are you someone that obsesses over the negative versus positive wingspan thing? Or do you think it's going to have an impact on him in the NBA?
I'm going to go with. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of the big wingspan people. I think personally. Some measurables are important. I think a good player is a good player. I don't think it's going to negatively impact him too much.
Got you, Johnny. Thanks so much for coming on. I hate to cut it short, but we are running a little low on time, so I appreciate you coming on. We got more coming up. The Celtics are on the clock right now. Under a minute to go with their draft pick. We already know who will be headed there. It'll be Romeo Langford, the point guard out of Indiana. I think it's a great pick. Look, Kyrie Irving, that means they're pretty sure. Here's what that shows me. Two things. I think Kyrie Irving's gone, and I think Terry Rozier's coming back. I think Terry Rozier's going to assume that starting point guard role, and I think they're going to try to groom Romeo Langford. They'll probably, in my opinion, sign Terry to maybe a 2-year, maybe 3-year deal at most, and then try to trade him maybe, if they can, depending on the deal, trade him by the deadline. I'm not entirely sure. Look, if Terry walks, I'm not against the idea of Romeo Langford becoming the new starting point guard for the Boston Celtics, but I guess we'll find out.
Oh, and you want Romeo Langford playing point guard in the NBA?
I mean, look, it's not ideal, but I'm saying if things are going to stay the way they are, and Terry Rozier leaves, look, the Celtics don't have a point guard. So, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've ever seen a guy transition from one position to another in point guard. It would be very difficult, but I don't know. It's a good pick. I think there are a lot of options. There's a lot of things they could have done with Romeo Langford, and they still have the 20th and 22nd pick. I think it was a solid pick for the Boston Celtics. Not official yet. Adam Silver making his way out to the podium now, but it will soon be official.
Taking Romeo Langford, I think Romeo is a solid player. I want to see what they do with 20th and 22nd, and then evaluate the Celtics draft tonight, because I would have really liked, and I still think they can get him at 20 or 22nd, is Kevin Porter Jr. I would have liked the Heat to look at him over Tyler Hero. I think he's one of the most talented guys in this draft. He does have some attitude issues, if you want to call it that. He got suspended at USC. But the Celtics pick is coming in right now by Adam Silver. It's going to be Romeo Langford. He did break his thumb and played with it at Indiana, so it did affect his jump shot. It's a little unorthodox. Hopefully, my guess is they will mess with it a little bit. But he's a hard worker, loved in the state of Indiana. Actually lost the state title to my dad's old high school, so I remember watching that game. He's a good player, don't get me wrong. The one thing that strikes me as a little worrisome is he's a 6'3", Like you mentioned, he might make the transition to point guard, and maybe that's one he'll have to make, but he is a very undersized 2 guard.
That's where my thought process comes from. And also, the Celtics already have 2 great 2 guards, and that is Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown. So I don't know what you're going to do with a guy like Romeo Langford at the shooting guard. That's why I'm thinking they might be trying to transition him into that point guard role, and to do that, they would start Terry Rozier and then add him onto the bench and make him maybe like a 7th, 8th man type to come in and fill that role. It's going to be a challenge for Romeo Langford, not only to find minutes or to transition into that point guard if that's what Boston's intending to do here, but just to find minutes, because this is still, even without Kyrie Irving and without Al Horford, he did opt out, he decided not to opt into his contract. Assuming he leaves, it's going to be still tough for Romeo Langford to find minutes or find any type of solid role in this rotation. But like you said, a lot of upside to him. He's a great natural scorer. I love his ability to handle the ball as well. I think it's a little underrated. I also like his court vision for a shooting guard. I thought it was solid. As an NBA point guard, it's going to be a little different. Averaging just over 2 assists in college is not necessarily the most attractive looking statistic for a prospective NBA point guard. But again, a lot of shooting guard talent already on the Boston Celtics. I can't imagine they're really trying to integrate him as another shooting guard, unless maybe Jaylen Brown's on the move.
I was going to say, do you think that signals that they might be trying to move some people?
Well,
right
Jaylen Brown's a guy that's just, he's been talked about a lot recently, and especially these last few days. Apparently, NBA execs have just been wondering about his availability, so that maybe he is more available than we're being let know.
So I want to throw a hypothetical at you now, since Romeo was drafted and he's a shooting guard. Do you think it's possible, it would technically be bringing in another shooting guard, but do you think it's possible that, we talked about him earlier tonight, Bradley Beal being on the market for the Celtics and them offering some assets to bring him? He's a superstar, kind of stuck in Washington right now. Washington needs to alleviate some cap. Jaylen Brown is not making a ton of money as he's on his rookie deal. Could you see something coming about there, Bradley Beal coming to the Celtics?
I mean, It's hard. It's a hard thing unless Romeo Langford is included in that deal.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily understand it at this point. I think maybe he's just a nice young piece that the Wizards would like. Should that play out? I'm not exactly sure. Look, if you wanted to find do Jaylen Brown. I mean, you can't do Aaron Baines now, but Jaylen Brown, Gordon Hayward's contract is impossible to move at this point.
Tough. It's gonna be tough.
I mean, there's not much that you could package. Jaylen Brown, the 20th and the 22nd, and maybe some futures. But other than that, there's not a ton of guys there's not a ton of movement available on the Celtics roster right now. I don't know if that's necessarily likely. It's obviously a possibility. I'm not Danny Ainge. I don't know what he'd be willing to give up for that as a fan, as of the team. Obviously, Jaylen Brown for Bradley Beal, that's an upgrade. It would be sad to part ways with Jaylen just because he's put in a lot of work to develop his game. He's done a great job. I think people forget when he came into the league, he was drafted 3rd overall. That was a shock to people out of California. Like, people did not expect that whatsoever. He was a really nice prospective player, someone everyone thought might go late lottery, maybe even mid-lottery, but someone that was still raw, very athletic, good, solid defender, not a good shooter, not a great playmaker, only really effective offensively when putting the ball on the floor. But he's become a great three-point shooter. He's become one of the Celtics' most reliable three-point shooters. More inconsistent free throw shooter. I still don't understand how a guy can shoot close to 46% from three and under 70% from the free throw line. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. I don't understand it. But look, Jaylen Brown for Bradley Beal, that's not going to work straight up. They're going to have to include more pieces. I don't know what that would be. It's going to have to be more future picks. It's an interesting pick. But anyway, we're moving on now. Detroit now 15th pick in the draft. It is in. Melissa Wamp, our Detroit Pistons beat reporter, is back talking to us. What do you think Detroit's going to do with this move?
All right, so I'm going both ways. I think the Pistons could use wing support for Blake Griffin and Andre Drummond. Sorry, don't want to pronounce that wrong. But I also think they need to go the point guard route.
Right.
I personally believe Reggie Jackson. The hype has been there for a while now, but I feel like if they switch something in there, they might be able to create more, numbers on the board. But I really don't think they're going to go that route, so I really think they will be going for wing support or a strong forward.
I think Reggie Jackson, his time is kind of up. He was a very, very intriguing point guard when he was, filling the role of a backup to Russell Westbrook back in Oklahoma City. And now in Detroit, look, he's not bad by any means. Reggie Jackson's still, I would say, a starting caliber point guard in the NBA. But I think the point is Blake Griffin's not happy. Blake Griffin is not happy with what Detroit has been able to accomplish in his short time there, granted. So I think they need to make moves, and Detroit needs to keep Blake Griffin. They need to keep a star. And I think in order to do that, they need to be showing that they're trying to improve at certain positions. Maybe Blake Griffin himself is not personally happy with Reggie Jackson's production over the last season or so. But I think that's very important too. Is you need to take into account Blake Griffin and what he would like to see in the organization in order to stay long term.
Well, I don't think you're going to be happy with the pick because it is in for the Pistons at number 15. You guys talked about point guard. You talked about immediate impact for Blake Griffin. They drafted one of the projects that is in the first round, Sekou Doumbouya. Out of France. He's a small forward, about 6'9", decently long, very good in transition. 3-point, he's a little bit of a project for just overall feel for the game, but he's an elite athlete, 6'9". I'll toss it over to Ryan now with a little bit more, but I know he's 6'9", 230. But what can the Pistons expect? I don't think he's an immediate impact guy, but what can they expect from maybe year 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, no, I think that's maybe the Pistons' plan right now, to be able to sit behind Blake Griffin and Andre Drummond to kind of learn the ins and outs of the league. Like you said, Justin, this guy is an elite athlete. We have a bunch of those types of guys in this draft. Still a little bit raw, still needs to work on his handle, still needs to work on his shot, but he can really use that physical power, that physical prowess that he has to really bully some people down low. He doesn't really have a diverse set of post moves down there, but he can always learn those, and maybe that's what Andre Drummond and Blake Griffin are there for, to teach him those versatility moves and be able to change him into that next level type player, because the athleticism is there, and we mentioned it before, you cannot teach athleticism, and that's what this guy has. So maybe it's a long-term project that they see will be a dominant forward group between Blake Griffin, Sekou Doumbouya, and then Andre Drummond.
And with that, we say hello again to Melissa Wamp. Sekou Doumbouya now headed to Detroit. What do you think about Sekou Doumbouya? He's, look, a big from France. Not a lot of tape on this guy. He has been talked about quite a bit, but still, I think he's a project. What do you think?
I think he's a project, but there's positives with him. If you look at his size, you look at his height. He's someone that can create space, but also can create plays. I think he needs to be aggressive, which we can see his career high is 23 points, 1.2 rebounds. He's at 1.3 average of steals. I just personally think there's going to be a learning curve with him when he comes with the team, but that's something you could build on. Practice makes perfect. He has to be around the team, surround himself around the team, and then he's going to learn the dynamic and start adjusting. But like I said, a big boy, big body, he can create space, which can put numbers on the board.
Yeah, right now, if you're Detroit, if you're taking a big, he's going to have to be a project. You have bigs galore in Detroit right now. It's not like you need someone to plug right into your starting five. So I don't totally disagree with the idea of taking a project. And look, he can. The thing about Demboya, is he's not just a post big. The guy can handle the ball. The guy can take in the perimeter. He can put it on the floor and attack the rack. He's got a lot of positives and a lot of upside. The problem is I still think he's very raw. I still think he's not at that NBA caliber level of a big that needs that, because I think, one, his shooting definitely needs to improve overall, and two, just his body. I'm not in love with the soft build. It's not exactly the most cut, the most defined. But look, he's a project. He's going to Detroit, a place where he's going to have time to learn. We kind of hinted at the whole idea of learning, but when we talk about John Morant and Mike Conley leaving, I think it's going to be way more important for a guy like Sekou Doumbouya to be getting, reps behind guys like Andre Drummond and Blake Griffin, who can definitely teach him a thing or two about playing in the NBA.
And I think what's also interesting is that this type of pick kind of moves away where the NBA is going today, right? The NBA is going to a shooting type league, spacing the floor, but now the Pistons are loading up down low and getting really physical and getting really, yes, I know Blake Griffin has expanded his game and he's been able to shoot that three a little bit better, but having a front court a front court of Sekou Doumbouya, of Blake Griffin and Andre Drummond, it kind of minimizes that, and it'll be interesting to see how they adjust to the game. Can Doumbouya learn that shot? Can he really improve that and become a better shooter on the floor? I guess we'll find out and see. He definitely has the time to do that.
Before Orlando makes this pick, a guy we need to talk about that's sliding right now that I thought was exactly Nasir Little.
How is he still on the board?
I didn't think he would make it past at least the top 12 right now. We're on pick 16, and it looks like the Magic aren't going to be drafting him either, which means he either didn't do well in pre-draft workouts, there's worry about how he translates to the NBA, or there's some medical issues, there's some personality issues, because he's a guy that I'd take over Sekou Doumbouya. Like if you're the Pistons right now and you made the 8 seed last year and you want guys that are going to compete, Nas Little's going to be able to come in. He might not be a perfect fit, but he's a guy that can come in, compete, and he can contribute minutes. Sekou next year, well, they just traded for Tony Snell. I feel more comfortable playing Tony Snell over Sekou Doumbouya. He's the type of guy that I almost feel like you're going to put on not a two-way deal, but you're going to send him down to the G League and develop him.
He'll be on assignment for probably most of the season.
If you're trying to compete and you have Blake Griffin, Andre Drummond, Reggie Jackson, why are you taking guys you're going to send to the G League? That doesn't make sense for a team that's trying to make it to the playoffs right now. You need some guys that are going to compete and offer you something. And right now, the Orlando Magic looks like they're going to be taking somebody that's hurt right now, but let's bring on reporter Andrew Baccialupo. I couldn't get out the word beat reporter, but let's bring on Orlando Magic beat reporter Andrew Baccialupo.
I just want to say is one thing. I'm sorry, you're just not important enough to speak. I'm totally just kidding. No, what I just want to say was just kind of hint at or go back to a point was when I was talking to Melissa. Thank you to Melissa, by the way. She just left and we didn't get a chance to thank her. So thank you, Melissa, somewhere. But they need to give Blake Griffin a reason to stay. Yeah. And Sekou Doumbouya is not that reason. He's not. Sorry, he's not. Not yet, and he probably won't be. So there's that. Andrew, Orlando's on the clock right now. There's a lot. Look, this is a team that that was bounced in the first round of the playoffs this year. They exceeded my expectations, winning at least a game. They won a game, which was against Toronto, the future champions, or who would go on to be the NBA champions this season. Where do you think Orlando really needs to improve? They've got a lot of contracts they need to worry about, free agents that they definitely need to try to tap into. They can make some moves. DJ Augustine's the point guard right now. Aaron Gordon's still on that roster. You still have Jonathan Isaac, a lot of bigs like Nikola Vucevic. The pick is in. But what do you think would be the best move?
Well, like you said, the pick is in. I don't want to spoil it just yet. Adam Silver's up there on the stage. He's announcing the pick, but I want to talk about...
Don't steal Adam's thunder.
I just want to talk about the Orlando Magic. There's a lot of holes that they could fill, mostly point guard, power forward with Aaron Gordon. There were a lot of trade talks early in the offseason, towards the end of the NBA Finals, that the Magic were open to trading Aaron Gordon. And then there's Nikola Vucevic, unrestricted free agent. So there's a lot of holes they need to fill, but they go with Chuma Okeke.
Which is devastating to me.
Absolutely devastating. I don't really understand the pick. He has a torn ACL. He will be out until March, mostly missing most of the season, but You know, he has potential.
I'm not laughing at Chuma. I'm laughing at Orlando for being foolish. Even if he was healthy, why are you taking it? Like, why are you taking another athletic big?
Let me explain why. He has potential to be a top player in this draft. He has very good shooting, very good defense, and most NBA scouts have compared him to Robert Covington. And he could be an instant buy low player.
You're laughing at what you're saying. You know it's a joke. You know it's a joke.
I'm laughing at what I'm saying. Only because the Orlando Magic, I always wanted to see them go to. I like the color scheme of this. I've always been a big fan of
Welcome to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU Sports, where we only dictate what teams we like based off of their color schemes.
Well, I was a big fan.
Their uniforms.
Anyways, I don't think this is the right pick. It's just like the Phoenix Suns. The Magic and the Suns are always in this loop of constantly getting great picks, and they just can never make the right pick.
Can't do it right.
They
can't do it.
But I'm trying to get out the positives in
Right.
Okeke's game. You know, he's got the talent, he's got the build, he could be a valuable player in this league, but not playing in your rookie season.
Totally.
And with a torn ACL, I just don't think you pick him this high.
Right.
At
Well,
17.
it's not even that. It's just you're Orlando. You've picked bigs the last 3 years. You have one unrestricted free agent.
And your top center, who was an all-star,
Right.
is now an unrestricted
Free agent who you should worry about re-signing.
yes,
And
yes.
I don't get. I want Nikola Vucevic to leave purely because I want
I
him to
think he
join.
might go to Boston.
You want him to go to the Sox.
Where I'll drop that
Just
that
like I
seed,
want Kevin
but-
Durant on
Yes,
the Nets.
I mean
Yeah.
Kevin. Yeah, no, but we're gonna keep you on because you're also our Nets beat reporter today. In order to get in the vibe, the Brooklyn vibe, because we haven't heard anything about Brooklyn today, and we're on Long Island. Botch, why don't you show them who you're repping right now? Let's get a camera shot on that right there.
The notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls on the chain. This. You know, it could bring a little luck. I'm hoping Bol signs to the Nets.
Bold.
So you want big risk, big reward?
I want big risk, big reward because I know that Sean Marks can do it right. He did it with Karis LeVert, and now Karis LeVert has been emerging into this all-around player.
Yeah.
And he's taken guys who have been prone to injury, so I'm okay with him. I'm okay with him taking Bol because the guys who have gotten
What does that mean? He's prone to making mistakes. I'll be okay if he makes another one.
It's okay. He drafts a lot of injured guys,
but
so he's qualified.
He drafted Karis LeVert after blowing out his knee in Michigan, and now Karis LeVert, earlier in the season before he got hurt, but he came back and got better. He was dropping 25 points a game, so he's clearly making the right decisions here.
No, you're absolutely right. I do agree with you. It's just unlucky. It's not like he's drafting injury-prone players because he wants to, or knows they're going to be injury-prone, or has some plan behind all of that. No, it's he sees talent. He's done a great job. Let's give Sean Marks all the credit he deserves because that franchise has done a complete 180 in what we would never have expected in such a short amount of time. So I mean, all credit there. Who do you think should go to Brooklyn? Don't say Bobo who you want.
I'm not going to say Bobo.
Who do you think fits best?
I truly think that Kevin Porter Jr. could really slide to the Nets.
What about Nas Little? Nas Little is still on the board.
He's not falling 27 because this is New Orleans pick.
Exactly.
True.
I don't
right.
think Nasir Little's gonna. If he slides that far, I'm taking him in a heartbeat. I think he has a lot of potential, even though coming off the bench at UNC, he still has a lot of potential. But I don't think he's gonna slide to 27.
Right.
A more realistic option,
Right.
a more realistic option would be Kevin Porter Jr. And I really like the way that. You know, he's not a highly touted prospect, but in the right system, under the right coaching, which Kenny Atkinson has shown that he can improve players, I really do think that he could be a solid piece in that offense.
For people who might not recall, the Nets traded Alan Crabb to the Hawks for Taurean Prince along with that 17th pick. The Nets then the Hawks traded that 17th pick earlier today to New Orleans. So New Orleans is now, is rightful owners of this 17th overall pick. But now we're looking at New Orleans, a team that has taken Jackson Hayes, a team that has taken Zion Williamson. What's the next move? Because you have basically every position filled. What's the next move?
It is Nickel Alexander Walker. Did I say his first name right?
Nikhil. Look, just because we know what it's going to be, I want your opinions. What do you think they should do? Because clearly, Justin, that's not what you think they should have done.
Oh no, I think he's a very good player. I actually think he should have gone higher than 17. I think he's a combo guard that can handle the ball. He has actually underrated vision. He can shoot the ball well. He can defend 1 through 3. Another Canadian guard, which will make Ryan Yee happy. But it's a nice pick for them. I think he's a guy that can learn a lot from Drew Holiday. I think that's a great mentor from him. Similar dimensions. He's 6'6". He's long. Again, he can play combo guard. So I think it's a nice pick for New Orleans. If they would have flipped this and took Jackson Hayes at 17 and Alexander Walker at 10, this would have made a lot more sense. But it is what it is. Or excuse me, 8. But it is what it is. They got two players that I think are great and are going to help them in their rebuild.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I mentioned this before, when you're in the Pelicans' shoes, you're just trying to acquire talent.
Mm-hmm.
Following that blueprint, I would have gone with Nazir Little. He is the best player available, and I don't think you're trying to fill any particular needs right now. But we talked about this before, Justin. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, I think, is the real deal. He's one of those guys that's being slept on. He's not one of those big names.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good pick by the Pelicans, but completely to your point, if they had flopped that their picks around, it would have made a lot more sense and maybe not as much criticism going towards the Pelicans.
And Alexander Walker's going to have the chance to, learn a little bit. I mean,
He'll be a bench
how much
player.
are you really going to learn from a guy like Lonzo, just who hasn't seen as much action as most mentors have? But he'll be a bench player. He'll come off the bench for the Pelicans. Look, Nikhil Alexander-Walker is a very talented player. I think New Orleans just had better options right now. But here's what I wanted to bring up to you guys, which I think is very interesting, because Nas Little is still on the board.
And he's going to slip past 18, too.
Right, he will slip past 18. We'll get to that in 1 second. Obviously UNC has a really solid recruiting class coming in, and winning has definitely helped Roy Williams continue to bring in top draft picks. But you look at Nas Little, a guy who was top 3 in his high school recruiting class, goes to UNC, comes off the bench for Roy Williams. Every time he came off the bench, by every game, Nas Little had an impact, a tremendous impact. He was easily one of the best college prospects of the entire year. But because of him coming off the bench, he got less playing time, he got less exposure, I think is 100% the reason as to why we're seeing a guy who probably could have gone top 5, top 10 in this draft, we'll say top 10, slip all the way down past 18.
Yeah.
It's shocking to me.
How do you think this affects UNC's recruiting?
See,
I know we're not talking about college, but
I think it already has, because before Nas Little, the last 5-star recruit they got was Harrison Barnes in 2010. That's an 8-year stretch, and they obviously got Cole Anthony this past year. But I think you're starting to see the effect of 5-stars aren't going there because they're not being shown off. They're being asked to, and I get Roy Williams is a guy that you're going to play in my system, you're either going to exceed or you're not, and you're going to get playing time with that. But a lot of these guys that want the one-and-dones and going after the top recruits are catering to them now. It is what it is. You are catering to these 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and saying, we're going to build a system around you, and that's how you get the attractive prospects, and that's how you keep building your program. And UNC is just a program where Roy Williams isn't believing in that, and it could pay after Cole Anthony. You could see this from now on as recruits in high school are looking at this, that they have UNC on their list. They could be like, might not be thinking about that now.
But now you look at your Kobe Whites, your Cam Johnsons, your Luke Mays of the world, right? That's the school that's going to propel you into the NBA. That's the school that's going to give you a chance. But if you're a 5-star recruit, they're going to bench you? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's just not. It was an
awkward fit to begin with, and I don't know. I'm really baffled by Nas Little because a lot of people liked him the way he fits in today's NBA. Like, I still think he's a very good NBA player, and someone who's going to get him at pick 19 because the Pacers aren't taking him either is going to be getting a steal. So I think Nas Little is still going to be a good NBA player. I think it's shocking that he's the guy that slides this year.
Well, let me ask you guys quickly then. If you had to speculate on what may be a reason why he's slipping down, what could it be?
I think it's the lack of playing time. I think it's the lack of exposure. He's a guy that could have been up there competing. I don't want to say at the level, like talent level, but he could have put up battles in those UNC Duke games against Zion Williamson. I think that's what people wanted to see. He didn't get those opportunities. He didn't get the exposure, and so he's slipping. And I think that's really unfortunate because he's such a talented player.
Before we get to the Pacers pick of Goga Patats out of Georgia,
Nice pick.
he played in the Turkish league. Yeah, it is a nice pick, even though they're putting him behind Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis, which, again, question marks. But back to Nas Little, basketball reasons why I think some GMs might be looking at him is he's sort of a tweener. He's not quick enough to play the 3. He's not strong enough to play the 4. So some teams might be looking at him. He's not shooting the ball all that well at UNC. There's some issues there that are underlying, and that could be the issue of looking at him. Maybe he didn't shoot well in pre-draft workouts. That happens with the guys. You never really hear it, but after tonight, you might hear Nas Little really didn't impress.
Right.
Maybe in the interview process, he wasn't as charming as some other guys, and that's why people passed on him.
It's interesting, though, because these are the types of guys that you look at a year from now, and you're like,
why'd you pass on him?
Why did he fall like that? You know what
but
I mean?
no one is ever. Well, this is where it's different, right? You look at a guy like Tony Parker or like Zach Randolph, both who went like super late in their respective drafts, right? And now, obviously, people look at that and they're like, wow, they should not have fallen that far. Most people should know Nas Little shouldn't be falling this far. He's a big name. He's not just a random name that people don't, or a middle-of-the-pack name. He's a big name. Starting this season, he was one of the top 3 players people were waiting to watch, waiting to see how well he could do in the college game and before going to the draft. So that's why I think it's different. It's like you have those guys that'll go, 24 or like later in the second, like 40th or something like that turn into really, like sometimes even all-stars, right? I think it's different here because Nas Little should have been should have gone much earlier in this draft, but he's not because of the lack of exposure. People still know his name, and I think that goes to show how well he did in high school, and I think that might even kind of push the needle towards allowing kids to start coming out of high school. But that's a completely different discussion right now. It's really going to be interesting.
So let's flip the discussion now to Indiana. They drafted Goga Batats out of Georgia. He played in the Turkish league. He's a hard rim runner. He rolls well. He can shoot the ball well. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Marcus Sol. He's got great touch around the rim. But let's bring on Melissa Wamp, the Indiana beat reporter. What do you think of this draft pick? Because now he's technically the third center on Indiana's roster.
All in all, I think right after, we got Tyreek Evans, who just got suspended. We need someone to help out with the shooting. I won't say he's going to be that person, but I feel like he's going to be that person that will help to have space for shooters to shoot. I know that they're trying D'Angelo Russell. I don't know, maybe add that to the mix. They could all work well, mesh well together. But I think he has good size for his position, solid wingspan, someone that could body up on the court. Like, all in all, I will always say it, that you need to body up. You need to have toughness out there, and I think that's something he can bring. But like I said, there's going to always be improvement with these players that are getting drafted to these teams. They have to adapt. They have to get used to who they're playing with, and then it all will work out.
So you obviously brought up Tyreek Evans as he was removed from the league for banned substances. We hope he gets his help that he needs. But do you think it makes more sense if they draft someone like Kevin Porter or someone to fill that role of you're losing a guy like that instead of adding a third center where they already kind of have a log jam there in minutes?
Yeah, because then again, everyone's fighting for a position. Why are you going to bring on people in the same position? It's any team. You don't want to have three people in the same position and be like, okay, well, we need shooters, and you have all of them. Right. So I think all in all, I think they should bring someone out like Kevin Porter to the team, or someone in that position. But I just don't think that was the best choice. But at the end of the day, he's drafted, so they're going to have to work around it and make it work.
But let's look at the Pacers for a second, right? This wasn't a team that was lost this season or anything like that. And in fact, they did well considering the loss they suffered in Victor Oladipo going down. And I think when you look at that first series against Boston, the only reason it was a 4-game sweep was because Indiana didn't have a closer. They didn't have someone that could go out there and get a bucket when they needed to get a bucket in those crucial minutes. And that's not someone you draft because you already have them on your roster. They were just hurt. So I think in terms of what move they had to make in this draft, I honestly think trading the pick probably would have been a little bit more beneficial for them. What pieces they would have packaged with that, I'm not exactly sure. Or who that would be for, I'm not entirely sure either, because we know Bradley Beal's a guy that's really high on the market right now, but why would Indiana pick up another shooting guard with a guy that is playing shooting guard right now for them and they're very high on and could possibly be the face of the franchise in the coming years? For Goga, look, this is tough. Domantas Sabonis is a guy that came into the league and just, surprised people with how good he is and how much better he gets every single year. And I think the same, Miles Turner, I think the thing about Miles Turner is what's going to make this hard for Goga is Miles Turner is a guy that his production level right now is fine. It's good. It's probably above average for most centers, right? He's very. He is.
They locked him into a deal now too.
Yeah, he led the league in blocks, and he it's not like he's going to be bad and Goga's going to get these minutes because Miles Turner is no longer performing. That's not going to happen. I think Goga's just a guy that's going to have to work hard, earn his minutes. He's sitting behind two solid young bigs, which is so hard to overcome as a guy like Goga who doesn't have a ton of tape or anything.
That could build him as a player.
Right.
Moving
Absolutely.
Forward. Exactly.
Totally.
Being behind two strong players, that could maybe adapt him, and then in future picks, you base it around his experience and his knowledge through those players.
Absolutely. So it's one of those picks where it's not going to mean anything most likely for the coming year, but we don't know where Goga will be or what his impact might be like on the Indiana Pacers come 2023, 2024, something like that.
Let's go over to Ryan Yee with a little player analysis on Goga Batats and what he did in coming out of Georgia and playing in the Turkish league this past year.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to Goga, his ability to make screens and really work off of those. He's a big body. You mentioned that the Pacers have a lot of those big guys already, but I think, like Melissa and Pat have mentioned, they can really build him into that. But no, he's a strong body center with a versatile offensive skill set, but his athleticism and his defense need to catch up to that. Like I said, he's a very, very good screener, so that's obviously very, very beneficial for a league where you're seeing a lot of pick and screens, you're seeing a lot of pick and rolls, pick and pops. It's changing into that dynamic league, so maybe they see something of a changing league, so that's what they'll use Goga in that situation.
Melissa, I want to thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in just a little bit later in the show, so thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So with that, the San Antonio Spurs just made their pick with the 19th overall pick. Lou Luka Samanic, the power forward out of Croatia. We'll dive a little deeper into him when we come back, but right now we have a very special interview. Brooklyn Nets beat reporter, also a Hofstra alum and WRHU Sports alum, Michael Scotto, joins us right now to talk a little Brooklyn hoops. Michael, how you doing today? First off, the question on every Nets fan's mind right now is about Kyrie Irving, right? What's the latest on the Kyrie situation? Where does he stand with Brooklyn?
I mean, I would say that there's certainly smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire. I think the biggest thing at this point is Kyrie hasn't necessarily given an indication that he's coming back to Boston one way or the other. And so, ultimately Boston can offer the most money in the longest amount of years compared to any other team that tries to sign Kyrie. But that said, certainly, hanging out in New York and being at the 40-40 club is just only going to drive that talk and the perception that he's certainly, interested in coming here. But ultimately, the one thing I would say is, in talking to people around Kyrie, even though he may or may not have his mind made up now on what he wants to do, it could certainly change by July 1 or June 30th, rather. That's just the type of person he is. So, there's going to be a lot of dominoes that fall this summer, and really they still should start with Kevin Durant, despite his Achilles injury. He's still the biggest name on the free agent market.
So if they sign Kyrie Irving, and they've talked about they're willing to bring back D'Angelo Russell as well, you'd have 4 ball handlers in the backcourt: Spencer Dinwiddie, Karis LeVert, D'Angelo Russell, and Kyrie Irving. Do you think all 4 of those would work together?
I'm not sure if Kyrie and D'Angelo would be the best fit together in the backcourt, just from a defensive perspective. And yes, D'Angelo can play off the ball, but I think both of those guys are at their best when they have the ball in their hands. You mentioned about Karis LeVert, too. He's a really good high pick-and-roll player who excels against wing defenders in that regard and getting downhill, and Spencer Dinwiddie's the same way. I don't think there's a scenario where you would really have those 4 guys on the court together, let alone on the same team. I think theoretically if the Nets got D'Angelo and Kyrie together, it's certainly possible you could see a Spencer Dinwiddie trade. There's a lot of teams that are looking for veteran point guard help on the market, so he'd be an attractive option for them.
Michael, so far this season, the biggest move the Nets made is trading Alan Crabb for Taurean Prince, as well as that 17 spot. What was your initial reaction to that roster move?
They certainly paid a price for it. It's nice to get Taurean Prince back as a young player who you would have a year under contract to see if you want to keep him in restricted free agency the following summer. But giving up 2 first-round picks, and I know one of them is lottery protected, but it's still 2 first-round picks at this time to get off of $18.5 million worth of salary is no small price to pay. The big thing, in my opinion, is by doing that, General Manager Sean Marks clearly believes he's a strong contender to land at least 1 max free agent and possibly 2, whether that's retaining D'Angelo Russell on the restricted free agency market or going out and getting another free agent such as Kevin Durant.
Going to this past season, position that kind of hurt the Nets was the lack of depth at the 4. What are the options there? Do you think they sign a guy like Tobias Harris to a max, or where does Rodion Kurucs, who had a great season last year, fit in that plan?
I would say, and as I've written on The Athletic, Tobias Harris and the Nets are an ideal fit to me from both sides. Tobias is a playmaking 4 that can score and pick and roll. He could spread the floor as a shooter, which Kenny Atkinson loves in his system. He's a well-regarded teammate throughout his entire career, and he fits their culture in terms of he's not a guy that's going to get in trouble off the court, and just is a smart basketball player and a good person. And he fills a position of need at the 4. Last year, the Nets rotated 4 different players at that power forward position, and they can never really get sustainable success. I personally like Rodion Kurucs, who you mentioned. Kurucs is a guy that I think if he evolves as a shooter could really have an impact in this league, and he's the type of guy that ultimately has a little bit of Andrei Kirilenko to him. So at his ceiling, in my opinion. So I think, there's plenty of upside for a guy like him looking ahead towards the future.
Michael, another guy who's been up and down to start his career, but overall it had definitely had a solid season last year, was Jared Allen. What do you think his ceiling could be 2 years into his career, say?
I mean, I think the Clint Capella comparison is fair for him right now. And again, that's another story I had written on The Athletic when in talking with executives. That was the number one guy they compared him to. I didn't get the comparisons to Rudy Gobert that Kenny Atkinson has said from those same executives, but I mean, sure, you can make that case, but I think Capella is a realistic, upside for Jared Allen at this time. And that's a guy that is somewhat of a borderline all-star. It's going to be interesting to see. Can he develop his post moves inside, and can he expand his range? That corner three-pointer is something he's been working on for a while. These are all variables that are going to determine whether he hits his ceiling or not.
Before we get into what the Nets will do tonight with their draft picks, they've had so much rumors about them and so many talks about possibly Kyrie and Durant coming there this summer. What do you think is realistically what this roster could look like in August?
I would say that there's a number of different options. You could do the Kyrie D'Angelo combo. You could do Kyrie or D'Angelo and Tobias Harris, or you can really shoot for the moon and get Kyrie and Kevin Durant. I think any of those options would be a win for the Nets realistically. I would say it's hard to peg what's going to happen at this point, just because I think Durant has to be the first domino that falls to set everything else in motion.
Now let's talk about these picks. They had the 17th that went to the Hawks. What do you think the Nets are going to look at 27? Are they going to look for help and youth in the front court, or even trade that 27th overall pick? What are the most likely options for Brooklyn at 27?
Well, with 17 going to the Hawks, I would say with 27 and 31, they're just going to take best available. And, I mean, certainly Sean Marks has had a knack for finding guys later in the draft than maybe people thought they would be, and they've done well. They've had three starters, fit that category, and Karis LeVert, Jared Allen, and then Rodions Kurucs, who was drafted 40th overall last year, became the lowest drafted rising star selection. So I just think it'll be best fit. There are a number of different players that could land with the Nets because the draft is so unpredictable from top to bottom. Really, after the first three picks are made with Zion Williamson, Ja Morant, and R.J. Barrett.
And finally, one guy the Nets drafted last year, Zana Musa. How do you think he fits into the long-term plans? Is he more of trade bait, or do you think he'll find himself on the roster next year?
I could certainly see him as a trade chip, but that said, if he remains on the team, really depends on how free agency goes, because the Nets have, if the Nets get two max guys, you're going to have very limited cap space to fill out the rest of your roster, and he could become a versatile bench player for them as a guy that at 6'9" could play in the pick and roll, and a guy that could play anywhere from 1 through 3. So I think either way he'll have an important role for the Nets. It's just going to depend if he's a part of a trade package or if he is a bench player for them next year. But they spent the whole season with him, developing him on Long Island for that type of opportunity.
Michael Scotto, again, beat reporter for The Athletic for the Brooklyn Nets. Michael, we want to thank you so much for your time today. We know you're extremely busy. We just want to thank you for coming on the show, and it's been great having you.
My pleasure. Anytime.
That was Michael Scotto, beat reporter and beat writer for the Brooklyn Nets for The Athletic. Thank you again to Michael for coming on. So, missed a little bit of action while we were on the phone. The Boston Celtics traded the 20th overall pick to the Philadelphia 76ers after drafting Matisse Thybulle out of Washington, the guard. And the Celtics will receive the 24 and I believe the 33rd pick in this draft from Philadelphia. I think it was a good trade for Boston. I knew they were going to trade one of those picks. I think that was probably a smart move, and I think for Philly, they were really high on Thybulle for a while, and I think it was a good move for both squads.
Yeah, I saw someone tweet that what Kevin Huerter was to the Hawks last year was Matisse Thybulle to the Sixers this year. Everybody knew what was happening. It goes in the MO of the Sixers wanting really long defenders. He's an okay shooter. He shoots more of his shot never really has arc on it. It's a hard ball. So whether that translates to the NBA, I don't know. But he's going to be a great defender. He kind of projects to me as an Andre Roberson type. He's going to defend the ball really well, but how much spacing can he give you? I don't know. And with possibly losing J.J. Redick this offseason, I'm not in love with the pick by the Sixers. I would have loved to see them go after a shooter instead.
Ryan, why don't you tell us a little bit more about Matisse Steibel, the guard out of Washington?
Yeah, the senior coming out, like you said, Justin, a fantastic defender, averaging 3.5 steals, 2.2 blocks this season. So the Sixers are getting him for his defense now. This guy also, even off the ball, is fantastic. His awareness on the court to be able to close out those passing lanes and to be able to understand those switches and those systems. He really has an act to do that. That being said, this guy is going to have to improve his shot. He's going to have to get better on that offensive side, but defense is a crucial part of the NBA, and having a role player like that to be able to put out there and have confidence in to shut down players that are really hurting you. You saw that in the Sixers-Raptors series. They needed that extra defender to really lock down, and they didn't have that. Maybe Thibault is that guy for the future for the Sixers.
Yeah, and you kind of look back and remember Landry Shamet when they moved him out of there for Tobias Harris halfway through this season, and you kind of think they're trying to get someone to fill that role because though he was only a rookie in the NBA, Landry Shamet proved to be beyond his years, talent and IQ-wise.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably what they're trying to fill, because I think when you go down to it, Landry Shamet was probably the piece they were missing in this postseason. So an interesting move. Now, well, the 21st pick did belong to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They traded back with the Memphis Grizzlies. So OKC now picking 23rd, Memphis picking 21st. We bring in our beat reporter, Eliza Kravitz. Where do you think Memphis is going to go with this 21st overall pick, Eliza?
I think they're going to go with Brandon Clark. He has that defensive element that they need. Like I said earlier, they're a young team. They're looking to rebuild. And I think this is the guy that they can do it with.
I think that's not a bad way to think about it. I think Jaren Jackson Jr. proved last year that he's more of an offensive styled player, so having a little help defensively in that front court wouldn't be a bad idea. However, I have to disagree with you. If I'm Memphis right now, I'm still going with the best player on the board, and that is Nas Little.
Yeah, I mean, I get it from the stance of you're teaming a great defensive back or front court now with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Brandon Clark. Clark will probably play the 4, JJJ at the 5. But yeah, again, Nasir Little's now sliding down the board. I'm looking at the Thunder. I know the Thunder are going to need shooters at the 23rd pick, but it'll be very interesting. Boston's here at 22nd. They could possibly swing on Nas Little. One of these teams, I did not expect him to get out of the teens, let alone the top 10. So we're now sliding into dangerous territory for him. You never want to be one of those guys in the green room that's one of the last guys where you thought you were going to go very high and kind of now just sitting there not knowing what's going to happen next for you. So it's going to be interesting. He's sliding down the boards right now. There has to be some flags that we just don't know right now about him, because there's no rhyme or reason of the teams he's worked out with so far and where he's gone in this draft just don't line up. So something has to be missing in this puzzle that we just don't know yet.
I'm starting to think it's going to be Brandon Clark. Just based off of the things we're seeing on social media, I believe the Memphis Grizzlies are going to take Brandon Clark. So really nice job by you, Eliza. I believe you just called that 100%. Really nice job, Eliza. And you're right. Look, I didn't mean by any means that Jaren Jackson is a bad defensive big. He's not. He's very, very strong. But I think, adding Brandon Clark to that makes you even better. And it is official now. Adam Silver just announced Brandon Clark, the power forward out of Gonzaga, will be heading to Memphis, and who will join Jaren Jackson Jr. in that front court. And I think that's just going to make them even better. I think Jaren Jackson will complement Brandon Clark's game. I think he's also going to teach him a few things about how to offensively, and I think Brandon Clark and him, Jaren Jackson Jr., will make a very, very nice front court together on both sides of the ball. So I really just think Memphis is cleaning up right now in this draft.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Brandon Clark is another one of those guys, T-Rex arms. He's 6'8". He's going to be looking to play the 4 and 5.
You can see it, man. You look at him in the suit, you can see that his arms are short. Arms.
He's only 6'8". He shoots the ball okay. He's made a ton of progress from where he was at San Jose State and then transferring to Gonzaga. So there's a ton of progress, and he still can make progress. NBA execs always look at it, no longer is it looking at age, it's looking at how much can this guy improve. He's 23 coming in, but Memphis, going young, trying to pair someone with JJJ, it makes sense. We'll see how it pans out. It's a very interesting front court. They now have John Morant going along with them. So it's going to be a nice little trio that they got going on right there. So now they need a little bit of wing depth and guard help.
And I think what's also necessary to mention what's necessary to mention about the Memphis Grizzlies at this point too is they're collecting a nice group of young players right now. But with the trade they just made for Mike Conley, they also acquired some great veterans, Jay Crowder and Kyle Korver as well. So I think Memphis is shaping up to possibly be a playoff team in the coming years. I don't think it'll happen immediately. I think this is going to still be a time that needs to build. I think Jaren Jackson Jr. also needs to prove he can be healthy for a consistent amount of time. in the NBA, and I think Brandon Clark at least needs to step on an NBA court first, along with John Morant, to prove that they are what they hope to be. But if both prospects live up to their potential, Jaren Jackson stays on the path that we saw him in his rookie year, and Jay Crowder and Kyle Korver come in and just kind of bring that veteran leadership, this is going to be a really good team. The Western Conference only gets better every year.
It's always stacked. I was going to toss to you a little player analysis now on Brandon Clark, but like you said, the West is always stacked. A bunch of young teams now from seeds probably 10 to 15, but let's toss it to Ryan Yee now with a little player analysis on Brandon Clark.
Yeah, I mean, you guys hit it all. He's a super versatile defender. He's going to be very nice paired with JJJ. He has a blocking ability. He averaged 3.1 blocks this season, which is incredible. Defense is huge. I feel like I'm a broken record with that, but I mean, we saw it in the NBA. We saw it in the NBA playoffs, right? Like, lockdown defense can really pull through. Yes, you can have a really high-powered offense. We've seen it with Houston, but if you can't defend on the other end of the court, you can't be expecting to win blowout games. But what I should add, and just adding to you guys' conversation, I think what Memphis is doing right now is exactly how you're supposed to begin a rebuild. If you think, like, you're supposed to get those, you've got your star now in John Morant, hopefully he pans out, you're getting these young guys, and you're pairing that with veterans. You mentioned it, Pat, they're not going to be competing for playoffs anytime soon, but this is where you start, and this is where you're going to attract more free agents.
Onother thing I'll add is why the Brandon Clark pick makes sense is John Morant is a pretty bad defender. I mean, he's
small too, so it's only going to get worse in the NBA.
He's small, he's skinny, he's a traffic cone. You just use him as a drill and you go around him. At least that, and obviously that can change at Murray State. He was used so much offensively that you're struggling defensively, but his still slight of frame. Now you have JJJ and Brandon Clark to back him up. It's not a bad way to start building your team. Some veteran forwards, so it's an interesting way for the Grizzlies to start the rebuild.
So after trading up with OKC moves back to 23rd in this first round. Memphis moves up to 21st. They take Brandon Clark, the power forward, out of Gonzaga. He'll be paired up in the front court with Memphis along with JJJ, so that's going to be very interesting. I want to thank Eliza Kravitz for coming on once again, our beat reporter. Thank you so much for coming on and bringing us that. And now the Celtics are back on the clock after trading Matisse Thybulle that they took with that 20th pick to Philly. They now acquire the 22nd, the 24th, and the 33rd, the 24th and the 33rd coming from that trade with Philadelphia. They're on the clock right now. Look, it's going to be interesting. Bol is still on the board, and this is a team that has really liked them, but it's coming in now that they like Grant Williams a little bit more, and Grant Williams will be heading to the Boston Celtics. Look, Grant Williams, talented guard at Tennessee. Look, gritty player, a lot of skill. I really like Grant Williams. Probably a G League guy on this roster, or a two-way player to start out. I'm not exactly sure. It depends on who they like a little bit more, I guess, him or Romeo. I think it's really going to come down to that.
See, I think plug Grant Williams as your 4. He's about 6'8", long forward. A lot of comp to Draymond Green. A lot of people compare him to Draymond Green, PJ Tucker. I've heard some comparisons. He's a very smart player. A little outdated his style of play, but he's shown that he can spread the floor. He's a smart basketball player. That's what I'll give him. He's a high IQ player. The crazy thing about Grant Williams is he was a 20-year-old junior. That is extremely young. He is 8 months older than Cassius Stanley, who's going to be now a freshman at Duke. Yeah. And he was a junior at Tennessee. Cassius Stanley is now entering his freshman year at Duke. I mean, that is remarkable, as you're getting a guy that played 3 years in college but is still 20 years old. He's a prize that you would love to get in the NBA. A lot of people now losing Al Horford, a guy that's sort of like him. He's smaller, but he can distribute the ball. He can defend the ball well. He can shoot it a little bit. It's an interesting pick for Boston.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick. He's a guy I like, but in terms of the position, you have Jason Tatum, you have Gordon Hayward, who's signed to, I believe, still one of the top 10 largest contracts in the NBA next year. I think it was the 6th largest. He was being paid the 6th most of any player in the NBA just for this season, and definitely don't think the Celtics saw the type of production they would like to, but, he overcame one of the most horrific injuries anyone has ever seen on live television. So, you kind of give him a little pass for this year, and you hope he can get back to that point. But, it might be a bit of a safety net Danny Ainge might be trying to do here. If Gordon Hayward just isn't the player he used to be after that injury, maybe a guy like Grant Williams, a guy who you hinted on, has a ton of upside, and he's so young, and he's able to do so much with his frame. Almost 6'8", 240 pounds. That's just such a great frame for any guy coming into the NBA, and I think that's why guys like John Morant, who's a freshman, yes, he was so hyped up and he went second overall, but I think that's what those guys miss out on, is a chance to develop their bodies and get ready. Look, a 6'8", 240-pound forward out of Tennessee, any Celtics fan should be happy with that. It's not a bad pick. It may not be the ideal pick in terms of fit for the team, but it's still a good player, a young player with a ton of upside.
The one thing this could signal to me is I know they've lost Horford, they lost Kyrie. This could be another guy they're losing is Marcus Morris now. You're losing him at the 4.
Right.
So they could be just drafting now for depth reasons. And so, I mean, I don't hate the pick. Again, Nazir Little, Kevin Porter Jr. These are guys that I like more, but look, the Celtics, the people that want to throw at Danny Ainge, don't get me wrong, the Celtics have missed on a few things. But we have to remember it's push up or shut up time now for Terry Rozier, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown. They wanted this moment.
Absolutely.
They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals without Kyrie and Gordon Hayward. So it's their time now to take over and say, well, we're still this good. We're a threat in the East. We're adding a few guys like Grant Williams, and they'll still have money in free agency, which I think they might go after a guy like Vucevic. They're still going to be a force in the East.
Absolutely.
It just might be a little different now.
Absolutely. It's going to be different. But I think if you look at the makeup of that potential team, or even their team now, if you already take Al Horford and Kyrie Irving out of the equation, it's probably a team more suited to Brad Stevens' coaching style.
That's
what I
would agree
this is what if you're Danny Ainge, you're trying to do at this point. You're losing your 2 veterans. Let's build a team that's now suited for our coach that he's proven he can take very deep into the postseason. But Ryan, why don't you give us a little deeper analysis? I know we went pretty deep there, but if you can give us anything else on Grant Williams and what he might bring to the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, no, you guys mentioned it. I mean, this guy's he runs a lot of stuff from the post. He's able to do that. He also has somewhat of a perimeter game, but he's going to have to improve that. I think something that is understated about this guy is a team first player.
Yeah.
Right? He puts everything first. And I think that's what Boston likes so much about him, especially with everything that they've gone through where it's been so much about, it's all about Kyrie, it's all about this player, and they're having that strife within the franchise. I think to have a guy that comes and says, hey, I'm just here to win games. I'm just here to do whatever it takes. I don't need to stardom. Give that to Jason Tatum. Give that to whoever on the Celtics. I'll be that glue guy that's able to piece everything together. So.
Well, the thing there is, Ryan, is I don't think, ideally, if you're Brad Stevens, I don't think anyone holds that role next year. I think the whole point is there's no one guy we go to.
He never wants a number one guy.
Right. It's been the same since he was at Butler. He had talented players at Butler. You look at Gordon. Even Gordon Hayward in that Butler system wasn't the go-to guy. Like he was he was their best player, probably no doubt most talented, but they had a lot of pieces on that team that they used, and they used effectively, and a lot of them were brought to a different level that a lot of people think they could have played at. Same thing with that Boston Celtics team because of Brad Stevens. No one expected Terry Rozier, a guy who really struggled in his first 2 seasons in the NBA, to all of a sudden come out and help lead a team into to the Eastern Conference Finals and win 7 games. The Jazz are on the clock with the 23rd pick. It's we'll see where that goes with that. But we've got a lot more to get to. First, we have a sports update with our own. You know what? He keeps complimenting us. I don't remember what the first one was. The second one was stupendous. I don't know. We're going to a sports update with our own tenacious Max Sacco.
Thanks, guys. There's a lot of action for both the New York teams today and across the pond in France for the Women's World Cup. Down in Tampa Bay, breaking news has come out of the Rays camp today as the MLB has approved the Rays to begin trying to find a way to split their home games between Tampa Bay and Montreal. Both the Rays and the MLB have not stated how they're going to divide this up between home games, uniforms, and who would host the playoffs. As for the New York teams, the Mets traveled to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. The Metropolitans look to get back in the win column after a 7-2 loss in Atlanta the night before. Mets manager Mickey Callaway says the team needs to get their pitching in line if they want to start to win again.
We haven't had anybody other than really Lugo.
Sound courtesy of SNY. Also coming out of Queens today, the Mets have fired their pitching coaches Dave Island and Chuck Hernandez. They have promoted Phil Reagan as their new pitching coach for the rest of the season. Currently, the score is 6-3 in favor of the Cubs during the bottom of the 5th inning. Up in the Bronx, the Yankees and Astros are currently facing off at Yankee Stadium. Right now, the score is 8-3 in favor of the New York Yankees in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Yankees also announced today that their former All-Star right fielder Aaron Judge will return to the lineup tomorrow night and come off the injured list. Finally, in France, the United States women's national team beat the Swedish women's national team 2-0 to finish top of their group. Along the way, they broke the record for most goals in the group stage game when Tobias Heath scored the 18th goal for the Americans.
Dino gets it back, sending it in. Wanted Lloyd. Finds Heath instead. Tobin Heath looking. Lloyd trying to get free shot. And a goal for Heath. Spectacular. U.S. leads 2-0.
Sound courtesy of Fox Sports. The U.S. will play Spain in the round of 16 4 days from now. Now let's go back to our glorious NBA draft hosts Pat Foster and Justin Huntsman.
Back, sending it in. Wanted Lloyd. Finds Heath instead.
Proudly broadcasting from the Richard Philip Cavallero Studio.
WRHU.
Hempstead.
You've discovered
A cornerstone of the Lawrence Herbert School of Communication.
WRHU.
With the first pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Zion Williamson from Duke University. With the second pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Ja Morant from Murray State University. With the third pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select R.J. Barrett from Toronto and Duke University.
You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU FM and streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. Now we rejoin Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, and Pat Foster.
Once again, thanks to Pete Silverman for recording that. Patrick Foster, alongside my co-host Justin Huntsman and Ryan Yee. You're tuned in to the WRHU Sports 2019 NBA Draft Show. You're either watching on our WRHU Sports Facebook page at WRHU.org. You might be listening. Or if you're local here on the island, 88.7 FM WRHU Radio Hofstra University. So we just want to thank everyone for tuning in up to this point. It's now 10 o'clock. We're like 3 hours into the show. I'm still having as much fun as I was. We have our social media guru in who we'll get to in just a moment because the Jazz just selected their pick. It's not the Jazz's. It is Oklahoma City's pick after trading to Memphis. Memphis first acquired the pick in the trade for Conley, and Darius Bazley was selected 23rd overall. So Darius Bazley will be headed to Oklahoma City. A really nice ad. Darius Bazley, a guy who I think suffered, his draft stock definitely suffered because of the decision to not attend college and kind of pull a Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks. Didn't go to college and just spent the year trying to work on his game, trying to focus on developing himself. And, you know, he was originally committed to Syracuse, decommitted, and then did exactly that, just tried to focus on his game, get ready for the NBA draft. Before this, you know, he was pretty slight of frame dude. Very tall, good shooter, athletic, could handle the ball really well, decent rebounder for despite how thin he was. But he's put on weight since then. I think this is a really nice pick for Oklahoma City.
Yeah, he was the $1 million intern for New Balance for a year. Come on, he was busy being an intern for New Balance, doing whatever they were asking for him. But no, it was a good pick for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They need a dynamic player alongside Paul George and Russell Westbrook. You need another guy that can make some plays. Bazley, a guy that Rich Paul client, so maybe a little hype here, but he sat out a year. Mitchell Robinson paid a lot more going in the second round. Bazley had a first-round grade on him throughout the pre-draft workout process. A guy that I think can handle the ball, can make his own plays. He's going to be an interesting fit. I think he can get minutes immediately in Oklahoma City, especially off the bench. They need some shooting. They need some scoring. So I definitely think it's a nice pick by the Thunder.
And before we go to our player analyst, Ryan Yee, our beat reporter, Dylan McCaffrey is back with us to talk about this pick by the Oklahoma City Thunder. What do you think about the pick by OKC? And do you think another team that originally held this pick, Memphis or Utah, might have benefited more from staying there and not moving that pick around?
Well, I think for the Thunder, it's clear that they needed to add more shooting this offseason. That's been their problem for the last 2 years. They have really two people on their team who can shoot. I remember in a few games this season, they were talking about how they were missing Alex Abrinas. So if that's the problem, then you really need to add more shooting.
Hey, do you not miss Alex Abrinas? Come on.
Every day I miss Alex Abrinas. But for the other teams, specifically Memphis, moving up from this pick, I think it was a great move to go with Brandon Clark at 21 rather than wait here. I would have liked to see the Thunder go with a little more shooting. Maybe I knew Dylan Windler was still on the board. I would have loved to see Dylan Windler on this team. I think he would have added a great spot-up shooter for Russell Westbrook and Paul George to play off of. But yeah, I think the Darius Bazley is a good pick for them, shooting and scoring.
Now, what about Darius Bazley do you like the most? Because he's athletic, he's a pure scorer, he's got a natural shot on him. Not necessarily what do you like most about him that would fit with OKC, because he is a talented shooter and that's what they needed. But what about his game do you really like the most in terms of potential?
Well, I think, first of all, you can just see his size, his athleticism, and his wingspan. Just those tools will help him go farther into the future. It'll make him a very valuable part of the OKC team because they just need more shooting and scoring.
Got you. All right, Dylan, thank you so much. We're sorry we couldn't have you on for too long there, but we had to, cut a little bit of time. But thanks so much for coming on, and we'll talk to you later in the show.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dylan. So, Ryan, why don't you give us a little bit more of a deeper player analysis here on Darius Bazley?
Yeah, I mean, for Bazley, it's all about his length and his ability to have that potential of becoming a very elite defender, right? Dylan mentioned the wingspan that Bazley has, and that's exactly what his upside is. You can't teach being long. You can't teach having those properties and having those skills to be able to block those passing lanes and have that reach. But Justin, you mentioned it. He's a very raw player, and to be out of the league to be out of playing any competitive basketball for a whole year is a lot of time. He's inconsistent. He does have a weird kind of shot. His follow through is kind of slow. His shot in all is pretty slow. So hopefully he used that year to shape all that stuff up. But that being said, they needed Oklahoma City needed that elite defender potential, and they might have that in Bazley. This is the type of guy that you shoot the long shot on, and he could turn out to be very, very helpful for you down the road.
And really quickly, before we get to our social media specialist, Andrew Murdolo, I want to talk to you, Justin, about this. We were talking about this a little earlier today. I mentioned Mitchell Robinson just a few moments ago, and about how his draft stock was impacted because he decided not to go to college. He decides not to go to college. He drops in the draft. The Knicks are able to pick him up with kind of a steal.
Yeah,
very, very late in the draft. And he emerged as one of the top rookies this season. He was one of the best shot blockers in all of the NBA. Look, it's not hard to break through on a team like the New York Knicks right now. But still, he did. He showed he was deserving and probably was worthy of being picked in the lottery. And I think Darius Bazley, it won't be the same type of player, not even close, but I think he might have done the same thing, which was hurt his draft stock, but he's still a very talented player, and I think the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to see that very soon, and I think what's really going to need development is his body still, but after that, he has all the tools, he has all the talent. So what do you think about that, Justin, just about that whole taking the gap year, not going to school, letting your draft stock kind of plummet, but still being an effective, player? And I don't really know how to phrase the question there, really. But
no, I get what you're saying. I think it's a roll of the dice. I think it's smart of him to team up with Rich Paul because I think he's showing he's one of the most powerful agents in the game. And whether or not Bazley was worthy of a first-round grade, I do think he was. Rich Paul was helping him get there. And I think what we saw with Mitchell Robinson last year, you just have to draft talent. Sometimes, whether or not they play in college, it doesn't matter. If the guy's talented and you know he can play, then you have to take him. You have to trust the skill. You have to trust the talent sometimes. And I think that's what happened with the Thunder right now is talent outweighs the film and all that, and they think he can help them win right now.
Yeah, so right now the Sixers with the 24th pick was traded to Boston, and Boston just traded that to Phoenix, and Phoenix with that pick took Ty Jerome. We'll talk a little bit about Ty Jerome in a bit, but we have our social media specialist, Andrew Murdolo, back in the house, the Hizzle. I don't know why I did that.
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop
Dizzle.
Snoop Dizzle Dog, man. What do you got for us, Andrew?
All right, so for those of you who may not know already, the Houston Rockets have dropped some brand new unis on us here tonight.
Yes.
That's right. They have dropped a brand new line of uniforms. So of course they have the normal home reds and the home whites road reds. The reds are going to have a little bit of black trim underneath. Whites are going to have a little bit of red trim. But they also have a nice little throwback jersey back to the days of the gold, red, and white that they're also introducing back into their lineup. So what are your thoughts on getting a little old school now and bringing some old school tradition back to the Rockets unis?
They needed some positive news after everything that's been coming out with Chris Paul and James Harden. The uniforms aren't bad. I mean, the Rockets aren't a franchise to me that are like, do you need to switch your uniforms? But, I mean, hey, if that's what you're looking to do, and I know Nike is proactive in trying to switch uniforms, and I know those retros are well-liked by someone, Grayson Squares, who's a Houston Rockets fan all the way back in Houston. He's probably appreciating those new jerseys. But I mean, I think they're nice. I don't think the Rockets have the best uniforms. They don't have the worst. It's a nice addition. It's a nice pop to get you in some positive light after the James Harden, Chris Paul news.
I actually don't care at all, really. I don't. I honestly think it might be like trying to just be like, hey, don't worry about CP3, don't worry about Harden. We have these cool new uniforms. They're cool. I mean, they're nice. I think it's really convenient to be dropping it right now in the draft when you don't have a first-round pick. And I think
it's trying to get news towards
right,
you.
It's just trying to attract things. But look, they were nice uniforms. You disappointed me this time, Andrew. I thought you had better stuff for us, kid. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm totally.
I got
I was totally kidding. I was totally joking.
Listen, the one other thing I want to point out real quick, an anonymous fan, we're not going to give out the handle here, but
At
an anonymous fan out here just put out on Twitter, Manute Ball, who got picked 31st overall back in the day by the Washington Bullets. Bol is still on he's still on that list of possible players that could get selected.
Yep.
Still, could you imagine 31 and 31, son and father, both getting selected 31 years apart?
See, there you go. Now you're bringing the heat, Andrew. Now that's it.
There
Way to
you
go.
go.
No,
Ready?
that would be really cool, actually, I think. It would be just kind of like a nice little feat. And I think, who knows, maybe that's why he's falling right now. The Stars are just like, they need to get picked. The same pick. His father was drafted. That's why he's falling.
31.
Yeah, exactly. No, that'd be cool. It would just be kind of like an interesting little, fact of the day.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Andrew. We appreciate it.
No problem. Try to bring the heat all the time. Apparently, Pat over here not too happy about it. But anyway, see you later, guys.
Thanks, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Now get out of my sight. No, I'm just I'm sorry. It's getting late here, guys. I need to keep the energy.
Let's move forward to the Phoenix Suns pick. They took Ty Jerome. We talked about they needed a point guard. I like Ty Jerome a lot at the next level. He can shoot the ball well. He defends. He's a good passer. He's a very high IQ player. The Suns need some of those.
Absolutely.
I personally like the pick. Ty Jerome, they have a ton of wings, so Nas Little not going here doesn't bother me. Ty Jerome's a guy that I think he's going to find a role in the next in this league, and I think it's proving that Tony Bennett is starting to produce NBA guys. Even though they're 3-4 year guys, he knows how to produce NBA level players.
I completely agree, and I think we'll see Kyle Guy probably go in the second round as well. So that'll be 3 guys from Virginia that wind up going to the NBA this year. I like Ty Jerome a lot. I've liked him for a while. Like, he's just one of those guys that he seemingly always finds just the right play on the court at the right time. He's got a very nice balance between being a playmaker and being a scorer. I like his mentality a lot. I like how he developed under Tony Bennett. He became a really solid team player and just an all around talented point guard. And I think when he got to Virginia, people were like, I don't think this guy will ever turn into an NBA caliber player, and he did, and he really made that leap this year. Great pick. Ryan, you got a little bit more on Ty Jerome for us?
Yeah, no, I think it's a fantastic pick. I agree with you guys. This guy is a playmaker, but he does lack some athletic ability. He's going to have to adjust into that. He doesn't necessarily have that frame to translate into the NBA, so that's something that he's going to definitely have to work on. But if there's something that the Suns needed, it was playmaking ability, and Ty Jerome's going to get that done for them.
Okay, now Portland's on the clock at 25. We have beat reporter Lou Acumano on with us right now. Where do you think they'll go with the 25th overall pick with this one?
So for the 25th pick, they already said that they would end up drafting Nasheem Little.
Thank be to God, he's going.
That's crazy.
Just sent it out. They needed a small forward. Honestly, Mo Harkless wasn't going to do anything for that team. Western Conference Finals, they made it. Under Stotts, honestly, this team is coached really well. You got Dame, you got C.J. McCollum, you got Jurkic coming back next season after that gruesome injury with his leg, and he's in good position with his team. They needed a small forward.
Yeah.
They have a great caliber team offensively, and you know what? Defensively, they're going to look just as good.
And they lucked out. The fact that Nas Little, a forward of this caliber, dropped to the 25th overall pick. That's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, he was projected to go 11 through 15, maybe even 17, and he dropped big, and I'm honestly stunned by it.
Mm-hmm. And you saying that, Justin and I would have been equally as shocked if he dropped to 17.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is this could be a blessing in disguise for Nas Little. He's going to a competitive situation right away in Portland. Mm-hmm. He's not going to be on a tanking team. That might progress his development even more. He's going to be hungry now. It honestly fits the MO of Portland. Damian Lillard always feels like he's slept on. C.J. McCollum feels like he's slept on. Nurkic feels like he's better than with the respect he gets. It almost fits the MO of Portland guys, of always feeling like they're not getting enough credit. They're stuck up in the rainy Northwest. They have one of the biggest travel schedules every single year. Getting a guy like Nas Little, he'll probably come off the bench at first, just because Portland's never a team that usually likes playing young guys immediately, but he'll get time, he'll get minutes. Him and Zach Collins are going to both come off the bench, 2 young guys for them. I like the trajectory Blazers are going here, because Nas Little will give them a little offensive punch, which they definitely needed.
Absolutely, especially if they re-sign Seth Curry. That's a great depth for this Western Conference team, and they could possibly go back to the Western Conference Finals, and who knows, maybe the NBA Finals with the Warriors being taken down,
Who knows? The Western Conference is definitely going to open up this year, and I think Portland was one piece away from arguably moving on. I really think they were, and that was the small forward position.
Absolutely.
That's what they've needed for a few years now, and after watching them kind of make a bit of a mistake taking Anthony Simmons last year. I just didn't totally understand the move. But
it felt like a future move.
Right.
It felt like almost they might be or they feared that Lillard might leave or CJ or something like that, because Anthony Simons shows that he has potential, because he put up 37 in the one game he started against the Sacramento Kings. But besides that, really end of the bench guy, not in the rotation. Nasir Little not going to be like that. He's going to be in the rotation immediately, I expect, giving them vital minutes and hopefully an offensive punch that they desperately need off the bench.
And it's official. Nas Little will be going to the Portland Trailblazers, the small forward out of North Carolina. Before we go to our player analyst, Ryan Yee, I just want to thank Lou. Thanks so much for coming on and bringing us that report.
Yeah, thank you guys
Appreciate
for
it,
having
Lou.
me.
Take care, man. All right, Ryan. Give us a little bit more on Nas Little, even though we've been going on.
We've been dissecting this game and talking about it.
We've been waiting for this for so long, and I think you guys covered it all about what this guy brings. He has defensive upside. He's a 3-and-D recruit. He can really blossom into the NBA. He has been known as kind of a late bloomer. In high school, it kind of took him long to develop. But with those types of guys, it's just putting in work. And I think for him, yes, you fell in the draft, but if there's a silver lining, you're going to a great franchise that played really well in the playoffs and competed with the Golden State Warriors in that Western Conference final. For a guy that is a late bloomer, he'll be able to come in and really develop over time and become that player that Portland expects him to be.
Yeah, I agree, and I want to break some news right now as Shams is breaking news. Boston is now trading center Aaron Baines to Phoenix. We don't know exactly what Boston will be getting back, but want to break that news. Just because they lose Al Horford now, you're trading Aaron Baines. The Celtics are going to have a pick coming up at 33, correct? What they traded with the Sixers, so they're going to be up at 33. I have to think you're going big man. My thinking now is if you trade him, at 33, if he's still on the board, Nick Claxton out of Georgia. He's a very slept-on prospect. He's a little skinny, but he can handle the ball. He can grab and go on the rebound. He can shoot the three well. He's not entirely polished, but he's a guy through the draft process has really shot up boards. Obviously, it didn't improve much tonight, but I think he has a lot of skill. If he could fall to 33 to the Celtics, that'd be a great pick. But a little bit of a head-scratcher on Aaron Baines. Again, I said earlier this could signal Nikola Vucevic being signed in free agency to the Celtics. They're going to have money. He would fit more of a Brad system style.
Totally, absolutely.
So maybe that's where we're getting the signals here of Vooch going to the Boston Celtics. But what do you think your take is on that?
I mean, it's interesting. They just re-signed him this offseason. He was only on a one-year deal. They just re-signed him. I know he loves Boston. It's I don't know, sad to see him go, but we need to improve. He was not going to do it. He was not going to get the job done this year. He was a great backup big. Aaron Baines would be a great backup big, basically on any team in the NBA. Starting big, he's only okay. So I don't know. I'm not against the move. I want to know what they wind up doing with it. We'll find out as that progresses. But we'll bring on, once again, our beat reporter, Melissa Wamp, as the Cavaliers are 2.5 minutes away from putting in their pick for number 26. We already know who's going. I want to spoil it because there's no point to do that. Melissa, who do you think the Cleveland Cavaliers should take right now?
Oh, okay. Well, now knowing the pick, I really wanted Bobo.
Yeah,
I'm a big Oregon fan. I just thought he's I know we went with Darius Garland first pick that we had, but overall, I just think he's a great player. But you guys already know.
Right.
Should
Let's
we,
break it. Go for it. No, you do the honors.
Johnson from Kentucky.
Why? Why? Why did they just take a third point guard?
I don't get it.
Keldon Johnson plays the two. It's that's not a bad pick. He's 6'6", almost 6'7". I got that pick. He's going to slide in at the two guard, and he's a guy. I mean, at this point, you're going to draft best player available, and he's probably up there on that list.
Okay, he's a decisive scorer, I think. I agree with that. 38.1% from the three. I don't think that's like a strong suit. Obviously, there's improvement there, but I think there could have been, once again, I'm like not a loss for words. I'm just kind of questioning where Cleveland's going with these choices.
Right, and he fits the mold of Colin Sexton in the sense that he's a really tenacious player on both ends of the ball. Very, 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 gives a ton of effort on both sides. That's kind of what his claim to fame has been for this draft, is everyone knows how hard of a worker Keldon Johnson is. So, that's all that matters. Good on both sides of the ball. But Ryan, why don't you give us a little bit more detail about Keldon Johnson?
Yeah, no, Keldon Johnson, he's just like you said, he's a guy that brings a lot of effort. He's going to give you 100% on the court. He may not be the most talented, but you can expect that he's going to give 110% every single time. He's a decisive scorer. He grabs the ball and he goes and finds those space to shoot. He is improving his three-point shot, so that is good to hear as well. However, he is a kind of a sloppy dribbler. He does cause some of those turnovers, and he also isn't the best passer. So there's a couple things that he'll have to improve on. But picking up a guy where he's able to go and give 100% every night, that's great to see, and Cleveland will definitely appreciate that. That's for sure.
Well, Cleveland won't appreciate it now because they didn't draft Keldon Johnson. This is the problem here now you have with these guys leaking draft picks before they go actually on TV, is now they're trying to pivot off of this. And I feel bad for Keldon Johnson because he probably saw that and someone told him that he's getting drafted. And that's not the fact. But let's go over to beat reporter Melissa Wamp. Where is Cleveland now going with this 26th overall pick?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. We got 4, 3, 2. The pick is in.
It's Dylan Windler.
Dylan
Windler. Why do you got to be confident, Melissa? She almost didn't. She was almost like disappointed.
Did you see? I was like all up in the air, and then you never know now.
She was like, I don't know how Pat's gonna react. I said the Keldon Johnson. He freaked out.
I guess now we know why we have the draft.
What is the draft here for?
Right. No, but this makes sense. I'm happy with this pick. No, come on. You can't tell me adding a guy like Dylan Windler isn't at least it's better than Keldon Johnson in terms of position.
I mean, Keldon Johnson's a better, like, at this point in the draft when you're at 26, you take the better player. Keldon Johnson's the better
player, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
That's my thing, is when you're Cleveland now, you're a rebuilding team. You got to see who's going to stick. How do you know Keldon Johnson doesn't prove himself? Dylan Windler's going to be a good NBA player, don't get me wrong. I would have liked to see him go to a team that's going to compete right away because he's a three-point shooter. He's spacing, but he's not going to take guys off the dribble. He's not a great defender. People wonder about how he's going to do against more athletic guys in the NBA. So you kind of worry about Cleveland. Go with the guy that you trust a little bit more, more talented guy. Dylan Windler is a guy to me that would get drafted by a team that's looking to compete now and add a shooter.
I also think the problem with Dylan Windler is another mid-major guy. Look, his numbers are just inflated in my opinion. Like he's a good shooter. He can do more than just shoot. He can get his shot pretty much anywhere on the court. He's very aggressive. He likes to take it to the rack when he can. But you look at those numbers, 21 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, 2.5 assists. It's inflated. It's inflated because of the conference he's in. And also, Belmont overall was one of the best mid-major teams in all of college basketball this year. And they had a great coach leading the charge this year. So I just think, I don't know. I think Dylan Windler's stats were kind of inflated. I kind of agree with you, Justin. Go with the better player at this point. Who knows? It's a confusing pick, but why don't you give us a little bit more info on Dylan Windler? But before you do, Melissa Wamp, I just want to say thank you again for bringing us everything you did.
Next time I will not leak the draft before it actually hits the television screen.
You want to know something? You are the first person that's happened to today. Like, that's the first time that's happened.
Oh, gosh. You know what? Cavs, you never know with them.
I know.
So we'll see what happens this season, and hopefully the picks go in their favor.
Hopefully.
All
Thanks so much, Melissa. Really appreciate it. But yeah, Ryan, break down Dylan Windler for us. Why would he be a good fit for this Cleveland Cavaliers team?
Well, I think it just goes to that point where I think by picking Garland so early and having those now double point guards, it kind of hamstrung them in this position because, yes, you want to pick that best player, but then again, you're rolling in with 3 point guards. And that's not necessarily what you want to do. Yes, you want to maybe hedge your bets and see where you're at, but have some confidence in the selections you make and go with the guy you want. So I guess that's maybe where it went. But in Dylan Windler, I mean, you guys nailed it right on the head. He's a 3-point shooter. He shot 42.9% from Belmont. You can kind of add here, Pat, you mentioned it, that his numbers are pretty inflated because he came from a mid-major school, but he has that ability to space the floor. I don't understand where that necessarily fits in with the Cleveland Cavaliers being a rebuilding team. This is kind of a guy that you plop in and have him fit in a role and kind of add to a championship-ready team or a playoff-ready team to kind of fill that role and be able to hit those shots. But I guess Cleveland will find a way to use him the most going forward.
And moving forward to the 27th overall pick, it will not be the Nets. It was just announced they traded the pick to the Clippers. So the LA Clippers now move into the first round with their only first-round draft pick. I'm looking at the board right now. Top best players are Bol, Kevin Porter Jr., Keldon Johnson. Working here, Jerry West is always sneaky with draft picks, so I'm very interested right now to see where the Clippers go with this. But their 27th overall pick, looking down at my phone right now, looks like they're focused, quote-unquote focused. The words that Woj always uses to tip the pick on Mfiondu Kabengele is who the Clippers are interested in. A little interesting pick there. Have a guy like Montrezl Harrell. Center, power forward is not really where I think the Clippers need to improve. Nonetheless, they must like Kabengele to take him there at 27 and trade in the first round. They must have seen something in a workout that they think he can improve on. He's a great face-up game. He's a great shot blocker. He came off the bench for Florida State this year. They played a ton of guys. Leonard Hamilton always likes running 10 guys. And Kabengele, he's going to be a nice player. I mean, he's not someone that busts. He'll provide a role player in the NBA for the Clippers. I just would have liked to see them go. I'm waiting for someone to go after the home run hit with Kevin Porter Jr. He is so talented, and we're waiting for him to get his name called. look, at some point you have to put the issues aside. People said at USC after he got suspended, he was a great player in their on their campus, a great player, a great student. Look, at some point, our kids are 18 years old. You make mistakes. You have to trust talent at a certain point. Kevin Porter Jr. is too talented for you to let him slip like this.
And I mean, when you're coming this late into the first round, this is where you take your big shots. This is where, risk doesn't matter. That you're not going to find a superstar in the 30th pick, 23rd pick, what have you. But this is where maybe there's a little bit of gold or a little bit of a diamond in the rough. You know what I mean?
Which is why I didn't necessarily hate the Dylan Windler pickup by the Cavs. I really don't. You see someone you like, go for him. At this point in the draft, if there's someone you think has something to them that might set them apart of the rest of the pack, even if it's not great, you know what I mean? Even if it's not that big of a difference, go with that person. Go with your gut. Go with someone you think, it's exactly like you said. Go with someone who you think could blow up, who has the potential to, because you're not getting a guy that's a guaranteed, like a Zion. I don't even want to say Zion, but I think Ja Morant, guaranteed he's going to be a starting caliber point guard for his entire career. I think most people would agree with me there. You're not going to find that after the 20th pick. So you might as well just kind of go with your gut there. That's why I wasn't so against the Dylan Windler pick. Mfiondu Kabengele, great shot blocker. Learned from his uncle, Dikembe Mutombo. So, he's got those instincts, those rim protection instincts. So, I don't hate the pick. It's like you said, you never know what you're going to get out of a guy at this point. So if you see something special in someone, definitely trust your gut and go with them.
I want to flip the discussion back to Brooklyn now because Bobby Marks just tweeted, a guy that does cap for ESPN, and we have our beat reporter Andrew Bachglupa on covering the Nets. That cap space, since they traded that 27th overall pick, increases their cap now to $68.67 million.
Ridiculous.
They have 7 players under contract. It would hint at you're looking at 2 guys because they did have to do certain things to still get a second-level max player. So that starts to hint at your Kyrie. Does he possibly bring Durant along with him? That kind of begs the question. You trade that first-round pick to save salary. Where's your thinking there?
I hate this. I absolutely hate trading this 27 pick. Yes, you clear another $6 million in cap to get 2 max free agents. It's not guaranteed that we're getting these max free agents. What I wanted to see here, I wanted either Kevin Porter Jr. to be picked, who has been on the board all night and who is a top talent in this draft, or potentially Bobo, who is a 7'2" monster. I know that the Nets are coming back up at 31. Those 2 players may very well still be on the board. Even Keldon Johnson. I would love to have him on the team. But you have 2 picks, 4 picks apart at 27 and 31. I wanted to see 2 guys within the range of Bobo, Kevin Porter, and Keldon Johnson. I don't care about these 2 max spots. I don't want Kyrie Irving.
So what if I told you, what's today? June 20th. In 10 days at 6 o'clock when free agency starts now, it doesn't start at midnight. And 10 minutes after, you see Kyrie Irving joins the Brooklyn Nets. 5 minutes after, Rich Kleiman announces his client Kevin Durant joins the Brooklyn Nets. Would your whole
guy's gonna be jumping around?
Would you be shifting your whole narrative now? I wanted Bobo, Kevin Porter Jr. at 27. Would you completely switch that to?
I wanted Bobo
We have
more than Kevin Durant.
See, but the only reason Kyrie Irving. The only way Kyrie Irving comes to the Nets is if Kevin Durant is here, and I don't think Kevin Durant's coming here. So don't give me Kyrie.
See,
Irving.
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that is what I just don't see that. Kyrie Irving might be what gets Kevin Durant.
Clippers will be sending the Nets a 2020 first-round pick via Philadelphia and the 56th pick tonight. So who knows? Maybe Bobo falls to 56, and we can take him there.
And maybe the Brooklyn Nets sign Justin Wright Foreman.
You know what?
Maybe. We're talking 56. We're talking Hofstra.
I'm not opposed to that. Justin Wright Foreman staying in New York. I'm not opposed to
Justin
that.
Wright Foreman and Kyrie Irving on the same team. Can't imagine a better fit. You can't possibly imagine a better fit. This is going to be a fun time. Just to mention to you guys, though, we are extending the show by 2 hours for you guys to cover the second round. So stay tuned in. It'll be the same crew right here.
Second round.
Patrick Foster,
Nets
Justin Huntsman. Andrew Bachglupa will be there. John Sinelli, one of our technicians. Our engineer, Jesse Lindell. Our sports department director, Lion Souza. She's telling me to go tell everyone that everyone's here. Ryan Yee, he might be here. I don't know.
He's here.
You have work at 3:30 in the morning.
But this is for the NBA draft, and exciting things are going to happen in that second round, so everyone stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll do.
Hey, we still have we still have 3 picks total left in the first round. Let's not move on to the second round
true.
just yet.
Very true.
But Botch,
we're keeping
I will text you if Kyrie. I need to stay on this because this. we need to have this talk. I feel like we have a little bit of time. The Warriors pick was already tipped, and I'm not even going to talk about it yet because we still have 3.5 minutes. The pick is in now, but I would just. I need to understand you with saying the whole Bol, Kevin Porter, because I think Jay-Z has played a huge part in recruiting these guys to come to Brooklyn. They wouldn't be making these trades without some knowledge of guys possibly coming there. They wouldn't be trading that first-round pick, trying to clear cap space, and just do it for no reason.
You're absolutely right. I do like Kyrie Irving fired his agent that he's known for 18 years just to sign with Rock Nation Sports, which is Jay-Z's sports agency company. So I mean, maybe maybe that adds up. Maybe it connects. I don't know. But let me just tell you something about Bol. Bol's game will hypnotize you. He's sicker than your average. He is 7'2". He can run the floor. He can shoot the ball.
This guy loves Bol.
All he's going to be doing there, he's just going to be spreading love the Brooklyn way, and that's playing hard knock basketball and making these Nets fans excited.
Admit this, Bol is as high risk, high reward player as they possibly come.
Oh, you're absolutely right. But
Kyrie Irving's probably about the same.
I'm all for the risk.
Can I make a bet with you about Bol right now? Because I don't know where he's getting drafted right now.
I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
I don't know.
Do you think
no money's involved in this?
Of course, no money. I'm too poor. I'm a college student. I don't have money to bet. This is just a gentleman's agreement on air, so we have film to come back and look at.
I don't like this.
Do you think Bol will play over 50 games this season? 7'2". He's a complete sticks.
He's 100 pounds soaking wet.
He had a navicular fracture, which is one of the worst breaks you can have in your foot, especially for a guy that's 7'2" and very skinny. A foot injury at 18 years old, it can only happen repetitively. Comes to his feet, his knees, his legs. That takes a lot of guys' careers like that. Do you think he gets over 50 games next year?
Also, keep in mind, I've heard he's still growing. I've heard he's still growing.
Which is
also insane, which is why he's sicker than your average.
But it's almost like a Kristaps situation where it's going to be a ton of injuries because he's still growing. They're so young, they're so tall. Once you get to a certain point, it's abnormal. Yeah. I mean, his father went through the same thing. Manute Bol had problems staying healthy, and he was 7'7".
He passed away.
Okay, but you know what's so great about Bol being to the Nets? He doesn't have to play 50 games in the NBA. He can play for the Long Island Nets G League team and find his game and
develop.
So
you can cover him.
You can.
That's all selfish.
No.
There we go.
It's not that.
You want to be able to hold your phone all the way up to him.
We're not talking about the G League. We're talking about the NBA.
It's still part of the NBA. We had NBA champions who were in the G League. Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet. They started in the G League, and now look at them.
Those guys
They're NBA champions. They were in the NBA G League. They've made their way. They developed, and now look at them, NBA champions.
Well, obviously, but we're talking about two players like Kyrie Irving or like Kevin Durant that can come. I mean, he's sitting out a year. Okay, he'll make an impact in a year.
And he's
or Bol who makes an impact on a championship team, not the Nets, in about 7 years.
I just want
if he's still in the league.
This is the picture I want now. Is Andrew holding a phone all the way up to Bol saying, "I think you're the best player ever. Can I get?"
I don't know if you know this, but I vouched for you so hard over Kyrie and Kevin Durant.
You're the sick.
Why am I being attacked here?
You're being attacked because you just came on and said you'd rather have Bol over Kevin Durant.
I didn't say over Kevin Durant. I just said I wanted them to pick him at 27.
Right, but that would mean not allowing the free up of the cap space.
But you could still move. You can move other pieces to free up cap.
But yes, but you're moving more important players like Joe Harris and guys like that. Instead,
what about John Musa?
What cap are you freeing up?
He makes a good amount of money.
I mean, yeah, you're freeing
up
$3 million. Oh, like that's really.
They freed up $1.9 million with this move.
Here's the thing: they're probably going to free up more. There will be more moves anyway. So they're trying to free up as much cap space as possible.
Which is a message of they have. What people think NBA free agency starts on June 30th, it's already started. These guys have agreements. The whole tampering thing is the biggest joke in the NBA. We know where these guys are.
It's happening in the NFL now,
too. NFL too, but in the NBA even more now, where stars talk. They have these open runs. You have friends who friends. You hop in a group chat with each other. You text where you want to go. The Nets aren't making this move without having some information. At the end of the day, at the very worst, they're probably getting Kyrie Irving, who's a top 20 player. That is
bad locker room leader.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but look,
No, I
The
completely
NBA's
understand
about
what you're
talent,
saying.
yes.
I'm just in my Nets fandom right
I
now,
get it.
and I'm just
You
I
want
just want
Bobo.
to I want to see some
You
highlight plays.
want to be able to go on 2K and play with Bobo, who's 7'2" and probably won't be able to be able to be guarded in 2K.
I'm a very bad 2K player.
We got to move on. The
yes,
Warriors
we do have
pick
to move on.
is in.
Jordan Poole out of Michigan. It's a little interesting. They could have gone several different ways. Again, what do the Warriors need? Depth. How about you take a long shot on Kevin Porter Jr.? I don't understand this right now. Jordan Poole? He's a nice player. Don't get me wrong, but to me he's a second rounder at best.
It's unreal how much he looks like Kelly Oubre right now too. Like from far
with
away with
the
the glasses and the hair. He looks exactly like Kelly Oubre. Look, Jordan Poole, shooting guard, not. Look, analyzing a Warriors pick is so hard because it's not someone good. It's not someone that you think is going to be like and make an immediate impact, but he'll probably have to make an immediate impact. So he's going to see floor time.
You won't think he's that good, and then in some random game in March he'll hit 6 threes and help them with a playoff position out of nowhere, and you're just going to be like, how?
Right. No, he'll hit some wild shot like he did against Houston, and everyone will be like, oh, Jordan Poole, the sleeper pick out of the 2019 NBA draft. Oh, Jordan Poole. Look, I don't think Jordan Poole's a bad player, like whatsoever. It's just I think Warriors picks are completely meaningless. Dylan, our beat reporter, he might have a different opinion here.
Yeah, well, this is actually an interesting pick for the Warriors because I think after the Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant injury, they need more scoring. I mean, they really don't have any options other than Steph Curry. Jordan Poole, ISO scorer, I think he can, with the right coaching, and Steve Kerr is the right coach if you're going to have a right coach. I think the system that he plays in the Warriors might help him with the bad decision-making that he displayed in college. But I mean, he shows flashes of really good ISO like ball handling and shooting ability.
And I actually completely agree with you in the sense that that's what they needed. One, because they're not going to have either of those guys next year regardless, because it's either going to be, they either stay and are still hurt so they can't really contribute in the offense at all because they're not playing, or they both leave. And, that's probably the worst case scenario right now for Golden State is that they both leave. But I agree. They needed some type of scoring, and he's probably the best option this late in the draft. But why do you think they passed up on a Kevin Porter Jr.?
This is a very surprising pick because, I mean, I had a lot of other people who I would have put first.
Okay. Yeah,
Carson Edwards.
Edwards, too. Martin Twins, too?
Yeah. Talon
Horton Tucker.
I think he would have fit
Iowa
well.
State, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys, so this is a little bit surprising, but I don't question the Warriors.
Right. You can't question Bob Myers at this point. It's really hard to. Yeah, I don't know. For me, Warriors picks are just. It's not the same this year because they're not going to have those two premier scorers next year. But I don't know. Is it really going to matter? Like, oh man, that is just such a. I'm looking at the projected starting five right now, and it is yikes.
Yeah. You guys,
Lonzo McKinney, Steph Curry.
And here's what I want to say. You guys say you can't question Bob Myers and the organization, but let's look at their past few draft picks: Damian Jones, Jordan Bell, Alfonso McKinney, now Jordan Poole. I mean, they're not hitting on the late. Obviously, it's hard to hit on late picks, but it's a scratch your head to me. Kevin Porter Jr. is a silky scorer. Obviously, without Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, you need a guy who's gonna be able to create his own shot. I just feel like that was, if a team was going to take a guy with kind of attitude issues and stick him into a championship culture, it makes sense for the Warriors to make the move there and say, okay, we think his talent trumps what his off-court issues are, and we think we can stick him in our program. He can work, he can develop next to Steph, Klay, guys like that, get mentored, and really maximize his potential.
And I hate to kind of jump the gun here and talk about San Antonio's pick, but it has come out who San Antonio's pick, they're taking Keldon Johnson. What do you think about that? What do you think about Keldon Johnson, how he'll fit in with Greg Popovich and hopefully a DeJounte Murray that comes back and returns to full form because he'd shown so many flashes of tremendous potential. What do you think Keldon Johnson kind of fits into that mix now with DeMar DeRozan as well?
I think Keldon Johnson kind of bolsters their defense. He's a versatile wing. He can shoot threes. I'm surprised how far he slid. The Cavs were about to take him, and then they switched on it. But I think this is a great place for Keldon Johnson. Greg Popovich will lead him to become a really good role player on this team. And I think in a couple of years he could be a very valuable piece for them.
Awesome, Dylan. Thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Guys.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later in the show. That was Dylan McCaffrey, our beat reporter for 8-9 different teams. He's, this is the first time I've ever met him, and he's a really great guy. He knows a lot about hoops. He's done a great job. But why don't you give us a little bit more insight, not onto Keldon Johnson so much, but more so onto Jordan Poole?
Yeah, no. Well, just to touch on Keldon Johnson. he's a perfect Greg Popovich player, right? He's a high effort guy. He's going to be able to fill that role. So it's going to be interesting for that. But for that Jordan Poole pick, I mean, it's interesting because he's not necessarily a Warriors type player. He's an ISO type scorer. That's not the game that the Warriors play. But what's interesting here, I'm just reading something here on the Ringer. One of the minuses that they have for Poole, at best, his offense is a dopamine rush. At worst, it's a massive headache. There is no in between. He takes wild hero mode shots off the dribble too often. And now, as most teams would say, okay, hero mode shots off the dribble too often. Okay, that's negative. We got to stay away. But the Warriors take those types of shots very often. So maybe they see something just playing there a little bit in those types of shots they take. And maybe eventually they'll get him to make those often. So we'll see. But definitely a very interesting pick by the Warriors.
And as the Keldon Johnson pick becomes official for the Spurs, it's an interesting pick. It looks like he's listed as small forward on ESPN. He can play the 2 or the 3. It's interesting that they take him this year after they took Lonnie Walker last year at the 17th overall pick. He's a 6'6", 2 guard. Didn't play a ton, played mostly in the G League. I wonder if that's their similar plan with Keldon Johnson. Pop never really likes to play young guys early on. It's going to be interesting. He's a great defender. He plays hard.
I agree with Dylan in the sense that he's a perfect Pop point guard at this point in his career.
I just don't know if he plays point in the NBA. That's not one of his strengths. That's my thing with him. He's a 6'6", 6'7" wing. He can shoot the ball okay. He's a great defender. If they transform him into a point, that'd be something that I'd be shocked by. But hey, what do I know sometimes?
And some breaking news here. The Cavs have sent 4 second-round picks to the Detroit Pistons for the 30th overall pick. We're still waiting on that to come out, so that will be Detroit. That will be the Cavaliers pick now instead of Detroit's. That'll still be very interesting, and it's sounding a lot like they're going to be taking Kevin Porter Jr. out of USC. Nothing's official yet right now. It's showing on ESPN that the Bucks are on the clock. It's not the Bucks pick as of right now. It is Cleveland's pick. I'm honestly at a loss for word that Kevin Porter Jr. is going at 30 in this draft.
Well,
I'm at a loss for words.
Makes up for the Darius Garland draft at number 5. That didn't make a ton of sense that they took him along with Colin Sexton. But I also get the thinking of maybe pushing Sexton to the 2. He's a score-first guy. He's not a great passer. So maybe they're seeing something that they can pair the two of them. That's a very small backcourt. So each to their own on that thinking. But slam dunk here, 30. Kevin Porter Jr., I think, could be winding up the most talented guy in this draft class. He's similar. He pulls a lot of moves like James Harden. He has the step back. He's a lefty. He's a crafty guy. He probably is the best guy in this class of creating his own shot. So I'm shocked that he lasted 30. He's a ball player. I get it. He has off-court issues. But if the Cavs get the player that I think they are, this is a slam dunk for them. A team that needs some desperate scoring from all different, especially at the wing position. So this is a slam dunk for the Cavs.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, the fact that you can wait this long and get a player of Kevin Porter Jr.'s caliber is phenomenal. I'm not sure what else to say. I've kind of said my piece when it comes to Kevin Porter Jr. The fact that he's dropped this far is kind of crazy to me. I think they're taking off-court issues a little too seriously. I think a lot of that changes for guys once they get into the NBA, and $1 million checks are staring them right in the face, along with an opportunity to play for a championship and really be a star. There are guys who have still struggled, who had off-court issues in college and moved on to the NBA and still had those problems. But I think for the most part, it's something that's going to get under control. I'm just not sure if Cleveland is the best
situation
environment
for him.
Because you put him in a winning environment, he'll focus, he'll try to be the best player he can be. You put him in an environment like Cleveland, things aren't going right. You might not be getting things going right for Kevin Porter Jr. off the court either. So it's something that I'm definitely concerned about at this point.
That's the one thing that's a great point to bring up. That's the one thing I worry about is going into a culture and a franchise in Cleveland that's not really established. It's not great. You're going to a city of Cleveland where he might think this is kind of boring. It could be good. It could be bad for him. It could find himself in a lot of trouble. So we'll see. I mean, I like that they took him, but you nailed the nail on the head right there. It will worry me a little bit that he's going to Cleveland. They've had issues with guys before. Right. I'm just hoping now that they drafted Kevin Porter Jr., please trade J.R. Smith. We don't need that influence on him.
I was just gonna say, you think he's gonna be paired up with JR. JR is a guy who came over from New York, and when he came over from New York, everything kind of straightened out. He definitely improved his game, but he was joining LeBron and a team that was on their way to contend for a title. Now it's gonna be JR and Kevin Porter Jr. alone in Cleveland. Like, who's gonna hold him back? Not Kevin Love. Ain't saying anything. Kevin Love's not doing anything. I mean, that's a storyline we need to keep following as well. That nothing has come out so far tonight about is Kevin Love and what he might be doing. I think maybe one of these players might be trade bait. The dumbest thing Cleveland could do right now is include Kevin Porter Jr. in a trade with Kevin Love. That would just be insane. I don't know why they would have kept the pick to begin with. But let's talk about the potential starting five right now for Cleveland. You're looking at, I mean, if you're starting Darius Garland, you're starting Darius Garland at point guard. You're moving Colin Sexton over to the 2. Your 5 would be Kevin Love. Is J.R. Smith coming off your bench?
Yeah,
unless he's playing your 3.
J.R. would come off your bench. I'm trying to think who Cleveland has.
I mean,
no, they would have Kevin Love at the 4, Tristan Thompson at the 5.
Thompson at the 5, and then here's your 3.
It could be Kevin Porter Jr., but I'm trying to think of Cleveland's roster right now of wings that they have.
I mean, it's not deep, man. It's really not deep.
Let's do a little.
I'm trying. No. Because I know, like. Yeah,
we're both drawing blanks.
I don't know why. I apologize for this.
Yeah, all right, Chetty
Osman. That's who I was trying to think of. Chetty Osman. But like, what? Who cares? Like, Chetty Osman's fine. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you can bring him off the bench, he can be a solid, like, defender. He can get a shot.
I'm going to start worrying about Kevin Porter Jr. going to Cleveland. You have Jordan Clarkson, not a great influence. You have Tristan Thompson. We know the story on him and Chloe. Come on now, he's not the best guy.
That's come up so much.
J.R. Smith, we already know the Henny God, not the great influence. Like, if I'm just looking up and down this roster, Kevin Porter Jr.
A lot of concern.
Please lock yourself in your room at night and just hang out with Colin Sexton and keep your head on straight.
A lot of concerns.
That's all I pray for. You're a talented guy. You're one of the most skilled guys in this draft. Please don't get messed up with these guys.
I feel bad. We've had our beat reporter Melissa Womp sitting over here silently for the past I don't know how many minutes, but I just want to bring you in here. Detroit trades that pick. They now get 4 second round or 3 second round picks?
4 second rounders
in this draft.
4 second rounders.
Crazy. What do you think about that move from Detroit to move down and move away from a guy like Kevin Porter Jr.?
I just really love Kevin Porter as an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
USC, big fan of it. Like you said, James Harden comparison. I was going to bring that up, and you would agree with me this time when I brought up a comparison of two players.
Boom!
Drop the mic, Melissa.
No, I just think he's a diverse player. He can do anything, like off the court stuff. Okay, put that aside. Player 41.2 from the 3, like. That's something you want on your team.
Oh, he can ball. Like, no one's denying that at all.
But I don't know about what Detroit did there, but, bring him to the Cavs. I'm more than happy with that.
What's your reaction? Is it similar to Justin's and I? Like, that might not be the right environment for him?
All in all, you're here to play basketball, and, like, that's your job. There's a check at the end of it, but, yeah, there's influences on the team. You're in Cleveland, like, come on.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think at the end of the day, he has to have his mind straight. Like, basketball before social life. Like, you're here to play a sport. This is your job. He has a talent, and he shouldn't screw it up with off-the-court stuff.
Right.
But also, as Cleveland, and you're having this player come in on your team, smart. He has past history. You got to influence him in a positive direction, not in the negative way.
Right.
Because obviously you're new, you're young, you have money in your pocket, you're in the NBA, you got all this environment. Like, yeah, you could be swung the wrong way. But at the end of the day, you're about putting the ball in the net, and it's just positive influences. So.
Yeah, well, Kevin Porter Jr. will be heading to Cleveland if you are just tuning in. Again, you're listening to Patrick Foster, Justin Huntsman, our player analyst, Ryan Yee, our collection of sports department members acting as beat reporters tonight. You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU. You're either watching us on WRHU Sports' Facebook page, or you're listening on WRHU.org or 88.7 FM if you're a local Radio Hofstra University. So we thank everyone for tuning in this long. We are still going. We're going to be going for the second round, and it's official. Kevin Porter Jr., the shooting guard out of the University of Southern California, will be heading to the Cleveland Cavaliers to join a rebuilding group, a group that definitely needed some talent wherever they could find it. Look, in terms of talent-wise, you got a good player at the 30th overall pick, but when we're talking about fit for a player, I'm just not sold that this is really going to be the environment Kevin Porter Jr. is going to be able to excel in. We'll see. I don't get paid to make these takes, so it doesn't really matter. But it's just what I'm speculating about.
Now, with the 31st pick, the Brooklyn Nets are going to be involved. Thank you, Melissa, for coming on.
Thank you, Melissa. Really appreciate it.
We agreed here, the little James Harden comp. But now it's time for Andrew Bacigalupo to come on, and I think he's going to be thrilled to hear that the Nets are shopping the 31st overall pick, another pick on the trade block. So the Nets might not be making a trade right now. Bobo still on the block right now at 31. He could come through with the prophecy of 31 years apart. Manute Bolte getting 31st overall. So What do you think? What would your reaction be? Give it to me quick before the Nets possibly trade this pick or not. What would your reaction be if they trade this pick right now?
Let me just stop you for a second. There's going to be a big gap between the first and second round. Oh no, the Nets are on the clock. I thought there'd be a little bit of gap. Just wanted to you guys didn't touch on it. I just wanted to bring up Sixers have traded Jonathan Simmons for the 42nd pick.
Yep.
So a little salary dump, bring back Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris. But if the Nets trade this 31 pick, I'm going to be absolutely. I don't even know. I love everything Sean Marks does, but I feel like just make a pick in this draft. There's so much talent in this draft, and Bobo's there at 31, and his dad was taken at 31. And you know what? If you take Bobo, Kevin Durant will have a rehabbing buddy, right?
This is ridiculous.
Kevin Durant will be sitting on the sidelines with his Achilles.
What is he going to bring him cupcakes? What is he a server? What are we doing here? Oh, so Bobo, this is Sean Marks here. I wanted to draft you as Kevin Durant's servant. Why not? That'd be great bonding. I know you won't stay healthy and you have feet injury, but there's some great bakeries in Brooklyn, and you can go pick up cookies and cake. Whenever Kevin's hungry.
Brooklyn has some
Brooklyn does have some great bakeries, but you have two freak athletes just bonding together, and when they come back for that 2021-22 season, the Nets are going to be favorites for the title.
Oh my God!
I'm just thinking
this
crazy
propaganda,
out of my head.
This Brooklyn Nets propaganda.
I'm just messing around. I'm really thinking out of my head.
We got to.
I just think
there is. I could very well see them moving this pick, only because second round contracts aren't guaranteed, and that could be very valuable to a team who's willing to take a risk on a player in the second round. So it helps a lot of teams who are struggling with cap and are still looking for a gem maybe in this draft. You know, last year the Nets took Rodion Kurucs, not a guaranteed contract, but he came in and he really made an impact for the team. Started a couple of games and he's improved his game. I know you guys spoke to. I forgot his name.
Mike Scotto.
Mike Scotto, yeah. He was talking about Rodion Kurucs and his impact on the team. So you can find guys in the second round who can make an impact. And the Nets, maybe they're just trying to find a team who's willing to give up a first-round pick to get a second-round pick, but it's the first pick out of the second round. So, I don't know. I trust Sean Marks with everything he's done. He's made one bad trade, one bad move since he's been here, and that was regaining Alan Crabb after offering him that offer sheet that Portland eventually matched, but then he easily got rid of that, trading him away with the 17th overall pick. But I just got to trust everything they're doing. I'm going crazy. I just want to see an absolute monster here in Brooklyn.
Let's talk about a legitimate scenario. Let's really try to be legit about this, right? So they're obviously clearing up cap space.
Yes, that's what's clear about this.
Right, obviously. What your ideal scenario with what is happening? With what is legitimately, they're moving on from that 31st pick. No Bobo. We're talking about what the Nets are legitimately trying to do here. What do you think would be the best move now with all of this cap space?
Now with all of the cap space, I don't see them not signing Kyrie Irving. I know they were a little hesitant. There were a couple of reports out the other day that they're hesitant to sign Kyrie Irving. But clearing up this much cap space without trading Spencer Dinwiddie, without trading Joe Harris, it's a clear indication that you want to get Kyrie and Kevin Durant on this team. I know I was joking about it before. I don't want Kyrie Irving on the team. I still would like D'Angelo Russell. I think he has more upside. Even though Kyrie Irving is a phenomenal player, I'm not taking anything away from him. But I just think for the near future, I think D'Angelo Russell is the right piece for the Nets. But the thing about Kyrie Irving is he brings in Kevin Durant, and if you keep D'Angelo Russell, there's no guarantee Durant comes here. So I just have to suck it up with whatever they do and trust the process, I guess, as Philly fans would say.
Well, here's what I'll say in regards to the Nets signing Kyrie. If they sign Kyrie and only sign Kyrie, which I doubt would happen. If they sign Kyrie, they're going to bring in another max contract type player. If they just sign Kyrie, that was a bad move for the Brooklyn Nets. That is a step in the wrong direction. Especially, I just don't know how anyone can sit here after watching the season that Kyrie just had with Boston, what they just put together and the postseason they put together, and say, you know what, he's the guy I really want to give the keys of my team to. He's the guy that I think is ready to lead this team. He left Cleveland to prove he could lead a team, and if anything, in 2 years, he proved the exact opposite. He proved when he's, in fact, out of the roster, a team can be more successful. And when he's there, he's really more of a distraction than he is a leader. And I think if you're Brooklyn, you just took a huge step forward and progressed, and you just made your first playoffs and Lord knows how long, and you won a game, and that's all that really mattered. And you guys,
and there's a culture there now.
You have young players that all. That was the thing. Brooklyn was such a fun team that all really liked each other. They were all guys that really got along. Like I was fortunate enough to cover the Long Island Nets. You'd see D'Angelo Russell sitting courtside at G League games, not just to watch the G League players. They're friends. They were
I remember
friends.
that game. We were both at that game together.
Right.
He was interacting with the players. Theo Pinson hits a big three-pointer, and him and D'Angelo Russell are doing dances while the play is still going on. There is a legitimate culture that has been built in Brooklyn, and I don't think bringing Kyrie Irving does any help for them.
Well, it's funny, and you mentioned this as well, Botch, earlier when you came on, that you're bringing on all that risk and disrupting that culture while not making that big of a leap forward in improvements. Like, yes, I do think that Kyrie Irving is a better player than D'Angelo Russell right now, but D'Angelo Russell has that upside, like you said, that potential to take that next step. He's also younger, and you're not making your team any or that much better by switching Kyrie Irving for D'Angelo Russell, in my opinion.
Not if it's just Kyrie Irving.
That's what I'm saying.
If he brings a guy like Kevin Durant, we know what Kyrie can do next to another superstar. We've seen it. It's championship level, right? We've also seen when Kyrie's put in a position where he is the guy. He is the leader. Where did he do much better? When he was the second number 2. Now I won't say second. I don't want to say second fiddle, because second fiddle just means you're not as important, which isn't true. That Cleveland doesn't win that championship in 2015 2015 without Kyrie Irving. It doesn't happen. Not even just the shot, but you look at the performances he put together throughout the entire postseason. They were unbelievable, right? And with the help of LeBron, you saw this postseason he shot 7 of 20 several times. And that's because he didn't have another player to help him out there. I just think if they don't bring in another max contract guy and they bring in Kyrie Irving, it's the step in the wrong direction for the Brooklyn Nets. That's all I got to say.
So no big gap between the 30th and the 31st pick?
They paused the
It's been a bit, yeah. The Brooklyn Nets
actually,
the Nets just tweeted out a little ticking clock. It says on the clock about a minute ago, so maybe they make the pick.
Well, we're going to thank you for now. Since the second round is starting, Hofstra University has our own prospect, Justin Wright Foreman, that possibly gets drafted in the second round. Let's hear a little bit about him, package made by Melissa Womp.
Eastern has not made a shot in 5 minutes. If they can get one here, they'll be the winner. Hushitsa for 3, and the game off the rim, tapped out. 2 seconds, Justin Wright Foreman at the buzzer, and Justin Wright Foreman wins it for the Hofstra Pride.
They'll check the clock, but I think it's good. Player of the year makes the play of the
Justin
night.
Wright Foreman, Queens native and 2019 NBA prospect, conquered a hard road over his career for the men's basketball team at Hofstra University. It didn't come easy for the 6'2", 190-pound forward. Foreman averaged 1.6 points per game freshman year and was not satisfied with his performance and strived to become one of the best in Hofstra's program history. Wright Foreman looked for guidance heading into his sophomore year in Hofstra University's assistant coach Speedy Claxton, who played at Hofstra under current Villanova head coach Jay Wright. Claxton was selected by the Philadelphia 76ers as the 20th overall pick of the NBA draft in 2000. Claxton played in the NBA for 10 years, won a championship with the San Antonio Spurs, played with the Golden State Warriors, the New Orleans Hornets, and the Atlanta Hawks.
In his freshman year, we probably really couldn't put him on the court because he just was so far behind basketball-wise that it sucked, but it was a learning experience.
I considered leaving because I wasn't playing a lot. Those talks with Speedy just changed my mind completely.
But I told him, I said, listen, man, trust the process.
His breakout game came in a blowout loss to Kentucky as a sophomore, where he scored 14 points. In subsequent games, he upped his scoring average substantially, finishing at 18.5 points per game.
That was another one of the bright things we could take out of this game. He had 3 or 4 weeks of practice when he was nobody could guard him. And he's just had a little bit of trouble getting his confidence, getting his comfort level back where it should be. And you ought to feel pretty good about the fact that 14 points against Kentucky, so hopefully he can build on that.
He is terrific from that mid-range. Right, Foreman, it's all net. You cannot give him any airspace. He's got to feel your body before the shot goes up. Got to take him out of his rhythm.
As a junior, Wright Foreman averaged 24.2 points per game, ranked 5th highest in the NCAA Division I. He also contributed 3.1 assists per game and ranked 9th in the Colonial Athletic Association. He scored over 30 points in 7 games. At the conclusion of the regular season, he was named CAA Player of the Year. Following the season, Wright Foreman declared for the 2018 NBA Draft, but did not hire an agent to preserve his collegiate eligibility.
I didn't think that he would get drafted last year, but it was good to get his name out there. So he went through the process, got his name out there, and then went on to the CP3 elite camp for the top 20 college guards in the country, and he really showed what he could do there.
Justin Wright Foreman pulled away from the 2018 NBA draft and declared to play his senior season for Hofstra University. During his senior season, he averaged 27.1 points, 4 rebounds, and 2.9 assists per game. He was the first on the team in scoring, second in steals and assists, and fourth in rebounds. He was ranked first in the CAA in scoring and second nationally. He was 21st nationally in three-point field goal percentage and 38 nationally in three-point field goals made per game. Justin Wright Foreman was also ranked 31st in the nation in free throw percentage.
Wright Foreman with a bounce. When you watch Wright Foreman play, it's the body control and the ability to finish. How about just slithers his way in? He split the ball screen, and then he split 2 defenders at the rim. This guy's sensational. Number 2 in the nation at 27 points a game, only behind Chris Clemens from Campbell.
Justin Wright Foreman is looking to be another Hofstra men's basketball player to play in the National Basketball Association and has hopes that his dream will become a reality on June 20th, 2019.
My dream is so much closer. I just try to be the most hardest working person on the floor every day because that's what it's really all about, and that's what's going to take my career over the top.
From WRHU Sports, I'm Melissa Wamp. Sound courtesy of Newsday and the Colonial Athletic Association.
Thank you so much to our own Melissa Wamp. You guys have gotten a decent dose of Melissa today, so if we're happy with her work. She did a great job. I'm happy with it too. It was a really nice job. Also, good luck to Justin tonight. Everyone here is familiar with Justin. We all either know him personally or know of him, and he's done a lot for this university. So we're all very hopeful that something will come about in this second round for him, and he can find an NBA home. We got a lot to get to. The Brooklyn Nets just made a selection. Nick Claxton, the center out of Georgia, is headed to the Brooklyn Nets. We'll get to the more in-depth player analysis, but first we have a sports update with our own tremendous Max Sacco.
Ooh. Thanks, guys. There was action for both New York teams today and also some action at the Women's World Cup. For the New York teams, up in the Bronx, the Yankees are currently leading the Houston Astros 10-4 in the top of the 9th inning. No outs there. And in Chicago, the New York Mets are down 4-7 to the Chicago Cubs. And across the pond in Le Havre, the United States women's national team beat the Swedish women's team 2-0 to finish top of their group and broke the record for most goals scored during the group stage when Tobin Heath scored the 18th goal for the team, breaking the record from the 1995 Norwegian team of 7 goals. The U.S. will face Spain in the round of 16 on June 24th in Paris. For your NBA Draft Show Sports Update, I'm Max Sacco. Now let's go back to our gorgeous hosts, Pat Foster and Justin Huntsman.
Proudly broadcasting from the Richard Philip Cavallero studio.
WRHU.
Hempstead.
You discovered
a cornerstone of the Lawrence Herbert School of Communication.
WRHU.
With the 3rd pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select R.J. Barrett from Toronto and Duke University. With the 25th pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Nasir Little from the University of North Carolina. With the 30th pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Kevin Porter Jr. from the University of Southern California.
You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU FM and streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. Now we rejoin Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, and Pat Foster.
Back here on the 2019 NBA Draft Show, I'm your host, Justin Huntsman. Alongside me is my co-host, Patrick Foster, and our player analyst, Ryan Yee, next to me. We got Johnny Rupp coming inside right now as the pick by technically the Suns, traded to the Pacers, now traded to the Miami Heat for, what is Woj tweeting, an additional 3 second-rounders, and it looks like the Miami Heat, the pick is in. It looks like they'll be taking KZ Okpala out of Stanford. Johnny, what's your take on this for the Heat?
As you mentioned, you have a bunch of picks there.
There's a little bit of an interesting move. You've mentioned the Heat doing a couple things. They got Tyler Hero early this night. I think I like this move for them. They can spare those second rounders. I see no downsides for this.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Johnny. I think he's a very versatile player. I like him a lot. How he's going to fit in Indiana is going to be a question. I think it's a tough roster to kind of break through on right now. I think there's a lot of like you got a guy like Bogdanovich who's just like Bogdan Bogdanovich. No, I'm sorry.
Miami. He's going to
Miami. Yeah, Miami. Sorry, excuse me, because I'm thinking about Indiana. My bad. I apologize. But you go to Miami. Miami's still a tough roster to break through on right now. You've got guys like Justice Winslow, who's now moved to their point guard, so he'll be playing point. But still, it's an interesting time to be in Miami. I don't know if KZ Okpala gets an immediate start, but he'll fill a bench role for them for sure. He'll get minutes, and he's a solid player. At Stanford, he racked up almost 17 points per game, almost 6 rebounds per game, and was a bit of a facilitator too, and was just an efficient player overall, shooting over like close to 50% from the field. So I really like him. I think Miami took the right player with this pick.
See, I'm going to disagree with you there. I think he's one of the more overrated guys in this draft. I think he has a ton of tunnel vision. He's a long guy. A lot of people project that he can be this. His ceiling it can be this. I just don't think he has great basketball feel. He's not a great shooter. An okay handle. He did some things at Stanford, but I would have liked to see the Heat do something different with that pick. I honestly would have liked to see the Heat go after a guy like Talon Horton-Tucker, or even take a shot on Carson Edwards, Bol. You're getting to this point now where you're kind of looking at guys for high upside, and KZ Okpala has a ton of upside. The Heat are stuck now with Justice Winslow, James Johnson, a ton of forwards.
It's a weird group.
KZ Okpala just is a guy that, one, won't get minutes, and two, in the NBA, I don't see him develop. He doesn't have a great basketball feel. He doesn't have a high IQ. And with those guys, when you're trying to expect them to develop into something, it's not there if the IQ is not there going along with it.
Right. I agree with you on the tunnel vision thing. I disagree that he won't get minutes. He'll get minutes. He'll see the floor. It won't be significant, and it won't be nearly significant enough to actually make an impact or even make himself worthy of working himself into a starting role. It won't happen. But I think for a guy like KZ Okpala, going to a place like Miami where he's going to have to work really hard to earn minutes, it would be good for him. Because it's like you said, he's got tunnel vision. He has flaws to his game, like basically everyone. But for a guy like KZ, he'll be able to go to a place where he'll have a good coach in Eric Spoelstra. I think Eric Spoelstra can turn any prospect into a solid NBA player. Not saying he's like turning him into legends or anything like that, but they can turn him into a solid NBA player. And I just think being in an environment where he's going to have to work in order to get time and work in order to get recognized is going to be good for him.
As you mentioned, the Heat, they need to build up a bench, so I could see Okpala come off the bench for them, being good rotational piece down the line for them.
Gotcha. But Ryan, why don't you give us a little bit more in-depth analysis on Okpala? We touched on him a little bit, but why don't you give us more details about his game?
Yeah, no, you guys mentioned it. He's a very raw player, and I think for him, what's going to hurt him a lot is that he won't be getting those minutes. And as a player that needs to develop and kind of improve his game, he needs to get those minutes to develop into the player that, like you said, Justin, the people are expecting him to become. But if he's not getting on-time court time, then that might not happen. But he is a versatile player. You mentioned he's a very long player, so he can really make those defensive plays. He really plays well on that defensive side on the court. But he does have poor shooting mechanics, and he does not dribble the ball with care. So it's going to be interesting to see. He has a lot of steps to take forward in order to become the player that everyone is kind of expecting him to become. All the measurables are there in terms of his length, his height, his athleticism. It's just the actual fundamentals of playing basketball aren't quite there yet. So we'll see if Miami can develop him into that player.
So KZ Okpala out of Stanford will be headed to the Miami Heat. Thank you so much, Johnny Ruff, for joining us and bringing us that report.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Of course, Johnny. We'll talk to you probably again later in the show. And with the 33rd pick, the 76ers select Carson Edwards, the point guard out of Purdue. That's kind of crazy because he's now going to Boston because Boston acquired the 33rd pick when they traded the 22nd of Ty Jerome to the 20th pick to Phoenix. And this is just unbelievable. The Celtics got arguably the best scorer in college basketball. I only say that because he was the only top 5 scorer to actually play in a Power 5 conference. He put on a show in the NCAA tournament. He's just 35 points per game in the NCAA tournament. Just I think kind of speaks for itself. But not only that, but close to 26 points per game for the entire collegiate season speaks a lot itself too.
The Boston Celtics got the reincarnation of Eddie House here, a guy that can just light it up. He can shoot the ball. He can shoot the nets off with the ball. He's a prolific scorer. The thing that's going to worry about me is he's 6'1". He's small, but he's a beefy guy. I think he's a pure player. He showed that at Purdue. The guy can score. He's a prolific scorer. Does he fit really with what the Celtics are doing? I don't know. You might have wanted more of a facilitator with Tatum and Jaylen Brown and things like that.
And Romeo Langford now.
But nonetheless, he's a guy that can be your backup point guard. He can light it up on a night in January. I think he's the type of guy that carves out an 8 to 10 year NBA career. He's a great scorer, and that's really what he is.
Yeah, we talked about his scoring ability, but Ryan, what else does Carson Edwards bring to the table for an NBA team?
Yeah, Edwards, I mean, the one thing I think that really stands out to me is his ability to perform in clutch moments. He has the ability to make those big shots, and I think that's an X factor that not many players are able to bring to the NBA right away. Carson Edwards has the potential to become that. He is a proficient shooter. He shot, 49% from the field, 35.5% from beyond the arc. He also averaged 24.3 points. So like you said, Justin, he is a scorer. It's interesting to see how that dynamic will work on this Boston team. They did just draft another point guard there as well, who is an ISO scorer. So how they're going to manage all these players that need the ball in their hand to make an impact, it's going to be interesting how they manage that all.
And now I'm looking down at my phone, and Shams is saying that Philadelphia is trading the 34th overall pick to Atlanta for 2 future second rounders and the number 57th overall pick. I have to expect that the Hawks might be taking a shot on Bol Bol here. You're getting kind of late. You're going to pick 34. It wouldn't shock me if they're a type of team that know they're kind of set with what they have right now. You bring Bol Bol in, and if you can get what he possibly can be, that's awesome. And if he busts, well, you took him with the 34th overall pick. It was late. It was early in the second round. It was way later than anybody thought he was going to go. It works for both sides.
I mean, I'm shocked if Bol Bol makes it down past 35. So I agree with you. He'll probably get selected here. The pick is in, though, so we'll see who it is the 76ers decide to grab for now the Atlanta Hawks. And it's Bruno Fernando, the center out of Maryland. Actually, I think that's a great pick. I actually really like that pick. I was waiting for Bruno Fernando to get selected. I've loved Bruno Fernando at Maryland. Very physical player. Great head. He's just got his head on a good head on his shoulders. Good teammate, great locker room guy as well. And I think to have good locker room guys when you're young, like to be a good locker room guy when you're young, is already setting you up for future success. But it's not only that. Bruno Fernando is a very talented overall player, very nice post scorer. Can handle the ball decently well for a guy his size, and obviously his rebounding, speaks for itself. Almost 11 rebounds per game in college. He's going to be tenacious on the glass, but his post scoring ability is really nice, and I think that's what I think Atlanta's going to value a lot. And I don't know, it's going to be a nice, interesting fit next to a guy like John Collins. If they decide to put him next to him, or if they just decide to bring him off the bench behind him, I think it'd be even then a nice 1-2 punch down in the post.
Yeah, the important thing for Bruno Fernando's development in the NBA is going to be stretching his game out to 15 feet to then the 3-point line, because really the way he plays is a lot of NBA teams are no longer going to guys down down the basket, but he is a good rim protector. He'll probably, coming off the bench, possibly could go down to the G League for them for some minutes. We'll see. Usually second rounders, it just depends. But Bruno Fernando, like we said, high character guy from Maryland in the second round, trying to add some culture down to where culture is made in Atlanta. So it's not a bad pick.
Migos, if you didn't get the reference, Migos.
Wanted to make sure you picked up on that.
No, I picked up on it. It's a matter of
I did too.
Yeah, thanks, John.
See, Johnny's hip. He knows what's going on.
He didn't even introduce me yet.
Johnny Rupp's back.
I am here, guys.
Johnny Rupp's back, ready to go.
Thanks for that.
Johnny, what do you think about that, though? What do you think about that pick by Atlanta?
We were talking about this before. The Hawks got their 3. They have their 4 in Collins. I think they needed a good number 5, and I think Fernandez could be the first. Fernando could be the perfect fit down there.
Absolutely. But what do you think about a guy maybe like Bol Bol that was still left on the board?
I don't know why Bol Bol's falling at this point. I would
take a risk on him.
I really think NBA teams are afraid of him. Like at this point, like where it's getting, I think they're too cautious to take a guy that's 7'2", like you said, had one of the worst foot injuries you could possibly endure at 18 years old, and now it's tough. I have been biting my tongue trying to say when I've said this, but I think the lack of longevity of his father's career has kind of been put into the minds of NBA GMs. He's got the exact same build. He's a little bit more physically built because of just the training and the medicine that he's been exposed to. But it's I think that people still take into effect. He's 7'2". His career, it could be very similar to his father's, where it's impactful and he puts up numbers and he's a solid player when he's on the court. But how long is he actually going to be on the court?
I actually could see teams like big analytical departments looking into that and determining how many years are we actually going to get out of this guy. I looking at family medical injury history, stuff like that.
Right.
I wouldn't put it past NBA teams like this.
Right.
I know the Hawks are one of the more maybe up-and-coming teams that maybe one of the smarter front offices. I can understand it.
Like when LeBron James Jr. is entering the draft, people are going to be putting, there'll going to be pressure on him.
Mhm.
Why? Because of who his father was, who LeBron James was. They're going to be, they won't be comparing his game necessarily because they play completely differently. They're not similar. But they're going to be thinking, oh, LeBron, healthy guy, was not injury
So
prone
much
whatsoever.
longevity from him.
LeBron, excellent leader, won championships, was a different, he's LeBron. There's not more I'm going to add to LeBron when I say LeBron. But when you look at a guy like Bol and you look at his dad's career, yeah, it was solid. He had a very nice career. He put up numbers. He did what he had to do when he was on the court, but he wasn't there for that long. So I think that might be influencing some GMs and execs right now.
But I mean, you're in the second round now, so why not one team just roll the dice on him? You're not going to get the same criticism as if you were to make a first round roll with him. You just take a flyer. He has a really high upside.
It goes back and forth because we don't know what the medical red flags could be on
That's true.
him. That's always the big thing. His team doctors could have seen him and been obviously what goes back to New Bowl, and you can be scared of just what he's 7'2" and he's 210 pounds. He is so skinny
And possibly still growing, which
He
is
is
insane.
so lazy on the defensive end. Don't get me wrong, there's a ton of upside, but he also has the picture perfect bust. If you don't play defense and you're 7'2" and long and lanky, what am I drafting you for? I get it. He's very skilled and he can stretch the floor. It gets to a point where it's hard with a guy like that because you can't make him play defense. There's either you either have the want to play it or you don't.
Right.
And right now so far, even when he was at Oregon, he showed, yeah, I'll make a highlight block here or there, but on a consistent basis, and it's only going to get worse at the NBA level.
Yeah.
He's not going to rim protect all that well. He's not going to be able to switch. He's just not exactly what you want.
And I think just to your point, Pat, I think the name goes both ways. So there are the people who say, oh, he's going to be a bust because his injuries of his father and all that and the history that he went through. But also at the same time, he's the big name now because his father is Manu Bol. So people are saying, hey, why isn't this guy getting picked? He's the son of a former NBA legend. You know what I mean? So I guess it's interesting to see the dynamics of that.
Well, I want to ask you guys this. From today's draft, whose drop has been most surprising to you? Nas Little, Kevin Porter Jr., or Bol?
To me, it would be Nas Little just
Yeah.
because of what he can bring in an NBA team in year one. Bol,
We're all on the same page then.
it does shock me that he's dropped a little bit, but at the same point, I was expecting him to be taken anywhere from like 22 to 32. So I guess he is slipping a little bit to me, but there's questions. So Kevin Porter Jr., I knew there was off court. With Nas Little, I thought he wasn't slipping past 17. I mean, that was pretty shocking that Portland can get a guy at 25 that can make an immediate impact.
Yeah, I guess. But with the 35th pick, the Atlanta Hawks have finally made their selection. Marcos Luzada Silva, the small forward out of Brazil. Why don't you tell us a little bit about him, Ryan? If you've got him up, if not, what do you tell us a little bit about him, Justin?
So this trade, the pick, gets conveyed to New Orleans. He's 6'5", 190. He can shoot the ball. His comp is Anthony Morrow. He's a guy that's probably going to be a draft and stash guy. Would be my thought process behind him. He's still pretty young. It's to me, it's probably a draft and stash guy. That's all I can say on him. He's going to be a good shooter. When he comes over, I'm not exactly sure, but he's the type of guy that you start taking in the early second round, late second round. You start taking draft stash guys just to help your cap space out and things like that. And you don't want to sign with Pelicans now. That would be your fourth rookie. You're not trying to sign 5 rookies to different deals. That's not something most teams are trying to do.
And I think another thing that stands out to Atlanta about him before we go to you, Ryan, is his defensive ability. Laterally, he's extremely quick. He stays with even smaller guys. He can keep up with on the perimeter. He's a nice defender, and I think Atlanta kind of made the statement that they're trying to improve their defense earlier on, going with DeAndre Hunter, and now a guy like Marcos Luzada Silva, I think, is going to add to that defensive mentality because a guy like him's not going to be asked a lot of in terms of scoring or offensive ability. He might not even be asked a lot of in the NBA, but what they're going to want to see out of him is that defensive tenacity and just the ability to guard several different types of players. 6'5", almost 200 pounds. You know, you'd like to see a guy like that be able to guard. I mean, great. What would be great is to be able to see him guard 1 through 3. But ideally, you want him to guard at least your 2 and your 3 at 6'5", 200. So, I think it's an interesting pick. It's a defensive pick, and that's what I think. It's safe.
Yeah, well, it's just that when you come to this point in the drive, you just take flyers on certain picks that you think may hit. I mean, with Luzada Silva in particular, it's just that he brings that defense to the team. He was successful over in Brazil. He shot very efficiently from beyond the arc at 47%, so that brings another element to it. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays out in Atlanta.
Johnny, what do you think about this pick for the Atlanta Hawks? Marcos Luzada Silva. He's a defensive player. He's an impressive player in the full court. He's a great leaper as well. He's got good body control. How do you think this fits with Atlanta's system right now, or what they've accumulated so far throughout this draft?
Overall, I think in the second round you want to go for those defensive players. I think in the first round you go for a lot of the high upside scoring types. Second round, I think you just go for who you like the best. You don't have to necessarily work on filling a guy in. Just find a guy who fits your system. What you believe in going forward.
I completely agree with you. And also Atlanta, as good as their starting five is beginning to look, their bench is still kind of empty. You have guys like DeAndre Bembry who, proved he could do a little bit something now on both sides of the ball. But I think it's still got it's still open. I don't expect Luzada Silva to see too much playing time this year, but he's still on a team that's rebuilding and looking for guys to come in and make an impact. So he will, I believe, he will see the floor.
And I think versatility is king in the NBA, right? And I think Luzada Silva brings that to the Atlanta Hawks, and when you have needs and you need that depth, at least Luzada can go in there and fill multiple different needs as they need it going forward.
Well, that was the Hawks pick that was conveyed to the New Orleans Pelicans. Thank you, Johnny, for joining us. The 36th pick was announced already for the Charlotte Hornets. They took one of the Martin twins. They took Cody Martin out of Nevada. Again, this goes to Michael Jordan's MO of taking guys in college that prove what they can bring to an NBA team. There's higher upside guys still in this draft, but as Michael Jordan's proven, taking PJ Washington 12 and now Cody Martin 36, he wants guys that quote-unquote can make an impact right away. And now Melissa Wamp, the Hornets beat reporter, coming on. What do you think of this draft pick taking one of the Martin twins out of Nevada?
I like it. Still Bobo. I'm sorry about that. What's wrong with me not being able to pronounce today? But strong defensive player, right? Like I think that's something that they could produce off of. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I like both Martin twins, honestly. Cody Martin, probably.
Would you prefer the other one? Is that what you're saying?
No, definitely not. I'm just saying overall is probably the better player, and they definitely made the right pick here. I was talking to assistant head coach of the Hofstra Pride men's basketball team about a week or so ago, and we'll talk to him later in this show as well. But I was talking to him, and we'll probably ask him a similar question. But I was just kind of like, what other mid-major guys have really struck a chord with you? Because you didn't play a ton of guys that from mid-major schools that are going to be winding up getting drafted. So I said, what of any have you really been impressed by? And he said, honestly, Cody Martin in particular, but the Martin twins in general, he was very high on both of them. So I kind of agree with him there. And both of them, I would say neither of them lived up this year to what we were expecting after the previous season and that little NCAA tournament run they had, but still solid. Cody Martin's a solid player. It's like you said, Melissa, solid defensive player, and his offensive ability has a lot of potential, and I think that's what the key is. And what's nice is, like, when we were just talking to our other beat reporter, Johnny Rupp, he said, you're in this point in the draft, you're looking for those guys on defense and who bring something, really important to the defensive side of the ball, and Cody Martin can do that, and he can also bring a nice piece offensively as well. So I think it's a nice two-sided, double-edged sword there for the Yeah,
I agree to disagree, but I always say, I'm going to compare to my lacrosse background in college, defense wins games. Like, if you could stop the ball, I know it's basketball, the NBA comparison is a little, whatever. In any sport, I really think defensive units produce winners. So at the end of the day, I think adding a little good defensive stability on this team could be a positive outcome.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting to see the way he plays out on that team. But Justin?
Well, I'm just going to keep it here because the Mavs just traded their 37th overall pick to the Pistons. Melissa Wamp is the Pistons beat reporter, so it's perfect.
Guys.
It's perfect timing. They just selected Davidas Servidis out of Lithuania. He's possibly coming over this year, more likely a draft and stash guy, maybe in the G League. He can shoot the ball well. Interesting pick, it says on the screen. The Mavs drafted him, but they traded him to the Pistons. Interesting tactic by the Pistons tonight so far. They've been drafting a lot of guys that I don't think make an immediate impact on the team. But
Sounds like a repetitive thing that's happening with this
Well,
team.
when you get for the Bulls and there, I absolutely agree.
A point I want to make is, and I know a guy we had on earlier, Rashad Phillips, wanted Jalen Hands to actually go to 15th overall by the Pistons. This is another pick where you can take a guy, a point guard out of UCLA. You need a backup behind Reggie Jackson. You don't need more small forwards that probably aren't making an impact on your team next year. It makes sense if you go after a guy like Jalen Hands, kind of take a shot in the dark here at 37 overall. Do something different. The repetitive thing of taking international guys that will either come over this year, not come over this year, but aren't going to make an immediate impact for a guy that like Blake Griffin making max money, Andre Drummond making max money, Reggie Jackson making $20 million. Like, it doesn't line up for your timeline right now of trying to be a competitive basketball team and drafting these guys that aren't making an impact.
A guy I think that's still on the board right now that I think would be a really interesting selection for Detroit would be Admiral Schofield. I think he'd be a really nice fit. He's a workhorse. I think he'd learn a lot from a guy like Blake Griffin because though he is a guard, he's very physical and he likes to bang down low. He's done it plenty of times. We saw it at Tennessee. He's also very athletic, very mobile. I think he'd just be a nice pit. He's overall a very I don't want to say hopefully. Overall, his game has a lot of upside. And I think it's every area that you see he could improve and has a lot of potential at. It's not just one side of the ball. So I think Admiral Schofield right here would be a nice selection for the Bulls. I don't think they're going that way. But I personally thought, they're going to go with Daniel Gafford, the center out of Arkansas. Also not a terrible pick. I don't foresee him getting any playing time for the Bulls this year. He'll probably be a Windy City guy. So
I like Daniel Gafford. I think his comp is more of a Jared Allen type. Arkansas asked him to do too much. I don't think he can produce his own offense, which is fine for a modern-day five. You don't need to do that. He's an athletic rim runner. He rebounds the ball really well. He's a prolific shot blocker. He's a guy that behind Wendell Carter, behind Lauri Markkanen, can be interesting, can mix things up. This is one of my favorite highlights of him. He made a block on one end and beats everybody down the floor and makes a windmill. This dude's an athletic freak. He has a 7'8" wingspan, super long guy. He draws a lot of comparisons to a guy like Jared Allen or Clint Capella. Same type of role. I like this draft pick for the Bulls. He was the type of guy last year, if he goes into last year's draft, is probably a top 15 pick. This year, sliding all the way back into the early second round. So sometimes it's not always smart to go back to school.
I see him probably getting a two-way. He is good. Don't get me wrong. He's extremely athletic. Like, watching the way this guy can move at his size it's hypnotic. Like, people shouldn't be able to move that well and that quickly at that size. But I still think he has a lot to learn, a lot to develop. Look, Chicago's not a place where he has a ton of people to beat out. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit on that. But I don't know. I think he would definitely benefit from some time in a league where I think he would be almost pretty dominant. I think in the G League he would be able to get his confidence up, get some more reps in. So that's why I think a guy like him would benefit from playing in Windy City. So yeah.
Well, Melissa, thanks for coming on over your beat reporter. I will bring it back here as the Pelicans are on the clock at 39. That's not one of the picks that are drafted, so New Orleans will draft this for themselves. Bol is still on the block, or excuse me, not on the block right now. Still one of the players available right now, so is Talon Horton-Tucker from Iowa State. I think he's a guy that's very interesting to take a shot in the dark on him in the 40s. He's about 6'4" with a 6'11" wingspan. He honestly has the wiggle of a point guard, but he can play 1 through 4 at the NBA level. He's kind of a PJ Tucker, Draymond Green type, where he's a shorter guy, but he's beefy. He can go against 1 through 4 in the NBA. He can shoot the ball well. Played well at Iowa State, kid out of Chicago. He's a very skilled basketball player. I'm shocked that nobody's taking a shot on him now, but I think someone's getting a steal now and getting into the 40s now.
I still think, oh man, this is really interesting to me. I have a feeling Bulls falling out at 45. I just have a feeling this is a guy that's going to go for a while. I don't know. I have no idea.
Which would beg the question, there had to have been medicals or something. The guy that was a preseason before he goes to Oregon is most likely a top 5, top 10 pick. Out of nowhere, you're now looking at him and saying, not even a top 40 pick? Yeah. Like, something had to go wrong here, because NBA teams over any other league are going to take shots on guys that, whether or not you think they're going to be healthy, you're going to take the shot on their potential. Bol, whether I like it or not, has a ton of potential. He can space the floor. He's a very skilled big at 7'2", and probably still growing. I'm shocked that he's still on the board here.
He's getting, he's getting, Alan Smilejic is getting picked over him. Like, there have to be some serious concerns that people just haven't been talking about that are allowing him to
something's going
fall
on
so
here, yeah.
far that we just don't know. It doesn't make any because as far as we know, the upside is there. It doesn't matter unless his medical was or his, like whatever doctors found or something was something like Isaiah Austin like.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just don't understand why he would fall so far. He has talent. Like if you asked me this morning, you did ask me this morning where I think Bol Bol would land. I did not think he would land outside 20. I really did not think he would land outside 20.
Now,
I thought 20 would even be late.
Is there any chance that he goes undrafted tonight?
Nah, I still.
If he goes undrafted, that's insane.
Someone takes a shot.
Yeah,
on
it
him.
has to, right?
A GM. I would think at this level now you're talking about someone taking a shot on him. Obviously, I'm wrong, but
at this point, there's no risk.
We're getting to a point of
where
you have partially guaranteed, non-guaranteed deals for second rounders. Absolutely, you take the risk on a 7-2 kid that can transform into a stretch 5. But
I mean, I doubt he goes here at 40 to Sacramento. Sacramento, they don't need a center. It's a matter of who's coming up on the board now. If Golden State can wind up snagging a player like Bol Bol, that would be, I think, really interesting because, I mean, there is room for a center. A true center on that team, and I think he would be able to at least get time early on because we're depending on where DeMarcus Cousins decides to go in this offseason, and I mean Kevon Looney's just not someone you want to put all your chips in as a starting center. But I mean, I think it would be an interesting pick for Golden State. Honestly, that's where I would predict right now. I'm not seeing anything coming out about that pick right now, but I'm going to predict Bol Bol might be going to Golden State at 41.
Well, instead of us talking about where Bol Bol is going, let's bring on Andrew Medola, our social media guru, and let's hear what's going on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram world right now.
So you take a look at Twitter here, and I found this very interesting shooting chart. So Cam Johnson, of course, as we all know, went in the first round out of UNC. And there's a chart I found on Twitter that shows he is a very interesting player when it comes to where he shoots the ball from. So you remember Kristaps Porzingis not too long ago came out. He had all the height, so you knew he could play where he can at least have some height advantage down low, and on top of it, he could shoot threes. Well, Cam Johnson is a guy who shoots 61%, of course, from down low when he's laying it in, but also, interestingly enough, 50% from beyond the arc when you start coming from the left wing all the way around. He can shoot 50% from there and shoots 41% from anywhere else really around the arc. Doesn't take that many shots from mid-range. So he's the type of guy that can really work it inside, or he's a guy that could shoot threes. I want to get your guys' take on that. Is it good to be such a interesting type of player where you're not really taking mid-range shots? Does that kind of, put a halting on your game? Does that minimize your game?
Not in today's NBA, clearly.
Yeah,
in today's NBA, if you're shooting that efficiently from around the rim and can do so to some degree from beyond the arc, any NBA team is going to be wanting to take you. Do I agree with that? That should be the way players are looked at now? No, I think 10 years ago, if a player wasn't taking a mid-range shot, what does he really bring to the table, right? And now we're in a completely different NBA where I just don't think that matters as much. And clearly it doesn't because Cam Johnson was taken today. So,
yeah, I mean, if it's analytic Twitter, not analytic Twitter, just analytic departments now in the NBA of we don't want to take mid-range, only three-pointers, layups, dunks, or free throws. Whether I agree with that, no. I think if you look at the past champions, they use all three facets of the court. But regardless, Cam Johnson fills the need for the Suns. They need shooting. Would I have taken him at 11? No, I think that's a reach. But if you feel confident in a guy and you feel like he can provide something for you, I guess go for it. I'm not going to really trust the Suns in their moves right now.
Yeah, that's probably the last thing I'm going to do for a while is trust the Suns in every decision they make. But I don't know. Every player that gets drafted has upside. That's the thing. Everyone's got upside, and Cam Johnson definitely has it. There's no denying it. But that's a really interesting stat though that you bring up. That's really crazy. And a guy like that can still get drafted and still get drafted as highly as Cam Johnson did. I think that's. I don't know if that's bad for the game or good for I really don't.
Interesting. It points to a revolution in the game and how much basketball has changed in the past 5 to 7 years of wanting to draft someone that zero mid-range shots. But look, it's where the NBA is going, whether I agree with it or not. A lot of teams look into this philosophy. Milwaukee did it all of the regular season last year. I think there's a cap to it, and I think that shows in the playoffs of teams not using all three facets of the floor. I think Cam Johnson, can use the mid-range. I just think he just doesn't at UNC, and with Phoenix, he can't create his own shot in the NBA, so he's gonna be fine sticking at the 3-point line.
And the thing is, it's not like he takes 0. He just takes a very low frequency. In fact, they have the frequency and they also have the how well he shoots it, above average, below average on here. And they say the bigger the dot is, the more frequent he takes it. And you see mid-range, he's got a bunch of small dots kind of sparsely scattered around. But another thing that really I question about this as well when it comes to the three-point shooting is he taking advantage of the shorter arc in college.
That's a good point. It is different now. Starting this year, the NCAA is moving the three-point line back to international distance. But no, I think Cam Johnson has good range. That's not something I worry about with him. The one thing that's interesting with Cam Johnson, and I said this when he was taken at 11, he's older than Devin Booker. Devin Booker's 22, Cam Johnson's 23. When Cam Johnson gets to his first actual NBA contract, he'll be 27 years old. It's just completely different when you look at a guy that's a one and done compared to Cam Johnson, who spends a year at Pitt, transfers, and then comes to UNC. It's interesting. I mean, I think he can provide some things for him, but the pick was still a head scratcher with Michael Bridges already on the team. But I mean, they need shooting, so hopefully he provides some of that for him.
And now word coming in, the Warriors made the pick at 41. I believe they traded anyway. It was Eric Pascal from Villanova. And I mean, look, I'm never against taking a winner. I'm never, especially at this point in the draft, never against taking a winner. And then this year I believe he was the Final Four. He made the All Final Four team as well. So I can't. Maybe I'm wrong. But 2017, 2018. That wouldn't have made any sense. So 2017, 2018. It's 11:40. It's going on midnight. I've been here since 5. Give me a break. But I still think it's a good pick.
He's a winner. He can play the stretch. Probably stretch 4, stretch 5. 5's a little bit too much for him. He's about 6'7", but he shoots the ball well. He can take people off the dribble. He defends well. He's a Jay Wright guy. He's going to be a role player in today's NBA. I don't expect anything more for him, but it's a nice pick by the Warriors. They need a little bit of pop off the offensive bench, or off the bench, and he can shoot. So it's a nice draft pick, and that's really all I got to say about it. But let's throw it over to Ryan about a little more analysis on Eric Pascal.
Yeah, no, Eric Pascal, he's a very versatile defender. I mean, he does have some limitations in terms of his length isn't necessarily there, so he may have a little bit of an issue rim protecting, grabbing those rebounds. He's also one of those modern tweener guys where he's kind of in between positions, so it'll be interesting to see how the Golden State Warriors use him in their lineup, but he can be a versatile defender or a reliable shooter for them, so it will be interesting going forward for the Warriors.
And the 42nd pick by the 76ers is coming in. Admiral Schofield, the small forward out of Tennessee, someone I'm kind of high on. Dylan, if you want to stick around and talk about, just real quick, talk about Eric Pascal going to Golden State. What do you think about that pick for the Warriors?
I think where Eric Pascal fits in with the Warriors is his upside is really about his defense. He's a very versatile forward. He's a little undersized, but he's incredibly strong. He communicates well on defense. He's switchable, so I think with the Warriors, they could get some really good minutes out of him.
Do you agree with what Justin and I are saying, though, that taking guys that are proven winners and have been a part of winning organizations or winning programs at this point in the draft is really a smart move and something that more teams should start considering?
Oh, absolutely. Especially going from a winning culture into an even more winning culture.
Right.
I think he'll be a great fit on the Warriors and in Steve Kerr's system.
Gotcha. Well, Dylan, thanks so much. Sorry to cut this short, but we got to move on down through the second round. The 76ers selected
Admiral Schofield.
That's right. That small forward out of Tennessee. I like the pick.
It was traded to Washington,
right.
so the Wizards are adding Admiral Schofield. Another guy spent a few years at Tennessee. He's a 3-and-D guy. He'll be able to stretch the floor. He's solid. He'll have a solid NBA career for the most part. Nothing too much, but you're in the second round now. You're looking for guys that can stick on an NBA roster. It always shocks me. For some reason, the Wizards have an obsession with taking small forwards. They took Troy Brown last year. They don't develop him. Now take Admiral Schofield, won't develop him. Washington's not a place that I would want to go as a player right now, but that's not their decision. Schofield gets drafted, and hopefully he can give Bradley Beal some help on the offensive end.
And real quick, Ryan, before we go to ask you about Admiral, there are a lot of guys left on the board right now, and Minnesota is actually it's been made official, not on ESPN, but Shams Charania has let us know that Minnesota has picked Jalen Noel at number 43 in the 2019 draft, so that will be Minnesota's selection. But there are still a lot of talented players on this board, and two that jump out to me right now, Naz Reid out of LSU and Jonte Porter. I think both guys can bring a lot to a table for any NBA team, especially Naz Reid. The problem with Naz Reid right now, that was kind of like what you were hinting at with Bruno Fernando, is that he's kind of outdated in terms of his style of play. He's done a lot to change that and become a more versatile big, but I think the reason he's falling is because he's really likes to pound it down low, and I just think that's becoming an even less desirable trait in today's NBA because of what we were just talking about, is just the heavy emphasis in the last 3 to 5 years on the three-point ball.
Yeah, Naz Reid has he has guard wiggle. He has very good wiggle, gets past guys easily. The big thing worry with him is lateral quickness. Probably a 5 in today's NBA. He doesn't guard all that well. He didn't do that at LSU. Big B Williams covered up a lot for him. That's just going to be the worry with Naz Reid, is a lot of people always have questioned his motor and how hard he works.
That's a huge thing.
So that's a big thing, especially with bigs in today's NBA. A lot of guys want a high motor guy going to get up and down the court. Naz Reid's more of a finesse guy. So your worry with a guy like that is, he gets pushed around, how hard is he going to work? If he doesn't go to the situation he wants, how hard is he going to work? There's several factors there, but he's a very skilled guy. If he can go to the right situation, I like Naz Reid a lot. Jonte Porter's interested because he's coming off another torn ACL, which is unfortunate for him, but a lot of people like him. He draws similar comparisons to a poor man's Draymond, just because he can be a stretch 4, a small ball 5. He's a great passer. The problem is we just haven't been able to see him a ton.
Yeah.
It just sucks for him. At Missouri, tears his ACL, then he comes into this draft process, tears his ACL again. It's a bummer for a guy like that that's put so much work into it, and just time and time again has to keep going through rehab. At some point, you just start to worry about, are the knees a problem for him?
I completely agree. But Ryan, why don't we talk a little bit more about Admiral Schofield, as he's headed to Philadelphia, now headed to Washington.
Yeah, no, Schofield. So you look on the ringer, and the major upside that they have for him is muscles. Literally just muscles. So I think this guy, he plays the way he looks, right? He's very high energy. He's going to bring that grit. He's going to bring that toughness to your team. And with this Washington Wizards kind of being in limbo and between having John Wall dealing with those issues, and then also Bradley Beal, whether or not they're going to move on from him, it'll be interesting to see how Admiral Schofield kind of fits in with that. But you can expect that when he comes on the court, he's going to bring that grit. He's a great shooter. He's going to bring that toughness, and he's going to do everything he can to get you wins at the end of the day.
Well, let's move forward to the 45th pick. It was tipped already, 44th pick, excuse me, with Miami Heat. Finally, someone bites the bait, and they take Bol Bol out of Oregon. Let's bring on beat reporter Johnny Rupp real quick so he can talk about it. But Hassan Whiteside did opt into his $27.1 million deal just a few days ago. Most likely going to be traded this offseason. He wants a new role. He wants a bigger role. But Pat Riley here's what I'll say, is Bol Bol is going to a very good organization with a great medical staff and a team that always puts guys on diets, and Bol Bol will be on that immediately. I'll be interested to see if they don't play him right away, if they try to beef him up, if they try to work him out a little bit. That's what's going to be interesting with him, is how Miami handles him. But Johnny, what are your thoughts on Miami adding Bol Bol at pick what now is 45 in the NBA draft?
At this point in the draft, I think you just go for the best player available, and Bol Bol is my opinion. I think most of you guys probably agree with me.
Yeah.
It's Bol Bol.
Yeah, probably. Well, in terms of like potential and like if everything goes right, Bol Bol is easily the best player on the board. If everything goes right, Bol Bol could possibly be better than the last 43 picks. It's very possible, which I think is absolutely wild. And it turns out that now Denver is actually acquiring Bol Bol from Miami.
So thanks, Joe. Well, you can stay on and talk with us about this, though, because he's going to Denver now.
I love the acquisition for Denver.
Right. I actually don't mind the acquisition for Denver. You have a center right now, so it's not like I think the problem with him going to Miami would be there might be pressure to get him ready kind of soon, because it's like you said, Justin, Hassan Whiteside I don't think is looking to stay around Miami for very long, and definitely trying to get out of there, find a bigger role, which might rush Bol Bol into a position he's not ready for. If you're in Denver, you've got guys like Paul Millsap, Nikola Jokic, obviously, guys that can not only still keep the bulk of the playing time and allow him to progress, but also teach him a thing or two, because I think Bol Bol could learn a lot from a guy like Nikola Jokic.
And the big thing is we just saw how they dealt with Michael Porter Jr. this past year with his back injury, giving him the full year off.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see if they take the same type of approach with Bol Bol now. The foot issues. Do you try to put weight on him? Do you try to get him in a workout program? Do you try to get him on a diet regimen? That's going to be the big thing with him, is can you try to bring him into your facility and figure out a way to minimize the potential for all the injuries and everything that comes along with him if you sit him out a year and let him develop and let his body develop naturally.
And I think what's important is, like, yes, he's 7'2". Yeah, he's slight of frame. But if you watch, the athleticism is off the charts. Like, how high and how quickly he can move for being 7'2".
He's not just in those taco fall.
Right, he's not. I mean, taco fall is different simply because he's way more physically built. He's got so much more both body fat and muscle on him. But he's just so much more mobile. He's got a decent stroke. It's not great. It's not something you're fawning over or anything like that. But it's workable, especially for going into the NBA. It's definitely something you can work with. I like Manute Bol, excuse me, as they're showing Manute Bol highlights on the television here. I like Bol a lot. I think he's got a ton of upside to him. No one obviously roots for a guy like that to who's could be great and could just. He's not going to be bad. It's going to be injuries that hurt his career.
He'll either be good or he'll be hampered by injuries.
Right.
If he can show 50% of effort on defense of what he shows now, yes, there is a great improvement he can make.
Right. And I just think he could be, like I just said, man, he was taken 44th. If everything goes right for this kid, as we would hope it would, he's probably going to be better than the last 43 picks in this draft. Like, he really has a 7-foot guard, like a guy that could handle the ball. Like, I know he's not a guard, he's a center, but a guy that can handle the ball, run the floor, shoot well enough, and really has decent court vision. Now, he's not the best playmaker in the world, but for a big, he has decent court vision. And being paired with a guy like Nikola Jokic,
I think
who's going to teach him
perfect.
even more. I just think and like Justin hinted at, Denver's proven to be a cautious and we'll take our time with our young guys type of team. I really think it was a perfect place for him to wind up in Denver, and he could just be unbelievable should everything go right for him.
You talk about Denver like being taken the cautious approach to Porter Jr. The exact reason why I think this is the perfect fit for Bol Bol. They know what they're doing. They've gone through this whole process of Porter Jr. Hopefully he comes up and makes a difference for them this year.
Right.
Do the same thing with Bol Bol. Just let him sat a year if he needs to. If not, even better. But if so, just get, then you start integrating him in like 2020 and 2021.
Exactly, and I think what's awesome for Denver right now, if you think about it, is the fact that if he's healthy and if he can play, they're going to technically be bringing in 2 rookies in Michael Porter Jr. and Bol Bol, and you're going to have 2 young guys ready to go in and get at it, and they're going to be super hungry in their first season, both trying to earn minutes, both trying to earn respect in the league. I think it'd be really interesting, even if you don't bring in Bol Bol, even if you need to sit him out for the whole year.
I'm still excited about Porter Jr.
You still have Porter Jr. to bring in and integrate into that lineup, and this was a team that could have gone to the Western Conference Finals. They didn't. It just wasn't in the stars this year, but they had talent. They were young. They were one of the best teams in the Western Conference for the regular season. Bol, should everything go right, it's only going to make them even more dangerous.
I agree entirely. I think perfect fit for him. Could and allow him to sit for a while if he needs to. If not, perfect. Get him in there. Get him in rotation.
Gotcha.
Could be a brilliant acquisition for them.
Completely agree, Johnny. Thanks so much for coming on and joining
Thank
us.
you. And I'm sure I'll be back later on.
Probably
will
will be.
Yes.
Yeah, you definitely will be back. Well, we're only 14 picks away from the conclusion of the 2019 NBA draft. Again, you're listening to the 2019 or watching the 2019 NBA draft. So here on WRHU Sports, WRHU Radio, 88.7 FM, WRHU Radio, Hofstra University. A lot's going on right now. The Magic are on the clock. But Justin, there was a pick just made. Why don't you let the people know who went where?
It was the Dallas Mavericks selecting Isaiah Roby out of Nebraska. Stretch 4, possibly he can play the wing at 3 as well. Sleight of frame, doesn't like to get physical down low, but he's shown skills at different times. He has a nice dunk package. He can shoot the ball a little bit from 3, has a nice face-up game, but I'm not expecting him to really make an impact with Dallas much this year. Probably a G League guy for them. He really needs to develop his body and accept the physical play because he's most likely going to be a stretch 4 in today's NBA.
And this pick is not technically this is the Lakers pick right now at 46, and word is coming from Shams Charania that'll be Talen Horton-Tucker out of Iowa State. Another Clutch Sports
client,
guy joining
LeBron giving him a little help. He was probably a little wanting to get drafted on tonight, and LeBron's like, all right, help out my client, help out my friend here, Talen Horton-Tucker. I also think this is an interesting pick for the Lakers. I think Talen Horton-Tucker, out of Iowa State, Chicago kid, extremely talented. He can shoot the 3 ball. He can take people off the dribble. He's got great wiggle. He's 6'4" with a 6'11" wingspan. He's got good vision. My biggest worry is on the defensive end with intensity and just a motor there. But otherwise, he's an extremely skilled basketball player. But let's go to Ryan Yee now with a little more in depth on Talen Horton-Tucker.
Yeah, no, Talen Horton-Tucker, he's one of those guys that is just talented, like from the get-go. He's raw. He has a lot of that natural ability of playing basketball, but there's a lot of work to be done. He's kind of a weird type of athlete because he has a big body to defend those larger defenders, and he can play guard on offense, even though having that bigger frame, that bigger size. He doesn't shoot the free throws so well. He does make some pretty erratic decision-making while he's driving the ball, so he's definitely a project to work on, but the athleticism and the big frame and all of his measurables are there, so it's a pick you expect at this late in the draft.
I think raw has been a word we've brought up a lot throughout tonight, and I think Talon Horton-Tucker might be the rawest, like in terms of like untapped potential. Like he's got such potential to him, and he is raw. Like as good as he is now, he's still raw. Like this guy has a lot of work he can still put into his game and improve a lot.
He's young.
I think it's a nice pick. I'm honestly surprised he fell this far to 46. I thought he might go earlier in the second round, but either way, I think the Lakers made a nice pick there. And as you mentioned, Justin, a clutch sports guy, so I guess not a total surprise.
Got to keep the clutch clients
right.
in-house.
I guess not a total surprise there, but yeah, the guard Talon Horton-Tucker, the Iowa State freshman, will be headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. So I think it's a solid pick now, and the Kings are on the clock as well. Still a lot of players left on the board, including Hofstra's own Justin Wright Foreman. We got a chance earlier this week to sit down, I did, with assistant head coach of the Hofstra Pride men's basketball team, Speedy Claxton. But he's actually going to join us now on the phone. This is an extreme honor. I'm really excited to do this. He's a former NBA draft pick, a former NBA champion with the San Antonio Spurs. It's Craig Speedy Claxton. Assistant coach Claxton, how are you doing tonight?
Good. How's everything?
Oh, I'm doing great. So, Coach, just real quick, take us back to 2000. You're selected 20th overall in the draft. You're going to Philly. What was the first thing that went through your mind after hearing your name called by the commissioner? As I can't imagine what went through all of these draft picks' minds tonight.
Well, first, it was the longest day ever leading up to the draft. Me and my family and friends gathered across the street at the local bar. It was called Bogart's back at the time. So it was cool. And then once David Stern actually announced my name, I just remember the whole place erupting, and it was like just tears of joy. It was a very emotional night for everyone that was a part of it.
And at that point, you're heading to Philadelphia. What do you think about the city at the time? What's your feeling about wearing a Sixers uniform?
I was excited because it was one of the teams that I liked watching because my idol Allen Iverson was playing on the team, so I was a fan of that team and his. So it was cool to be going there. And then it wasn't that far away from New York, so my family and friends will be able to drive down and see me play, and they'll get there in a matter of 2.5 hours.
Right. Now, Coach, we were, as fans and as reporters, we're limited to the type of access we get, at least at this level, at a college level. And to see what goes into that pre-draft process, we have one of our own, someone you've coached now for 4 years, Justin Wright Foreman, hopefully going sometime in this second round. We're now we're more than halfway through this second round now. But what was that process like for you back in the day, back in 2000, working out for teams and so on? Let us know what that pre-draft process was like back in 2000.
I mean, it was fun. I mean, you're talking about your dream coming true. So you're out there working, and there's a lot of traveling. You're in and out of cities basically every other day. I know Justin probably did about 12 workouts already, and back then I did like 14 or 15 workouts. So I was kind of constantly flying in and out of New York, doing a workout and then flying back out. So it was a stressful time, but glad it paid off.
Now, you signed that NBA contract right out of college where you just gone on a very impressive run with Hofstra University. What was the first thing you did after signing that NBA contract?
Well, the first thing I did was buy a car.
Yeah. What kind of car?
Upgraded and got a little Cadillac Escalade.
Very nice.
So that was my first car that I brought my first paycheck. And then it kind of just gave my parents a little bit of money.
When your name was called, was there anything particular that went through your head? I'm always curious about that, especially like on a night like tonight, all these guys getting up, they hear their names called. What was the first thing that you thought about? Was it someone you thought about? Was it like you tried to reach that goal? Was it a family member, a friend, or someone you did a lot, you put that work in for? Was there someone that went across your mind or something?
Basically my family. My family wasn't well off back then, so this was a way for me to help provide. And it was kind of like a weight lifted off off their chest, off their shoulders.
Now let's talk about this year's draft, because you're around college basketball all year long as your assistant coach with Hofstra. Who are some other prospects in the playing for mid-majors that shocked you or that you were surprised by and liked a lot?
You definitely got to start off with Justin. He's an unbelievable mid-major player. But then you got to look at the Martin twins out in Nevada, what they did with the Nevada program. I think they're going to have some success at that next level also.
One name that is definitely polarizing to a lot of people is Zion Williamson. He went number 1 in this draft. As someone who's played in the NBA, what do you expect from a guy like this? There's like a lot of controversy. I was talking about this earlier in the show with Rashad Phillips. Some people say he could be the next LeBron. Some people say he could be the biggest bust since, I don't know, Kwame Brown or Darko Milicic. I don't know. But what do you say, with the first-hand NBA experience that you have, what do you think Zion Williamson could be in this league?
Man, it could go either way for Zion. I know me and my brother have talks about that all the time. Like people say, he could be the next LeBron James, but then he could also be the next Kwame Brown. You just don't know. But his size and athleticism, but the way he competes, you gotta think that he's gonna be successful. He plays so hard, and he gives it his all on every play. That I mean, hopefully his hard work will pay off for him.
John Morant was drafted by the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. He went to Murray State. As a point guard yourself and someone who's coached Justin, who's possibly going to be playing point at the next level, what do you see in John Morant's game that you really like?
He's going to be a superstar.
Yeah,
John's going to be good. I mean, he got the size you want for a point guard. He can shoot the ball decent at this point. That's going to get better. But his size and athleticism and his IQ and feel for the game is second to none. I think he got superstar written all over.
Now let's talk about Justin a little bit, something I know you were probably looking forward to. He's someone that everyone on Long Island is very infatuated with, and someone NBA scouts and NBA teams seem to get more and more impressed by as these NBA workouts progressed. Is it surprising to you that his individual workouts have kind of helped boost his draft stock even more than his playing during this season? Because it was outstanding.
Not really. I mean, it's different. Justin didn't. We both actually didn't attend Portsmouth, but he attended the G League showcase. And back when I played, I guess you could call that they had 3 camps: Portsmouth, then they had a Phoenix camp, then they had Chicago pre-draft camp. And I bypassed Portsmouth and went straight to Phoenix and played really well there, and then got the invite to Chicago. Unfortunately, Justin didn't get the invite to Chicago. Because he didn't have enough time to really showcase what he could do in the G League showcase. But with the workouts that he's been having, I mean, he's been getting positive feedback, so that's just good for him.
We talk about your pre-draft process in 2000, but has Justin given you any insight into today's process? And can you tell us anything about what's different about now and then?
Right now, I think he could be that off-the-bench scorer that a team needs. He could be like a Nate Robinson or Jamal Crawford, somebody who would come in and provide some scoring coming off the bench.
Now, something I want to talk about is your championship. You won back in 2003 with the San Antonio Spurs, and how that era of Spurs basketball has just ended. Tony Parker just retired recently. But what I want to know is, what was it like to play under Greg Popovich? You're always asked about Jay Wright and what it was like playing for Jay Wright, and obviously a great coach, would never take anything away from a guy like Jay Wright. But Greg Popovich, what did he teach you that you have now been able to pass on to a guy like Justin, and as well as other players here at Hofstra?
Popovich was great. I mean, from a coaching standpoint, he taught me how to treat every player the same. No matter whether it's Tim Duncan, Justin Wright Foreman, to Connor, to Speedy Claxton, everybody gets treated the same. And then those guys, Tim, Tony, Manu, they just showed me how to compete on a professional basis, day by day.
Now, you played for Jay Wright in college and obviously around with several NBA teammates. What have you learned from Jay Wright and then your teammates with the Spurs and other NBA teams that you can pass along to Justin?
Play hard, because you never know when this game is going to be over. I mean, one injury and your career could be done, so don't take it for granted. Go out there, compete, and play a possession like it's your last.
Now, Coach, if you had one more general piece of advice you could give to all of these draft process, would it be the same, just play hard what you learned, or would it be something different?
Don't take it for granted. The average lifespan of an NBA career is 3 years. So you don't know if you're going to play for 3 years. You don't know if you're going to play for 15 years, 18 years. So don't take it for granted. Go out there and compete and play hard and work your tail off. If somebody's trying to take your spot every year.
Coach, thank you so much for our time. We really appreciate it.
No problem, man. Thanks for having me.
That was assistant coach for the Hofstra men's basketball team, Craig Speedy Claxton, excuse me. Getting a little late here, messing up his name, but nonetheless, thank you for giving us your time and passing along that wisdom. Now let's get back to the draft a little bit. We're looking at the Spurs right now, up at 49. The Shams tipped the pick already. It's going to look like it's going to be Quindary Weatherspoon out of Ole Miss, the small forward. So he'll be giving them some minutes. That means they're taking another small forward in this draft. It's interesting to say the least, but we missed some other picks. Sacramento drafted Ignas Brazdeikis and then immediately traded him to the New York Knicks. And then the Clippers and Jerry West drafted Terrence Mann out of Florida State at pick 48. That's my favorite pick out of all of these. I think he's a solid NBA player. He can hit the three ball, and he can defend really well. And he has a lot of length, which fits with the Clippers right now. So I like that draft pick out of the most. But just open the floor up to you guys. What's your take on the past few draft picks?
Well, the one I'm really liking a lot right now is Quindary Weatherspoon. I watched him a lot at Mississippi State. I thought he was very talented. I mean, natural scorer. I mean, doesn't really say enough about this kid. To be, a shooting guard and shoot over 50% from the field is absolutely ridiculous. He's also a really solid defender as well, especially on the perimeter. I think he can bring a lot to the Spurs. I think a guy like Greg Popovich, it's so hard to find a prospect that would be a bad fit with Greg Popovich, because he's, as long as you're willing to go in there and just accept the knowledge and accept the system, you're going to learn and improve a lot. And you're just kind of looking right now at this Spurs draft. This is so Spurs. This is so Spurs. Lucas Samanic out of Croatia, then Keldon Johnson, the small forward combo, shooting guard, also kind of depending on where he'll play. I don't know where he'll play with San Antonio. And then Quindary Weatherspoon, who's definitely going to be a talented guard. But this is a San Antonio team. There's a lot of talented guards right now. You have Weatherspoon coming in. You have DeJounte Murray, who barely even played last year, who will be coming back. You have DeMar DeRozan. This is a team that you still have Patty Mills under contract as well. This is a team that, for a guy like Quindary Weatherspoon, as talented as he is, it's going to be really hard to crack into that roster, into that rotation.
Yeah, because just looking at the past two draft picks, taking Keldon Johnson and then Quindary Weatherspoon, it confuses me a little bit with the Spurs. I know most execs always draft like the roster's blank, but they took Lonnie Walker at 17 last year. They've been raving about him a lot. They played him with their G League team almost all of last season in Austin. Pretty much Popovich said before the season that he was not going to play actual minutes. You have to expect that he's going to get elevated this year, probably see some actual minutes, if not in the regular rotation. So I'm wondering whether Quindary Weatherspoon is one of those guys now being rotated now to the G League, and he's going to be spending a lot of time there, because Popovich isn't going to be carrying a bunch of young bucks on this team.
Right, absolutely. And I actually agree with you there. We'll dive in a little bit more into Quindary Weatherspoon and the Spurs when we come back. We've also got 10 more picks to get to. We're 50, and we're moving on to 60. We're hoping that we hear Justin Wright Foreman's name called at some point. But before we get to that, we have another fabulous sports update coming to us from our own, he called me gorgeous last time, beautiful Max Sacco.
Thanks, guys. There was a lot of action in the MLB, and the U.S. were able to break a record today at the World Cup. Down in Tampa Bay, breaking news has come out of the Rays camp today, as the MLB has approved the Rays to begin trying to find a way to split their home games between Montreal and Tampa Bay. Both the Tampa Bay Rays and the MLB have not decided or released information on the team name, colors, or who would host the playoffs if the move went through. As for the New York teams, the Mets traveled to the Windy City to face the Chicago Cubs. The Metropolitans looked to get back in the win column after a 7-2 loss in Atlanta the night before. Mets manager Mickey Callaway says that for the team to start winning, more Mets pitchers need to be pitching well besides Seth Lugo. Also in
we haven't had anybody other than really Lugo.
Also in Citi Field today, the Mets have fired their pitching coaches, Dave Island and Chuck Hernandez. They have promoted Phil Reagan as their new pitching coach for the rest of the season. As for the Mets and Cubs game, the Cubs were victorious in Wrigley, 7-4. Up in the Bronx, the Yankees and Astros faced off tonight. The Yankees were swept the first time these two teams faced, but tonight the Yankees got their revenge, winning 10-6 over the Astros. The Yankees also announced today that former All-Star right fielder Aaron Judge will be returning to the lineup tomorrow and come off the injured list. Now across the pond in Le Havre, the United States women's national team beat the Swedish women's team 2-0 to finish top of their group and also break the record for most goals in the group stage with 18 when Tobin Heath scored her goal.
Pino gets it back, sending it in. Wanted Lloyd, finds Heath instead. Tobin Heath looking. Lloyd running in, free shot, and a goal for Heath! Spectacular! U.S. leads 2-0.
The USA would win 2-0 and will now face Spain in the round of 16 on June 24th. Now let's go back to your NBA Draft Show with the great Pat Foster and the amazing Justin Huntsman.
Broadcasting from the Richard Philip Cavallero Studio.
WRHU.
Hempstead.
You discovered.
A cornerstone of the Lawrence Herbert School of Communication.
WRHU.
Is in. With the 33rd pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Carson Edwards from Purdue University. With the 38th pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Daniel Gafford from the University of Arkansas. Daniel Gafford. In the 2019 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Bobo from Khartoum, Sudan, and the University of Oregon.
You're listening to the 2019 NBA Draft Show on WRHU FM and streaming live on Facebook at WRHU Sports. Now we rejoin Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, and Pat Foster.
Thanks so much for that. Again, Pete, that was so kind. And thank you to Max Sacco, our update man, for the entire night. He's finally done, I believe. That was a lot of work for him, so I appreciate him putting in all the time.
12 at night. We're in a new day.
We got some big news. The 50th overall pick. The Indiana Pacers traded the pick to the Utah Jazz, who selected none other than CAA's own Jarrell Brantley. Not Justin Wright Foreman just yet, but Jarrell Brantley, another CAA representative. He's a tremendous talent. This is 6'8" forward, very powerful, strong, athletic, and quick, can make moves on the block. He's an okay shooter, nothing tremendous. He'll take a three now and again, but honestly, that's probably one of the biggest red flags in terms of his game right now. He can't really stretch the floor all that well on an NBA level court.
Yeah, that's going to be his next progression. And he's most likely going to be a G League guy with Utah. He's going to play with Salt Lake City. And there's nothing wrong with that. He is a very strong boy. He's going to play stretch four in the G League, and if he makes it to the NBA. Yeah, like you said, he was on the CAA team that won the 3v3 tournament during the NCAA tournament. Actually won some money, so congrats to him for that $25,000. That probably doesn't hurt right now. But he's a guy that he makes some nice moves in the middle of Charleston's offense with him and Grant Riller. He's now going to Utah. Let's bring our Utah Jazz beat reporter Lou Acumano. What do you think of this pick now at pick 50, last 10 picks of the draft?
You know, Justin, I totally agree with you. It looks like Jarrell Brantley will end up going to the G League. You know, just development, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I also believe that, you know, Quinn Snyder knows what he's doing with his team. Donovan Mitchell, you know, they just picked up Mike Conley, Rudy Gobert, Joe Ingles. This team is still built really well, even after the whole, you know, trade with Kyle Korver, Jay Crowder. They still look solid, and, you know, they need to add more depth to this team. And I still see them going to the playoffs next year, no matter who they picked at this 50 slot.
Oh, yeah, no, Jarrell Brantley's not going to affect whether or not they make the postseason next year. I also want to add, Jarrell Brantley threw down one of the meanest dunks I've ever seen live. I was fortunate to call Hofstra against Charleston earlier this year, and he spun off a big man in the high post, took one dribble in the spin, collected himself, and dunked on our center with, like, meanest tomahawk slam I think I've ever seen live. It was absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to even name our big man because I feel bad, but like that was like it was mean, and it was just a display of how athletic this guy truly is. So Lou, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks had fun tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good time. And now we're going to bring in our own Melissa Wamp as the Charlotte Hornets are on the clock again. But let's talk about the Boston Celtics. They just picked 51st. They picked Tremont Waters. I mean, there's not a ton to say there. Thanks for slamming the door, Melissa. I'm just kidding.
You would think as many times as I come in here that I would get that.
Yeah. No, well, let's talk Tremont Waters. I mean, his NBA player comparison, Shabazz Napier. Not pushing the needle really. I'm hoping Carson Edwards is the guy that steps up and. But it is. I'm not hoping. I don't really care. Whoever steps up, steps up. But it's also at the same time like Carson Edwards is a polarizing player to watch. He's probably just Tremont Waters 2.0. So, or times 2. So the pick he'll be with the main Red Claws for probably most of this year. Should he stay on the roster after Summer League? which we will probably. It's a second-round pick, so we'll see where this goes. But the Charlotte Hornets pick is in.
And they're going to be taking Jalen McDaniels at pick number 52. His brother, Jaden McDaniels, just committed to the University of Washington as a top 5 recruit. Brother not as highly touted out of San Diego State. A bit of a tweener. He's a power forward technically, but he's very skinny, so at the NBA level, he's going to get pushed around at the small ball 4.
Also not the fastest guy.
Yeah, he's not quick enough laterally to play the 3, so this is why he's dropped. He's a highly skilled guy. He's a good basketball player. It's just whether or not finding his fit in the NBA and how clean that fit will be.
He's another guy, just like Zion, his second jump has always really impressed me a lot. He's a decent rebounder because of it. He also has a really nice touch on his jump shot. Can't spread the floor that much either on an NBA court. But from the mid-range, I mean, as much as we talked about how useless it is in today's NBA and how much more useless it's going to become, I think he's still got a nice touch. But, Melissa, what do you think about Jalen McDaniels?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. His size kind of worries me. I don't know, even looking at his highlights. It's just when you're in the big leagues, those guys are massive. You're going to get pushed around. Yeah, you have the shot, you have the IQ, but at the end of the day, bodying up and getting that rebound or getting a shot off, it's going to be hard. He's in a league where you have people that are going to, I think, going to be double his size. But at the end of the day, if he could make it work, start training, hitting the weights harder, building his body and his physique, I think he could have a shot because he does have a good IQ. He does have a good, like you said, second jump like Zion, but I think he's going to have a little bit difficulty when he comes to the court and starts playing against these players.
And something that kind of goes to your point there that I kind of mentioned already, he doesn't stretch the floor well at the NBA level at all. He really didn't stretch it all that well in college. He was a solid mid-range shooter, had a really nice turnaround jump shot. A lot of his highlights are turnaround jump shots actually over defenders. So, but like he's got a nice shooting touch. Do you think that he'll be able to adapt his game and he'll be able to utilize that shooting touch beyond maybe even in the NBA 3-point range?
I think so. At the end of the day, you're practicing, you're making it perfect, but you.
Sorry to cut you off, Melissa, but it's going to be official in about 5 seconds that Justin Wright Foreman was just drafted by the Utah.
Let's go! I guess we don't care anymore.
Go, Justin!
Congrats to Justin Wright Foreman on being one of the, I believe, second Hofstra player to be drafted by the Utah Jazz. He was in Utah for a workout earlier in the draft process, so congrats to him. I actually called that shot that he just hit against NC State and did a little wiggle, so that's pretty cool. But he's a guy that can make somewhat of an immediate impact for the Jazz. He'll probably be behind Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley, get mentored by the lefty and Mike Conley. He's probably going to want to play the 1 at the next level. Great shooter, great scorer, and as you see, Justin Wright Foreman,
our entire crew just flooded into the studio.
The Hofstra community is very happy that you just got drafted.
Justin,
congratulations.
I hope you see this at some point. We're all rooting for you, man. Congratulations. That was awesome. But yeah, something to add there, too. He's a decent defender as well on the perimeter. He's an underrated playmaker. We've seen him just be a tremendous facilitator at times for the Hofstra team. And I think he's really... Oh, man.
He misspelled Hofstra. Woj misspelled Hofstra.
We can't win here. We can't. Hofstra can't win.
He spelled it
Hofstra.
Hofstra. Yeah, and he
Hofstra. Woj, get it right. Hofstra. Gosh.
Spell it out for him, too.
Hofstra. Go Pride. Yeah, no, that big moment for the school. So, I mean, you could definitely understand our excitement here. And as Justin is tweeting at Adrian Wojnarowski.
Get it right. Come on now.
All caps, Hofstra, like 4 exclamation points. Get it right. We still have like 6 picks left in the draft.
We're still going at this hour. Woj, you're hired by
I
ESPN.
think we should
Get
just
it
call
together.
it a day now.
No.
No, I'm not calling it
out here, though.
This is literally one of the reasons.
We only did this NBA draft show for Justin. We're taking a picture. We're still in the show.
Yeah, we're still rolling,
No. We didn't do enough. Ryan, keep dissecting Justin for us.
Justin Wright Foreman. I had the opportunity to see him a bunch of times at the good old Max Center, and every single time he would wow.
Yeah, okay,
You know what
that's
I mean?
something we definitely need to add about Justin Wright Foreman. When he needs to show up, like he shows up.
No, exactly.
Like every time he was asked to carry the load or to be a leader, he was, and that was both in timeouts, like off the court. Like he's also a great dude. Like this is bad. We're so biased right now. We know so much more about this one guy.
But even
ridiculous.
But
Okay, let's get back to the professional look at this. Justin obviously could possibly be going on a 2-way deal with them. Talking about with the Salt Lake City. He's a guy that personally I think will benefit from playing in the summer league. He's a guy that's the summer league's made for guards. So with his dribble pull up, is really going to be shown off in that. Congrats to him. I mean, the Utah Summer League they play in. He's going to be in the Las Vegas Summer League, so we're going to have several times to see him. Congrats to him on that. But at the end of the day, as Bias, it's a good pick. I mean, he's an NBA player. Like, straight up, there is no lying. If you're averaging 28 points back-to-back year, you deserve to make it to the NBA.
Top 4 1 year, top 2 in the nation next.
It doesn't matter. The guy is a prolific scorer. At the very worst, he's a poor man's Lou Will, where he's getting buckets for everybody for 15 years straight, and that's just what he does. He's not the best passer. He's not the best defender, but he knows what to do. And the most important thing in basketball is put the ball in the bucket, and Justin Wright Foreman can do that with the best of them.
And he's heading to Utah right now, too, with a bunch of talented guards that he'll be able to watch, make friends with, talk, learn from, practice with. Like Mike Conley's gonna. I can't imagine the type of mentor he'll act in. Not only Justin's development, but all in Utah's player development. That's going to be huge for them. And I think I was talking with beat reporter Eliza earlier in the show about would Ja Morant really have an opportunity to learn under a guy like Mike Conley, who had Mike Conley stayed in Memphis, and she said no, and I agreed. In that situation, a guy like Ja Morant, a second overall pick, the best thing you can do for him is get him out on an NBA court and get him the reps, get him the minutes. But for a guy like Justin, learning from a guy like Mike Conley would be great. Want to know why? Is because Mike Conley is good at the things that you could argue Justin's not so great at, and that is just being an elite defender, and that is just being an elite playmaker as well. And don't get me wrong, they're both similar in the sense that they can score at will. Both guys, especially Mike Conley in his heyday, he's the all-time scoring leader in Memphis Grizzlies history, I believe. So it's definitely a guy you can learn from, and we got to move on. There are other picks coming in right now, but congrats to Justin. Everyone here clearly cares a lot about you. Unlike me. No, I do. No.
It's a very cool moment for me.
Now let's all take 5 minutes to get out of here. We're still going, guys. No one's leaving yet.
People are making their ways out. It is, on a cool note, we'll take about 30 seconds. Pat and I have been able to cover him for the past 2 years. He's a great guy. I wish him nothing but the best. A great pick. Yeah. But now the Sixers just picked 54. They picked Marial Shayok out of Iowa State.
Great pick.
Nice pick for them. 6'6" wing that can shoot the ball. Again,
had you asked me a month ago where Marial Shayok was going to wind up, I would not have told you at the back end of the second round. Definitely not at all. I think Marial Shayok showed a lot at Iowa State this year, but he fell.
He's a guy that'll probably play for the Delaware 87ers, get in the G League. But again, he's a guy that at some point, if they need shooting, I could see the Sixers bring him up and play him off the bench. It would not entirely shock me. At this point, I mean, pick 55, you're usually running out of players. I'm looking at the board of the top players still.
Nas Reed is still on the board. Jonte Porter is still on the board.
There's still guys you can get with value at these picks, especially because these deals are non-guaranteed. It's not a ton on your books. Like Terrence Davis is a guy that showed out at the G League Combine and got his invite to the NBA Combine. Great shooter, and he's still on the board. Like, there is still a few guys on here that you can look at and you say, okay, I'm still getting a quality player here at pick 55, 56, 57, 58.
And I think this really goes back to what Rashad was talking about earlier in the show, which was, it's every year. You can look at any draft and say, oh, it's top heavy, but that's just not the case. The fact that a guy like Nas Reed is still on the board just shows you how deep this draft actually was. And I'd be shocked if people came away from this draft, even if they went into it thinking this was a top-heavy draft and didn't say, wow, that was deep. Like, wow, there was talent all throughout that draft. Yeah. There are guys in the second round that could go make an impact on an NBA team next year. Justin Wright Foreman's one of them. No. Man, who knows? It's completely up in the air. That's what's so great about the second round. You have guys that are going to come in and they're going to be given an opportunity, and they really have nothing to lose because they're not going to be asked a lot of immediately. So all these guys can do is go in and just try to make an impact in any way they can to help their teams win. It's going to be great. Our own Andrew Bacciagalupo's here, and if you land that Nets producer job next year, man, I call the Salt Lake City games, man. I'm calling it right now. I'm just saying.
As the Knicks come up and select for the 55th overall pick, it will be Kyle Guy. I don't know why ESPN has him listed as a point guard. He is a shooting guard.
Yep.
But regardless, the Knicks draft Kyle Guy again. Another guy. He might
6'2", 170 pounds.
He might try to be converted to the point guard. I never really saw that at Virginia, where being able to maybe if he spent another year there and was on ball more and was opening plays up for guys, but he was pretty much just a dead eye, and he can create for his own shot, but he's not really creating for others. The Knicks draft a guy that's gonna be playing in Westchester. Nothing wrong with that. Kyle Guy possibly could give them some minutes, but
It's the Knicks, man. It's the Knicks. You never know who's going to be getting minutes.
Especially if they don't get free agents, it could be a bad team. He could be easily finding himself some minutes.
He could be like the next Steve Novak. Standing in the corner.
Steve Novak was 6'10".
I was going to say, you really Steve
No. I meant like shooting threes. Finding his own shots.
You have continued to come on tonight and just make me like, wow. Like, okay. Like,
it's the second round. It's getting late here.
Yeah, no, it's almost
I'm still
1 in the morning, and I'm still up talking basketball. I could be doing this all night, actually, if we're being serious. But, I mean, Kyle Guy's a guy. I mean, you look at his size, under 6'3", 170 pounds. He'll put on weight, but there's no way. I agree with you, Justin. Like, you look at guys like Avery Bradley in the NBA, or like even Lou Will, undersized shooting guards. There's something they bring that's elite to the table. You have Avery Bradley, his defense. You have Lou Will, his shot making ability. Kyle Guy. Obviously not yet. He hasn't gotten the reps in yet, but I just don't see anything elite he brings to the table at the point guard or shooting guard position at that size. He's going to have to convert to a point guard, I think.
And you just brought up Rashad. Brooklyn is picking with the 56th overall pick. They're going to be taking a guy that he thought should have gone 15th overall at Jalen Hands, UCLA point guard, coming to Brooklyn now. I like that draft pick. I think you take a reach on him. He works a ton with Rico Hines on his jump shot. Looks a little funky, but I think that's the biggest thing he needs to work on. He's an athletic freak. Good leader at UCLA. You saw at times that he was helping other guys mature and just stay positive, keep their heads up on the court, because UCLA did have a frustrating season. And he's a guy that's a good defender, good hands, long wingspan. He's a guy that I like that Brooklyn pick. Now let's bring in beat reporter Andrew Baccialupo.
Jalen Hands, next Darren Williams.
They finally took a draft pick. How do you feel about this draft pick?
Well,
I think Jalen Hands is the best thing since John Morant's draft.
No, I don't really know much about Jalen Hands. I'm watching his highlights now on ESPN. He looks like a solid player, 6'3", point guard.
You're just gonna watch the highlights?
No. I'm gonna give my analysis. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun talking to him and getting to know him better on the Long Island Nets, possibly. I mean, I don't see. In reality, he's not really cracking the roster with point guard to be named Kyrie/D'Lo. And Spencer Dinwiddie, and then possibly Theo Pinson. But I like Jalen Hands. I think he could be a solid player if with development. But, we're just going to have to see him on Long Island first before we see him in Brooklyn.
Now, I want to head over to Ryan Yee. We haven't heard from you in a little bit. Why don't you break down Jalen Hands' game for us a little bit more? How do you think it's going to play out for Jalen Hands come NBA time?
For Jalen Hands, it's just exactly what Bosch is saying. He's going to be a guy picked late in here in the second round. Not going to crack that roster, obviously, with how deep the Nets are in that guard position. But he'll develop in the G League on those Long Island Nets team. A very, very good G League team, and hopefully we'll see him up sometime soon with the Brooklyn Nets.
And on the clock right now, it is the New Orleans Pelicans with that 57th overall pick, which I believe is no longer their pick.
It is going to the Lakers, and
correct.
I'm the Lakers beat reporter as well. So you can't get enough of me. I'm still here. 3 picks in a row.
So who do you think would be a good pick for the Lakers at this at 57?
I mean,
is there such thing? Is there such thing as a good pick? Look, Nas Reed is still on the board.
I do like Nas Reed.
Nas Reed at LSU, center at LSU.
It'd be interesting, especially because they have no centers with Jamal McGee as a
Why
free
not?
agent.
And trying to move Mo Wagner right now as well.
For a salary, yep,
right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense. There's really not a lot to be said at this point. This ESPN broadcast, it really dragged stuff out. I wish I had clips and everything like that. I mean, while we have a moment,
lazy.
Thanks to everyone. We're going to do a more formal thank you, but I just want to thank everyone involved. This has kind of been something I wanted to do for a while, so I'm very happy everyone was able to turn out for this, and happy to do it with these guys right here. And I'm just kind of stalling at this point because
hey, we were happy to do it with you, Pat.
We'll do that after this pick because the Pelicans pick, the Lakers pick is in. It's Jordan Bone. Let's go to that
trade to Atlanta. So Jordan Bone again, another G League guy.
Yeah, this is another G League guy. He was nice at Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's a nice highlight there. Nice find.
Nice little no-look time. All right, well, so let's do that. Our sports department director, Lion Suze, is letting us know we actually have the official announcement of Justin Wright Foreman being drafted, so we're going to play that for you guys. Hopefully some of you guys out there are Hofstra basketball fans, are still tuned in, and hopefully you guys can appreciate this. I'm going to sit back and appreciate this. So hopefully, I'm going to sit back and enjoy this. So.
With the 53rd pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Justin Wright Foreman from Hofstra University.
Over 20 miles or so from where we sit, the high-scoring guard from Hofstra averaged 27 a night. Well, he is a smooth lefty. He had 48 against William & Mary earlier this year, shot 47% off the dribble. That's the 97th percentile in the country this last year. He's got every kind of move you want. I mean, he can step backs, fadeaways, and he's got end-to-end speed and transition. This dude can absolutely score, and his athleticism will hold up in the NBA. He just needs to be a better defender.
Yeah, just an unbelievable moment for everyone here at Hofstra University, the WRHU Sports Director Hofstra men's basketball program. That was an awesome moment. I hope everyone there enjoyed that. It was very cool. Still time left on the clock here. The Warriors are selecting at 58. Still got Naz Reid on the board, Lewis King on the board as well. Dedrick Lawson out of Kansas is still there. We got some definitely compelling dudes on the board. We're wrapping up a little bit. We've been on since around 7 p.m. Myself, Patrick Foster, Justin Huntsman, Ryan Yee, our player analyst, Andrew Bacigalupo sitting next to me right now, Johnson Ellie, one of our in-studio engineers, our Facebook Live engineer, I believe, our Jesse Lindell, our other engineer for the evening in studio with us. Also, credit to Vinny Los Benuso over in Studio North for cutting up all the draft picks for us tonight. You're still listening to WRHU's 2019 NBA draft coverage here, either on WRHU Sports' Facebook page, 88.7 FM, WRHU Radio, Hofstra University, or WRHU.org. So we thank you all for tuning in. And if you stuck with us this long, man, you like basketball as much as we do. And that means you're crazy because we're kind of crazy.
And the 58th pick was just taken. The picks being traded to Utah. Mie Oni out of Yale. A lot of people like this guy. Athletic freak. Can shoot the ball decently well.
Smart kid as well.
Yeah. Coach K has said high things about him when Yale played Duke this year. Guy coming out of Yale, obviously he's going to be smart, have kind of a bright head on his shoulders. He's going to the Jazz. So again, probably another G League guy. We're getting kind of late in the draft now. But going back to Jordan Bone, it's Woj just tweeted that Detroit has traded for the rights to Jordan Bone. So maybe that makes a little bit more sense than the Hawks holding on to him. Maybe they see him as a natural backup to Reggie Jackson. So we can talk a little bit more on Jordan Bone as Ryan Yee's Toronto Raptors are on the clock with the 59th pick, the second to last pick. Jordan Bone, good athlete, shoots the ball well, good defender, long arms.
I got a question.
Best pick Detroit's gotten tonight?
Honestly, not most reasonable at the spot. But
makes interesting. But what's your question?
But yeah, I had a question for you guys. So we talked earlier about who shocked you most, how far they slipped and how far they went down. We all kind of agreed that Nas Little going. I don't remember what it was. It was Portland.
I think it was 25.
Portland 25. That's pretty unbelievable. Bull slipping that down almost past 40. Is pretty ridiculous too, and I guess Kevin Porter Jr. Everyone knew he was going to slip. I don't think anyone knew it was going to be that far. But my question to all of you guys here is, who do you think got the steal of the draft?
This is a tough question.
Why
do we think?
Honestly, I think
I have my answer.
I'm gonna stick with
Nas Little
with Portland because I see him plugging into that lineup. Portland's going to be a dangerous team. Like they already made it to the Western Conference Final, and it felt like they needed that extra piece, and maybe Nas Little is that piece. I mean, he was a guy that should have been picked a lot higher, and it falls to Portland. He's going into a good system, a good winning culture there. So I think that for me at least is a steal of the draft. For him.
See, well, I was thinking Kevin Porter Jr., but then I just remembered how we were talking about he's going to Cleveland. That could just be
that's what I was going to pick.
Yeah. Horrendous. And this is totally going to sound one-sided. This is totally going to sound biased, but I promise you I'm not being biased when I say this. I really think getting Justin Wright Foreman at 55, 53 for a guy that he's not going to find his way out of a system. He's not going to play his way out of a system. He's going to be a solid player. He's going to find his way into a rotation. So I think, honestly, he could be the guy that comes out of the second round of this draft and really makes a name for himself in the NBA. I'm being serious. I'm not applying any bias. This is just objectively watching his game for so long now. The guy can score at will. The guy is an underrated playmaker, a decent defender, a good rebounder. And he's an efficient scorer as well, and he can flip a switch like it's nobody's business. Like I really do think he was kind of a steal going all the way to 53.
Bosh, do you have your pick?
I was gonna say Kevin Porter, but again, it is Cleveland. Like if he would have won a pick earlier, maybe to the Warriors or something, like he could learn from Steph and Clay and maybe KD if he's still there. But
He's in Cleveland
Mhm.
with J.R. Smith.
Yeah. Another one I
can't
definitely
pick him.
want to point out. Sorry to interrupt you there, Botch. Is Brandon Clark going to Memphis? I
Memphis.
think that's a really nice pick as well, and I think that's something that's really going to work out well for them. But continue. Who is your steal?
No, I was gonna ask you actually. What do you think of the Celtics?
What about them?
You're a Celtics fan.
Yeah.
What do you think of the draft? Do you think?
I mean, we made it. I've invested so much into that organization. No, they made some interesting moves tonight. I think when you look at the Celtics, there's so many question marks still about this free agency and what's going to go on. You never really know. I am really I'm not upset by the Romeo Langford pick. We took a good player, but at the same time, they took a player whose position is already kind of covered by two guys who are proven at their position in this league. So it's a little questionable. I like Carson Edwards. I think he's an unbelievable scorer. Where he fits in with this roster, I'm not totally sure. This has happened before, though, where Danny Ainge just says, you know what, I'm not going to make a ton of noise in this draft. I have faith in the guys we're picking, and maybe we can make some deals down the line if we want. He's huge about Summer League. Danny Ainge loves Summer League. He's going to put all these guys are going to go through the gauntlet in Summer League this year. So it'll be fun to watch them and check them out, see what they can do. But as of right now, I don't know. Nothing really stands out to me about anything the Boston Celtics did tonight.
So I'm just gonna go with my sleeper real quick.
Sorry.
All good. My pick is Daniel Gafford slipping all the way to 38th to Chicago. I think he's a steal. I just think he's the prototypical 5 in today's NBA. He's a good shot blocker. He's a rim protector. He's an elite rim runner. And I think being the backup to Wendell Carter, learning from him and Lauri Markkanen, it's a nice fit for him. And it's just a young core in Chicago where he'll get minutes.
Yeah, completely agree. And with the final pick in the draft is the Sacramento Kings, and they select Vanja Marinkovic, the shooting guard out of Serbia.
He won't be making noise like Isaiah Thomas as the 60th pick. I can
probably not, but you never want to count it out.
This could be a draft and stash scenario.
Yeah, he's gonna be a draft and stash.
Yeah, he's not coming overseas for a while.
No, he won't. He's not a bad player though, but yeah, draft and stash for sure. That's what I honestly thought Brooklyn was going to wind up doing with Rodions Kurucs this past year. But hey, man, you look at what Rodions was able to do in the postseason, though. In the postseason, he did nothing.
We don't talk about that. Solid second round pick.
Yeah, but as we're starting to wind things down here, guys, as are the fellows over at ESPN, I just want to ask you guys, just any surprises from the draft today that we didn't really harp on too much, or just anything that you really think stood out about this year's draft?
I think it's starting to prove you need to show what you truly are in college. We saw guys like Nas Little, Cam Reddish, guys like that who Bol. Everybody before the year were the pre-draft picks of everybody thinking where they're gonna go. But then you realize teams are starting to watch this. They're not going off of the pre-picks and who's supposed to go where. It's prove it or lose it. And right now, I think that's starting to prove, guys, you have to show what you truly are in that 1 year in college. And if not, it shows to a bunch of guys like Jalen Horde, coming out of Wake Forest. You're a freshman. Why are you coming out of one and done year? Go back and work on your game. If you're not going to be a first round or early second round guy, and teams are telling you that, why are you wasting 3 years of eligibility? I think a lot of guys have to start rethinking this and stop just entering because that's the cool thing and actually take their career seriously, because now a guy like that is either going to be in the G League or he's going to be fighting to possibly go overseas and get a contract.
I think for me, it was really surprising to see that a lot of the teams didn't pick based on best talent available. You know, you would expect that a lot of the points where we were talking throughout the draft where, why is this guy still here? Like, this is an easy pick for this team to take. But they went and did something that we didn't expect. So I thought it was really surprising, because in the NBA, especially with teams like the Pelicans and teams like that who are in the rebuilding process and just are looking to acquire talent and build a talent pool, it may not necessarily matter that much to fill in specific roles that you need. But I thought that was a lot more evident in this draft than I recall in previous ones before.
Botch, any final thoughts? Beat reporter Botch?
Oh my God.
You didn't get Bol.
We didn't get Bol, but I trust Sean Marks. But no, I want to just bring up how important the second round actually is. Like, a lot of people tune out after the first round, but there were still some solid prospects to be found in that second round, and you could see that a lot of teams wanted to get a piece of some of those guys. There were multiple trades in this second round. I mean, all of us in the newsroom, we were just scrambling who's coming on for this team, but this team traded this pick. Like, I'm pretty sure Indiana had a second round pick that was traded to Miami, and then Miami traded that pick to Denver, which was Bol. And multiple teams just want a piece of the second round, and I find that more and more important in the NBA, and I think that's just from the talent level that's coming out of college now. where you could be, even like Justin Wright Foreman, you know, he wasn't in a major conference in the CAA, but he proved that he's a ball player and he could really play at the NBA level, and teams are noticing that now, and they'll find guys like that deep in the second round.
And for everyone listening, remember to stay updated. Some players that, very high talent players that still didn't get drafted. Nas Reed, we were talking about, Jonte Porter as well. There's a slew of guys out there who have a lot of talent and will pick up summer league contracts and could still find their way onto an NBA roster. Well, that's going to do it for us here at WRHU Sports. Before we do anything, a lot of thanks to go around. We're going to start with our beat reporters for the evening. First, Eliza Kravitz, Andrew Baccigalupo, my man, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Melissa Wamp, Johnny Rupp, Dylan McCaffrey. There's a lot of repeated names. Luak Umanu as well. And I believe that's it. I also want to say thank you to Matt Novella, Vinny Laspanuso. Matt Novella and Vinny Laspanuso put a lot of work into creating packages, and Vinny was also our North engineer for tonight. I also want to thank Kyle Byrne for putting his package together as well. A lot of thanks to go around in studio. John Sinelli, our Facebook Live engineer. We got Jesse Lindell, our radio engineer from studios, from here in our mixing site as well. Our sports department director, who just did so well putting this whole thing together. Let's give her a quick round of applause, Lion Souza. None of this would be possible without her. And she's also she's also put together the 2019 NHL Draft Show, which will be coming at you guys tomorrow. We'll talk about that another time. From us here in studio, thank you so much, Ryan Yee, Justin Huntsman, Andrew Baccigalupo. I already said thank you. Get out of here. I'm Patrick Foster. Guys, if you've been with us this whole time, thank you so much for tuning in. Even if you just tuned in for any portion of this at all, it means a lot to us. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the draft. I hope your team picked who you wanted. Mine didn't really, but that doesn't really matter. Guys, thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great night.
With the first pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Zion Williamson from Duke University. With the third pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select R.J. Barrett from Toronto and Duke University.
With the 53rd pick in the 2019 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Justin Wright Foreman from Hofstra University.
Over 20 miles or so from where we sit, the high-scoring guard from Hofstra averaged 27 a night. Well, he is a smooth lefty. He had 48 against William & Mary earlier this year, shot 47% off the dribble. That's the 97th percentile in the country this last year. He's got every kind of move you want. I mean, he can step backs, fadeaways, and he's got end-to-end speed and transition. This dude can absolutely score, and his athleticism will hold up in the NBA. He just needs to be a better defender.
The opinions expressed on this program are not necessarily those of WRHU and its management. Responsible opposing viewpoints will be considered. They should be mailed to WRHU, 111 Hofstra University, Hempstead, New York, 11549.